Chapter 909. Li Wangyu thought about the many movies he had watched in his previous life, and they all had plots where people passed off as genuine. For example, in Lyon, the killer Leon took advantage of the chaos to disguise himself as a police officer and sneak out of the encirclement. In Ocean's 11, a group of highly intelligent criminals also disguised themselves as police officers and stole large amounts of cash from the casino's vault. There were quite a lot of similar plots. Then was it possible that the wretched mastermind, the Tang man who killed the leader of the Farron tribe, was in Zhang Fei's camp, among the 2,000 soldiers? The more Li Wangyu thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. After all, these 2,000 soldiers belonged to more than 20 brigades. It was impossible for all of them to know each other. If there was really a Tang man who put on the armor of the soldiers, it was entirely possible for him to sneak into the army during the chaos. Everyone's attention, including Gao Shilian, was focused on the Farron tribe. Who would have thought that there would be a fake among them? At this thought, Li Wangyu immediately found Gao Shilian and told him his guess. Gao Shilian frowned. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly shook his head and rejected Li Wangyu's idea. Zio, I'm afraid your worry is not possible. Why is that, Duke Gao? Seeing that he did not understand, Gao Shilian simply called over a lieutenant beside him. He pointed at the lieutenant's uniform and explained, Zio has never come into contact with the military, so you don't know. Not everyone can impersonate a government soldier. Not to mention, where would that person get the armor and uniform in such a hurry? Even if he could get it, he would have a waist token to identify his identity. It's not that easy to impersonate a soldier. After Gao Shilian's reminder, Li Wangyu noticed that the lieutenant and the other soldiers who passed by all carried a waist token around their waist. This waist token was equivalent to the identity card of the soldiers. Moreover, even if these soldiers do not know each other, there is a system in the way they speak, walk, sit, and lie in the army. Unless one has been a soldier before, otherwise even if he or she managed to sneak in, it would be very eye-catching and impossible to hide. Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers also nodded their heads. Langjun, Duke Gao is right. My brothers and I were all born in the army, but this is how it is. The army has its own way of distinguishing between our own people and those who are not. Otherwise, wouldn't any spies be able to sneak into the army to gather intelligence? When Li Wangyu heard what everyone said, he realized that he had watched too many movies and thought that it was easy to sneak in with makeup. However, he was still unwilling to give up. After all, it was not that this sort of possibility did not exist. It was just that the probability was very small. Duke Gao, as a precaution, why don't we order the soldiers to do a head count? It won't take much effort anyway. Seeing Li Wangyu so insistent, Gao Shilian pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Most of the government soldiers of the Tang dynasty were from the same hometown, so it was not difficult for them to confirm each other's identities. Following Gao Shilian's order, the government soldiers immediately divided themselves into brigades and began to count the number of soldiers in each squad. Following the orders, more than half of the 2,000 government soldiers were accounted for in no time. There were no abnormalities. Gao Shilian smiled at Li Wangyu. Zio, you worry too much. This old man has already said that it is impossible for anyone to sneak into the government soldiers. Before he could finish his words, there was a sudden commotion not far away. Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian looked up in shock, only to see a person suddenly jump out from the government soldiers. He held a saber and went straight for Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian. Seeing that person's ferocious expression, Li Wangyu could not help but feel a little nervous. He and Gao Shilian, one old and one young, did not have any ability to protect themselves. If this person really came up to them, it would be terrible. However, Li Wangyu did not panic or dodge. After all, Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers were beside him. Li Wangyu was confident that this government soldier, who suddenly rushed out, could not threaten his safety. The reality was no different from what he had expected. Without waiting for that government soldier to reach them, Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers drew the weapons at their waists and went up to meet him. With Niu Wu and the other two's abilities, they knocked away the saber in that person's hand without much effort and placed 3 barrier sabers on his neck. Niu Wu, don't kill this person. I have something to ask him. Li Wangyu hurriedly shouted. All of this happened rather quickly. Gao Shilian's words were still ringing in his ears when this sudden change occurred. By the time the old man reacted, Niu Wu's saber was already on that government soldier's neck. Gao Shilian's words were blocked and he almost choked to death on his own saliva. After a long while, the old man finally reacted to what had just happened. Cold sweat broke out on his back as he felt lingering fear. If not for Li Wangyu's insistence on doing a head count of the government soldiers, this person would certainly have sneaked away. He might even have quietly snuck up beside them and suddenly attacked. The commotion just now was obviously due to the mansion soldiers doing a head count to expose this person's whereabouts. That was why this person had no choice but to resort to desperate measures and wanted to kidnap him and Li Wangyu as a protective talisman. After thinking this through, Gao Shilian couldn't help but blush. Zio, it's all thanks to you today. Otherwise we might have been fooled by this guy. You're too kind, eunuch Gao. Seeing that the person was caught, Li Wangyu was also in a good mood. Just as he was about to turn around and order someone to fetch a rope to tie up this fake government soldier, another change occurred. The man whose arms were being held by the Zhang brothers suddenly roared. Everyone was startled by his sudden roar, and his body abruptly rushed forward. Moreover, there were 3 shining steel sabers on this person's neck. Niu Wu's reaction was rather quick. He immediately withdrew his saber and slapped down with the back of his saber at that person's neck. However, the Zhang brothers didn't expect this person to have such a reaction. They were caught off guard and didn't have time to withdraw their sabers. That person straightened his neck and just like that, crashed straight into the sharp edge of the saber. With a soft puff, a stream of red blood gushed out from that person's neck. This change shocked Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian so much that they were dumbfounded. Who would have thought that after the murderer was caught, he would choose to commit suicide? Looking at the person who collapsed on the ground with blood gushing out from his neck, Li Wangyu couldn't help but let out a long sigh. It was obvious that this person couldn't be saved. In the future, if the emergency treatment was timely, even if the artery at the neck was cut off, it could still be saved. However, with the medical technology of the Tang dynasty, even if the medicine king Sun Simiao was here, he probably couldn't save this person. Under everyone's silent gaze, that person collapsed in a pool of blood. After twitching for a while, he lost all signs of life. Li Wangyu didn't expect that after finally catching the person, this would be the outcome. Chapter 9-10. Li Wangyu thought about the many movies he had watched in his previous life, and they all had plots where people passed off as genuine. For example, in Lyon, the killer Leon took advantage of the chaos to disguise himself as a police officer and sneak out of the encirclement. In Ocean's 11, a group of highly intelligent criminals also disguised themselves as police officers and stole large amounts of cash from the casino's vault. There were quite a lot of similar plots. Then was it possible that the wretched mastermind, the Tang man who killed the leader of the Farron tribe, was in Zhang Fei's camp, among the 2,000 soldiers? The more Li Wangyu thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. After all, these 2,000 soldiers belonged to more than 20 brigades. It was impossible for all of them to know each other. If there was really a Tang man who put on the armor of the soldiers, it was entirely possible for him to sneak into the army during the chaos. Everyone's attention, including Gao Shilian, was focused on the Farron tribe. Who would have thought that there would be an impostor among them? At this thought, Li Wangyu immediately found Gao Shilian and told him his guess. Hearing this, Gao Shilian frowned. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly shook his head and rejected Li Wangyu's idea. Zio, I'm afraid your worry is not possible. Why is that, Duke Gao? Seeing that he did not understand, Gao Shilian simply called over a lieutenant beside him. He pointed at the lieutenant's uniform and explained, Zio has never come into contact with the military, so you don't know. Not everyone can impersonate a government soldier. Not to mention, where would that person get the armor and uniform in such a hurry? Even if he could get it, he would have a waist token to identify his identity. It's not that easy to impersonate a soldier. After Gao Shilian's reminder, Li Wangyu noticed that the lieutenant and the other soldiers who passed by all carried a waist token around their waist. This waist token was equivalent to the identity card of the soldiers. Furthermore, even if it's impossible for all of these soldiers to know each other, there is a system in the way they speak, walk, sit, and lie. Unless one has been a soldier before, otherwise even if one were to sneak in, it would be very eye-catching and impossible to hide. Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers also nodded their heads. Langjun, Duke Gao is right. My brothers and I were all born in the army, but this is the case. The army has its own way of distinguishing between our own people and those who are not. Otherwise, wouldn't any spies be able to sneak into the army to spy on them? When Li Wangyu heard what everyone said, he realized that he had watched too many movies and thought that it was easy to sneak in with makeup. However, he was still unwilling to give up. After all, it was not that this sort of possibility did not exist. It was just that the probability was very small. Duke Gao, as a precaution, why don't we order the soldiers to do a head count? It won't take much effort. Seeing Li Wangyu so insistent, Gao Shilian pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Most of the government soldiers of the Tang dynasty were from the same hometown, so it was not difficult for them to confirm each other's identities. Following Gao Shulian's order, the government soldiers immediately divided themselves into brigades and began to count the number of soldiers in each squad. Following the orders, more than half of the 2,000 government soldiers were accounted for in no time. There were no abnormalities. Gao Shulian smiled at Li Wangyu. "Zio, you're worrying too much. I've already said that it's impossible for anyone to sneak into the government soldiers." Before he could finish his words, there was a sudden commotion not far away. Li Wangyu and Gao Shulian looked up in shock. They saw a person suddenly dash out from the government soldiers with a sword in his hand, heading straight for Li Wangyu and Gao Shulian. Seeing that person's ferocious expression, Li Wangyu could not help but feel a little nervous. He and Gao Shulian, one old and one young, did not have any ability to protect themselves. If this person really came up to them, it would be terrible. However, Li Wangyu did not panic or dodge. After all, Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers were beside him. Li Wangyu was confident that this government soldier, who suddenly rushed out, would not be a threat to his safety. The reality was no different from what he had expected. Without waiting for that government soldier to reach them, Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers drew the weapons at their waists and went up to meet him. With Niu Wu and the other two's abilities, they knocked away the sword in that person's hand without much effort and placed 3 barrier swords on his neck. "Niu Wu, don't take his life. I have something to ask him," Li Wangyu hurriedly shouted. All of this happened rather quickly. Gao Shulian's words were still ringing in his ears when something strange happened. By the time the old man reacted, Niu Wu's swords were already on that government soldier's neck. Gao Shulian's words were blocked and he almost choked to death on his own saliva. After a long while, the old man finally reacted to what had just happened. Cold sweat broke out on his back in lingering fear. If not for Li Wangyu's insistence on doing a head count of the government soldiers, this person would surely have sneaked away. He might even have quietly snuck up beside them and suddenly attacked. The commotion just now was obviously due to the mansion soldiers doing a head count to expose this person's whereabouts. That was why this person had no choice but to resort to desperate measures, wanting to hold him and Li Wangyu hostage as a protective talisman. After thinking this through, Gao Shulian couldn't help but blush. "Zio, it's all thanks to you today. Otherwise we might have been hoodwinked by this guy. You're too kind, eunuch Gao." Seeing that the person was caught, Li Wangyu was also in a good mood. Just as he was about to turn around and order someone to fetch a rope to tie up this fake government soldier, another strange change occurred. The man whose arms were being held by the Zhang brothers suddenly roared. Everyone was startled by his sudden roar, and his body suddenly rushed forward. Moreover, there were 3 shining steel sabers on this person's neck. Niu Wu's reaction was rather quick. He immediately withdrew his swords and turned them around, slapping down with the back of his swords at that person's neck. However, the Zhang brothers didn't expect this person to have such a reaction. They were caught off guard and didn't have time to withdraw their swords. That person straightened his neck and just like that, he bumped straight into the sharp blades. With a soft puff, a stream of red blood spurted out from that person's neck. This change shocked Li Wangyu and Gao Shulian so much that they were dumbfounded. Who would have thought that the culprit would choose to commit suicide after being caught? Looking at the person who collapsed on the ground with blood spurting out from his neck, Li Wangyu couldn't help but sigh deeply. It was obvious that this person couldn't be saved. In the future, if the emergency treatment was timely, even if the artery at the neck was cut, it could still be saved. However, with the medical technology of the Tang dynasty, even if the king of medicine, Sun Simiao, was here, he wouldn't be able to save this person. Under everyone's silent gaze, that person collapsed in a pool of blood. After twitching for a while, he lost all signs of life. Li Wangyu didn't expect that after finally catching the person, this would be the outcome. Chapter 909, If there's a mistake, please refresh. Chapter 911. After spending so much effort to take down Zhang Fei's camp, this was the result that Li Wangyu got. This made Li Wangyu feel very depressed. For this murderer to be able to kill himself so cleanly, it was certain that he was not the real mastermind. At most, he was just a knife in the mastermind's hand. Originally, they thought that they could catch the real murderer, but who would have thought that the clues would be cut off again? Everyone examined the murderer who had pretended to be a government soldier, but they found something strange about him. The government soldier's waist tag on this person was actually real. The wooden waist tag was engraved with complicated patterns. These patterns that were difficult to imitate were the key to identifying the authenticity of the waist tag. Although there was no name on the Tang soldier's waist tag, there was basic information engraved on it. From the waist tag of the deceased, it could be seen that this person was also a government soldier of Izhou and his official position was a colonel. Elder Gao, could this person really be a government soldier? Li Wangyu asked curiously. Gao Shilian nodded. It is very possible. I have already ordered everyone to check. No government soldier lost his waist tag. This means that this waist tag must be something that he always carried with him. This is interesting. A government soldier's colonel actually colluded with his subordinates to commit treason. I wonder who this person is? Gao Shilian snorted. Zio, you don't need to worry. When I return to Chengdu County, I will immediately order people to check all the government officials and see which one has a missing colonel. If he really is a government soldier of Izhou, then this kind of thing cannot be hidden from others. Li Wangyu also nodded in agreement with Gao Shilian's words. Now they could only take things one step at a time. First, they had to find out the identity of this person and then investigate his background to see who could possibly command a government soldier of the Tang dynasty to do such a thing. At this point there was no point in thinking too much. The army stayed at Zhang Fei's camp for a night and then escorted the 20,000 captives down the mountain towards Jianghu County. As for how to deal with these captives, that was Gao Shilian's problem. Li Wangyu was too lazy to get involved. It was troublesome either way. Most of the 20,000 captives were women, children, and the elderly. This was an even more difficult burden to deal with. Fortunately, these trivial matters had nothing to do with Li Wangyu, so he naturally wouldn't meddle. The army escorted more than 20,000 people. After a few days of arduous travel through the forest, they finally returned to Jianghu County. As soon as they returned to Jianghu County, Li Wangyu mercilessly left Gao Shilian behind and led Niu Wu and the others back to the inn in the city. After being away for a few days, he missed his wife. Su Changqing, Afra, and Perrin were naturally happy to see that Li Wangyu had finally returned safely. They hurriedly took care of bathing, changing his clothes, and preparing food for him. Li Wangyu didn't tell the three girls about the details of the battle, so as not to scare them. He only briefly mentioned that the matter of the assistants had been resolved, so they didn't need to worry. Su Changqing knew that things weren't as simple as he made them out to be, but she cleverly didn't ask too much. She only disdainfully urged Li Wangyu to hurry and bathe. After staying in the forest for a few days in the scorching summer, Li Wangyu's body had long since stank. No wonder the beauties disdained him. Even Li Wangyu felt uncomfortable when he smelled the rancid odor on his body. After allowing Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers to take a bath and rest, Li Wangyu comfortably soaked in the bathtub. He then enjoyed a beautiful massage and bath with a clear conscience. Finally, all the hardships of the past few days had been dispelled. After bathing and changing his clothes, Li Wangyu sat in the room feeling refreshed, and tasted the delicious food and wine that the three girls had prepared for him. Thinking back to the hard life of marching in the army, Li Wangyu very cleverly recognized one thing. A lazy person like him was definitely not suited for the battlefield. He couldn't eat well, he couldn't sleep well, and there were also mosquito bites. It was simply killing him. A gentleman labored with his mind, while a villain labored with his body. Li Wangyu felt that he could be considered a gentleman now, and his status was high enough. In the future he would politely decline this kind of labor. He couldn't help but think of the ambition he set when he first transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. Beautiful wives and concubines, thousands of acres of fertile land, countless cows, horses, pigs and sheep, and servants as many as the clouds. Sure enough, one shouldn't forget one's roots. One must not forget one's original intentions is the right path. Li Wangyu self-reflected in his heart about the experience of asking for trouble this time. He made up his mind that he would never do such a stupid thing again in the future. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, this guy looked at the two beauties beside him, Su Changqing and Aphrodite. Some men know how to be careful. Just as he was about to find an excuse to send Perrin, the little girl who was in the way out, there was a knock on the door of the side room. Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel angry. Why was it so difficult to do something shameless? What's the matter? Being disturbed, Li Wangyu's tone was also very unfriendly. It was Niu Wu who knocked on the door. Langjun, Gao Gong sent someone to invite you to the county yamen to discuss something. Since Gao Shilian invited him, he naturally couldn't refuse. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes speechlessly and stood up with a long sigh. Fortunately, Su Changqing didn't know what he was thinking, otherwise he would definitely make fun of him. Until he went to the county yamen and saw Gao Shilian, Li Wangyu's mood was not very high. He lazily greeted Gao Shilian. Gao Gong, you invited me to the county yamen, is there something you need? Gao Shilian didn't know the thoughts of a dissatisfied man. He twirled his beard and smiled. I've long heard that Zio is a master of both painting and calligraphy. This old man wanted to draw a portrait of the dead colonel and wanted to see Zio's painting skills. Therefore, I'd like to trouble Zio to draw a portrait of the murderer. How about it? When the time comes, this old man will order someone to make a copy and take it to the various prefectures to find out the murderer's identity. When Li Wangyu heard this, his nose almost became crooked from anger. He immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. Was this old man crazy? For such a trivial matter he actually sent someone to disturb him. This was an unforgivable sin. Li Wangyu was now a master of both painting and calligraphy. After all, sketching was the most lifelike art. Since it was a portrait, even the Tang people loved it. Since he transmigrated to this world, there weren't many paintings that had been circulated. However, those who obtained these paintings all treated them as treasures and carefully kept them. They wouldn't easily show them to others. Fortunately, Li Wangyu's identity was noble enough that not many people could ask him for a painting. Otherwise he would be annoyed to death. As for calligraphy, he copied the thin gold body of Emperor Huizong of Song. Now it was the famous thin muscle body of the Tang dynasty. Many people imitated his calligraphy. As the original creator, Li Wangyu's reputation went without saying. Even a famous calligrapher like Yu Shernan could write better than Li Wangyu after some practice. However, the world still believed that the thin muscle body of the county magistrate Li Wangyu was the orthodox one. Therefore, it wasn't wrong for Gao Shilian to say that he was a master of both painting and calligraphy. However, how could Li Wangyu be willing to draw a sketch of the murderer? Wouldn't that be crazy? Wouldn't it be nice to have someone at home? Running to the county magistrate's office to draw a sketch of a bloody person's head? How stupid would he be to do such a thing? 2 chapters were published yesterday. Chapter 909 has been changed to Chapter 910. It has been amended. Chapter 912. The murderer who committed suicide was unfortunately beheaded by Gao Shilian. Not even a complete corpse was left. This was something that could not be helped. After all, the weather was hot, and if the corpse was left there for a few days, it would definitely start to smell. As such, Gao Shilian could only order people to cut off the head and preserve it with salt before burying it in Zhang Fei's camp. The reason why he wanted to keep the head was so that he could bring it back and find an artist to paint it so that he could find out the identity of the murderer. Gao Shilian did not know what he was thinking. Just because he wanted to see Li Wangyu's painting skills, he actually made such a request. Regarding this, Li Wangyu naturally rejected it and found an excuse to brush it off. Duke Gao, I'm afraid this is not appropriate. My painting skills cannot be copied by normal artists. It is better to find an artist to paint it. Seeing that Li Wangyu was unwilling, Gao Shilian could only smile and drop the matter. He invited Li Wangyu to take a seat and have a chat. Then he ordered someone to inform Dugu Feng to find an artist in the city to paint. The two of them chatted for a while before they saw Jiolong County Magistrate Dugu Feng leading a white-haired old man into the hall. Greetings Duke Gao. This person is the best artist in Jiolong County. What do you need him to paint? After confirming that the person who died was the colonel of the house soldiers, Gao Shilian did not want this matter to spread. After all, if this matter was spread out, it would damage the reputation of the Tang army. As such, Gao Shilian ordered everyone in the house soldiers to keep their mouths shut and not talk about this matter. Even Dugu Feng did not know why Gao Shilian wanted him to find an artist. When Gao Shilian saw that the painter had arrived, he immediately dismissed the servants and maids in the hall. Other than the painter, only Dugu Feng was left. There was no need to hide this matter from the Jiolong County magistrate. Gao Shilian's bodyguard took out a wooden box and placed it on the table. When he opened the box and revealed the head inside, Dugu Feng and the artist were shocked. Dugu Feng was still fine. At least he had seen blood before. Although he was shocked by the head, he was still calm. As for the painter, he was so scared that he fell to the ground. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that he would be brought to the county yamen to draw a portrait of a bloody head. Gao Shilian comforted the painter for a long time before he finally calmed down. His fingers trembled slightly as he unfolded the drawing paper and began to draw a human head. Dugu Feng stared at the head for a long while before hesitantly asking, Duke Gao, may I know who this person is? Why do I find him so familiar? His words made Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian's spirits rise. Dugu Minghouse, is this true? Are you sure you know this person? Looking at his appearance, this lowly official found him somewhat familiar, but I can't recall where I've seen him before. Li Wangyu hurriedly said, Dugu Minghouse, this matter is very important. Try to recall where you've seen him before. This person is very likely to be a colonel of the prefecture troops. Dugu Feng frowned and thought hard for a long time. I can't recall where I've seen this person before. However, since Duke said that this person could be a colonel of the prefecture troops and I find this person familiar, why don't Duke call the 2 colonels stationed in the city over to identify the head and see if they recognize this person? Li Wangyu felt that this was a good idea and immediately ordered people to call the 2 colonels to the county yamen. When the 2 colonels were called to the county yamen and saw the head, it was as if they were struck by lightning. They froze on the spot and couldn't speak for a long time. When Li Wangyu and Gao Shurian saw their reactions, they immediately knew that they had found the right person. It was obvious that the 2 colonels recognized this person. Gao Shurian immediately had the artist leave before asking, "Do the 2 of you recognize this person?" The 2 colonels looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. One of the colonels swallowed hard and replied anxiously, "Sir, we do. This person is the colonel of the Gung Brigade from the Zhichong House in Pengzhou. His name is Wang Hu." When Li Wangyu and Gao Shurian heard this, they were also slightly shocked. If this person really was a colonel of the Tang dynasty's prefecture troops, then this matter was worth pondering. The Zhichong House in Pengzhou had a total of 1,000 prefecture troops and was split into 10 brigades. They were named after the heavenly stems, and were respectively A, B, C, D, E, F, G, X, N, Ren, and Gue. Just as Gao Shurian was about to ask, he heard the colonel say something that made Li Wangyu and Gao Shurian shiver and their hairs stand on end. But this Wang Hu and the Gung Brigade all died in battle in Songzhou half a month ago. Where did you find Wang Hu's head, senior officer? Died in battle? Songzhou? Li Wangyu immediately remembered that when he was chatting with the 2 colonels on the city wall, they seemed to have mentioned that their 3 brigades had been sent to Songzhou for training. One of the brigades was attacked by the Tuyuhun when they were out patrolling. The entire brigade of 100 people was completely wiped out, and not a single one escaped. The owner of the head in front of them was the colonel who had already died in battle, in Songzhou? How was this possible? Li Wangyu was completely confused. If what the colonel said was true, then how did this colonel named Wang Hu come back from the dead and run to the mountain where Zhang Fei's camp was and get involved with his subordinates? Gao Shurian's face was also green, and his expression was serious. One of the brigades of the Zhe House in Pengzhou was attacked by the Tuyuhun when they were sent to Songzhou for training. As the Izhou Sir, he knew about this matter. Because of this matter, he even ordered the soldiers of the Zhe House to be transferred from Yanzhou, Jianzhou, and other places to Songzhou as reinforcements. However, the colonel who should have died in battle actually came back to life. Are the 2 of you really not lying? This person is really the colonel of the Gung Brigade of the Zhe House in Pengzhou, Wang Hu? The 2 colonels nodded without hesitation. Sir, we are not lying about this matter. Wang Hu has been with us all the time, so how could we not recognize him? On the side, Dugu Feng also slapped his head. That's right, I also remember. This person is the colonel of the Gung Brigade, Wang Hu. Because I don't have much contact with the prefecture soldiers, I didn't remember. Now that the 2 of them have said this, I am also certain that this person is Wang Hu. Gao Shurian immediately ordered people to bring the dead colonel's armor and waist token for the 2 colonels to identify. Sir, there's no mistake. This waist token is Wang Hu's. It can't be wrong. One of the colonels pointed at a crack on the side of the waist token and said, "This crack was left on his waist token when I was drinking. I wasn't paying attention and my machete hit his waist token. Because of this, Wang Hu complained to me for a long time." When Li Wangyu and Gao Shurian heard this, they no longer had any doubts about the identity of the dead colonel. It seemed like this person really was the colonel of the Gung Brigade, Wang Hu. However, after confirming his identity, Li Wangyu and Gao Shurian became even more confused. Why did a person who died in battle in Songzhou run back to Jiulong County half a month ago? Whose orders did he listen to? What was his motive? Chapter 9:13. After Li Wangyu and Gao Shurian figured out the identity of the culprit, they became more and more confused. Not only did the fog in front of them not dissipate, but it became even thicker, making Li Wangyu completely lose his train of thought. The foreign tribe was tempted by someone to try to conquer Jiulong County. What was their goal? Why did the colonel who had died in battle half a month ago appear in Zhang Fei's tribe again? Whose orders did this Colonel Wang Hu listen to? Wang Hu? Wang family name? Li Wangyu suddenly asked. This Wang Hu, is he from the Taiyuan Wang clan? His words made Gao Shurian freeze. He didn't understand why Li Wangyu would ask such a question. The 2 colonels also froze. They looked at each other and shook their heads. I don't know, but it shouldn't be. If I remember correctly, Wang Hu's ancestral home is Izhou, not Taiyuan. Duke, how could Wang Hu be from the 5 families? Even if he was from a branch family, he couldn't be a colonel in the Zhitsong house. the other colonel replied. Li Wangyu thought about it and felt that it made sense. A colonel was just the captain of a 100-man squad. It was similar to a company commander in the future and didn't have any status. If Wang Hu's ancestral home was Izhou, it meant that he was thinking too much. In reality, Li Wangyu thought of Izhou's Governor-General Manners Sima Wang Yichuan and thought that since Wang Hu's surname was Wang, he might be from an aristocratic family. He thought that the aristocratic families were playing tricks, which was why he asked such a question. After learning that Wang Hu's surname was only Wang and he had nothing to do with the aristocratic families like the 5 surnames and 7 watches, Li Wangyu also laughed self-deprecatingly. He felt that he had become a little paranoid because of the mastermind behind the scenes and was making wild guesses. However, Wang Hu's so-called death in battle in Sangzhou seemed to be more worth investigating. Li Wangyu asked, "The entire Gung brigade died in battle in Sangzhou. Did you see this with your own eyes?" The 2 colonels shook their heads and nodded. "Duke, the Gung brigade was ambushed and killed by Tuyuhun. Naturally, we didn't see it with our own eyes. But after that, I led my brothers to collect the corpses of the comrades of the Gung brigade." "Is Wang Hu's corpse among them?" "This? Your humble servant and the others did not confirm it one by one." The colonel hurriedly explained, "Duke, after we found the battlefield where the Gung brigade was ambushed, the scene was chaotic. Not only were there the corpses of the Gung travelers, but there were also the corpses of the Tuyuhuns that they had killed. The brothers of the Gung brigade are less than 100, but the Tuyuhuns also left over 100 corpses. It is too difficult to identify them one by one." "That's right, Duke. On the battlefield, missing an arm, a leg or a head is a common occurrence. Many of the corpses of fellow soldiers are hard to identify. We could only piece together the broken limbs of our brothers and count the number of people. It matched the number of people in the Gung brigade. That's why we concluded that the entire Gung brigade had died in battle." "I didn't know that Wang Hu." The 2 colonels were both old prefecture soldiers. How could they not see that the head in the box had clearly been cut off not long ago? If Wang Hu had really died in battle in Sangzhou more than half a month ago, then his head would have rotted long ago. Although they did not know where Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian had obtained the head, it still made the 2 of them panic. They were afraid that this matter had something to do with them. Gao Shilian and Li Wangyu did not reprimand the 2 colonels for their explanations. Was this not the case in the era of cold weapons? Even in the future, the soldiers all had identification plates on them. However, there were still people who went missing on the battlefield. In reality, there were no corpses left, so it was impossible to identify them. If Wang Hu had purposely concealed it and pretended to be dead, it was normal for him to fool the Sangzhou prefecture soldiers and the 2 colonels. However, this matter was worth thinking about. Li Wangyu quickly deduced the illogical points from this information. Had Wang Hu fled because his troops had been defeated, or did he have other motives? It was obvious that he had not fled because his troops had been defeated. This was because the 2 colonels had already said that when they were cleaning up the battlefield after the battle, they had counted the number of people in the Gung brigade and confirmed that the number of corpses they counted matched the number of people in the Gung brigade. Since they could be sure that Wang Hu had not died in Sangzhou, then who were the extra corpses? Therefore, the only logical explanation was that Wang Hu had purposely used the attack on the Gung brigade in Sangzhou to escape. It was even more likely that the deaths of all the members of the Gung brigade had something to do with Wang Hu. When the prefecture soldiers of the Tang dynasty went out on patrol, they all rode war horses and were not weak at all. Although they were not cavalry and had to dismount during battle, if they wanted to retreat, it was not to the extent that none of them could escape and were surrounded by the Tuyuhun. The most likely possibility was that Wang Hu had colluded with the Tuyuhun people and purposely led the 100 or so Tang dynasty prefecture soldiers of the Gung brigade into the Tuyuhun people's encirclement and then faked his death to escape. However, there was something that did not make sense. Li Wangyu could not understand. If Wang Hu wanted to escape by faking his death, there were many ways. Why did he have to go through so much trouble and even drag the entire Gung brigade down with him? Did he have nothing better to do? He just randomly found a corpse, changed into his own clothes and then burned the corpse. Would it attract the attention of others? Could it be that Wang Hu's goal was? A bold conjecture suddenly popped up in Li Wangyu's mind, and even he himself was shocked. If his guess was correct, then his previous thoughts were misguided. No wonder he could not figure out the motive of the mastermind behind the attack on Jianghu County. Previously, Li Wangyu could not figure out the motive of attacking Jianghu County. No matter if it was for money or food, it did not make sense. Jianghu County was just a normal county in the Tang dynasty. There was no conflict of interest in it at all. However, according to his guess, although it was a little unbelievable, it did make sense. The more Li Wangyu thought about it, the more shocked he became. However, this was just a guess. Whether it was the truth or not, it still needed to be proven. The mastermind had always been hiding in the dark. He might even be in Jianghu County. Li Wangyu felt that he could not be so passive anymore. He had to think of a way to find the mastermind. Looking at the hideous head in the wooden box, Li Wangyu thought of a way that was not really a way. Since Wang Hu committed suicide immediately after being captured, it meant that the mastermind must know a lot of inside information. Although Wang Hu was dead and they could not find out who the mastermind was, other people did not know. Gao Shiyan did not want to damage the reputation of the Tang army. Only a few people knew about Wang Hu, and they were all ordered to keep their mouths shut. Therefore they might as well create a fake Wang Hu. They could create the false impression that Wang Hu was captured and locked in Jianghu County's prison to be interrogated. Li Wangyu did not believe that the mastermind would not be anxious after knowing that Wang Hu was captured. I caught a cold. Seems like a fever. My whole body is sore and weak. I was not in the mood to write and only finished this chapter at 7 p.m. Chapter 9:14. Li Wangyu pondered for a while and felt that he could give this idea a try. Since there was nothing to lose, he might as well hit the nail on the head. Even if the mastermind did not fall for it, there was nothing to lose. However, if the mastermind did something out of fear of the captured Wang Hu, it would be easy to give himself away. After thinking about this, Li Wangyu pulled Gao Shiyan to the side and whispered his idea to him. When Gao Shiyan heard this, he raised his eyebrows and revealed a joyful expression. The old man and the young man whispered to each other for a while and occasionally let out strange laughter. Hearing this, Du Gufeng and the others got goosebumps. Ziyu, this is a good idea. I think it will work. Leave this matter to this old man. Gao Shiyan stroked his beard and laughed heartily as he swept away the haze that had hung over him for the past few days. Li Wangyu was naturally happy and relaxed. It couldn't be better if Gao Shiyan took over this matter. Instead of scheming against the mastermind behind the scenes, he still felt that it was more relaxing to go back and whisper sweet nothings to his beautiful superiors. That afternoon, the sound of gongs and drums could be heard in the small Jianghu County. The people walked out of their houses to see what was going on. They saw a large group of government soldiers escorting a prisoner carriage from outside the city. In the prisoner carriage was a man with blood stains on his face and messy hair. He was wearing a tattered Tang army armor. The commoners didn't know what was going on. They couldn't understand why they were captured and locked up in the prison carriage even though they were all prefecture soldiers. Just as they were discussing, a government soldier shouted to the people around them, "Everyone come and take a look. This man is a government soldier of the Tang dynasty. He colluded with the Sun people and tried to break into Jianghu County and kill the people. Such a greedy bastard deserves to die." Luckily his scheme was seen through. Otherwise, who knows how many people would have been killed. The people who were watching the commotion became excited when they heard the government soldier. When the Sun people besieged the city, the people in the city were terrified and could not sleep at night. They were afraid that the Sun people would break into Jianghu County and kill their way into the city. At that time, what kind of hell would Jianghu County become? The commoners didn't even dare to imagine. As for those who had young and strong men in their families who had gone to help defend the city, they were even more furious at this moment. Everyone immediately stared at the person in the prison carriage, their eyes almost spitting fire. No one knew who was the first to shout, "Beat this bastard to death." The crowd of onlookers immediately surged towards the prison wagon. The mansion soldiers who were escorting the prison wagons broke out in cold sweat when they saw the situation. They quickly raised their shields and blocked the prison wagons. The captain's back was drenched in sweat as he stole a glance at the prison wagon beside him. As Gao Shiyan's trusted aide, he naturally knew the inside story. The person in the prison carriage was just a fake. If he was beaten to death by the angry citizens, it would be a real joke. In a moment of desperation, he shouted loudly, "Don't move." This person was a wanted criminal. He needed to be interrogated carefully before being executed. At this moment, anyone who approached the prisoner's carriage would be considered an accomplice of this person. Kill without mercy. The mansion soldiers around him also shouted, "Anyone who approaches the prisoner's carriage will be killed without mercy." With the threat of the mansion soldiers, the angry citizens finally managed to control their emotions and didn't continue to rush forward. No one knew who started it, but all kinds of rotten vegetables, rotten eggs and other junk flew out from the crowd and were thrown at the prisoner's carriage. Many of the junk were thrown at the mansion soldiers around the prisoner's carriage, causing them to be in a sorry state. When the captain saw this, he knew that the show was almost over. If he delayed any longer, he was afraid that something bad would happen. He hurriedly ordered the mansion soldiers to open a path and rush into Jianghu County's government office with all kinds of junk flying in the air. The news of the Tang dynasty's mansion soldiers colluding with others to attack Jianghu County spread like wildfire. In less than half a day, the news had spread to the entire Jianghu County. Many of the families who lost their lives because of the collusion all ran to Jianghu County's government office and knelt in front of it, begging Jianghu County's magistrate Du Gufeng to uphold justice for them. Regarding this, Du Gufeng could only helplessly lead a group of bailiffs out to comfort the people. He promised that he would interrogate the real culprit and submit a memorial to the imperial court to behead the culprit. This was to appease the souls of the deceased in heaven. After persuading all the citizens to go back, Du Gufeng wiped the sweat off his forehead and walked back to the government office. He smiled bitterly at Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian. Duke Gao, this idea of yours is putting me in a difficult position. Haha, sorry for the inconvenience of the Dugu Ming house, Li Wangyu said with a smile. Du Gufeng shook his head. I don't mind, but I'm worried that the mastermind behind the collusion might not be fooled. That will depend on whether or not that person is afraid that Wang Hu will confess and reveal his identity. That person might be driven to desperate measures and do something. If he gives up, we can't do anything to him for the time being. But as long as he makes a move, the more he does, the more mistakes he makes. We don't have to worry about not being able to catch him. That's right. Dugu Ming House, you have to arrange this government office well. Even if it's just a show, don't let anyone see through it. Yes, I know. In the government office, only I know the truth. I won't leak it. Li Wangyu nodded with satisfaction. That's good. Now we just have to wait and see. In fact, Li Wangyu had no idea whether the mastermind would take the bait. He was just giving it a try. If there was no movement, then so be it. After all, there was nothing to lose. But if the mastermind was afraid of exposing himself and did something, then it would be an unexpected gain. Amidst the drumming, the sky darkened and night fell. Jianghu County, which was noisy during the day, slowly fell into silence. It was peaceful everywhere. Jianghu County was the same as the other counties of the Tang dynasty. There was a night curfew. Other than the patrolling soldiers, the streets were very quiet. On the wall of the square, a stray cat meowed a few times. Under the night sky, it was very creepy. Someone in the square cursed twice before it returned to silence. After another group of patrolling soldiers passed by, a few black shadows sneaked out from the darkness and headed straight for the government office. These black shadows carefully avoided the patrolling soldiers and quickly climbed over the wall of the government office. In the prison of the government office, two yamen runners who were on night duty were chatting. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door of the prison. Who is it? It's so late. What's the matter? The yamen runner grumbled unhappily and asked outside. San Lang opened the door. It's me. I'm here to bring you some food. When the bailiff in the prison heard this, he immediately beamed with joy. He immediately got up and opened the thick prison door to let the person in. The yamen runners all knew the person who came. It was the head of the yamen. Head Lu, hee, why are you so nice today? You're even bringing us food? Oh, there's wine too. Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to eat or not? If not, I'll take it away. Of course. How can we not eat? Hee, it's the middle of the night and we're feeling hungry. Head Lu, you're really considerate of us. The two yamen runners didn't say anything and quickly took the food and wine from him. Chapter 9:15. The two yamen runners who were on night duty took the food and wine. After happily thanking Head Lu, they began to eat and drink without any scruples. However, after a short while, the two of them fell to the side of the table, unconscious. Head Patrol Officer Lu, who had been joking with the two of them a second ago, lightly kicked them a few times. When he saw that there was no reaction, he smiled contemptuously and got up to open the door of the prison. A few black figures immediately flashed into the prison. Lang Jun, the two yamen runners who were on night duty, drank the knockout drug and fainted. Should we go and rescue Brother Wang Hu? There were a few torches lit in the prison. Under the illumination of the torches, the leader's face could not be seen clearly due to his dark clothes and hood. However, the leader slowly shook his head and said, No. When I ordered you to set the county on fire, I wanted to cause chaos in the county so that we could attack the county with the help of the people outside. However, I didn't expect that county magistrate who would come up with something called the thunderbolt shaking thunder. Not only did we not succeed, but we also aroused county magistrate Hu's suspicion. The gains did not make up for the losses. I didn't expect that county magistrate Hu to be so capable. He was even able to create something as heaven-defying as the thunderbolt shaking thunder. However, this is also a good thing. It doesn't matter if we break into Jianghu County or not. The most important thing now is to get the recipe for the thunderbolt shaking thunder. The leader in black looked into the dark depths of the prison and sighed regretfully. Wang Hu's identity has already been exposed. There is no point in saving him. Now we just have to make him shut up. He waved his hand at the people behind him and said, "Go and bring the things in." Yes. A few people immediately brought in a large wooden bucket from outside the door. Pour this alchemical fire oil all over the prison. Old Lu, accompany this official to see Wang Hu. No matter what, he has worked hard even if he didn't make any contributions. This official will personally see him off. His words clearly meant that he was going to kill Wang Hu. From the looks of it, it seemed that they were going to burn down the entire county jail and destroy the corpses. The reason why they chose to set fire to the county government prison instead of rescuing Wang Hu or killing him in the prison was that the man in black was still delusional enough to pretend that it was an accident. If the prison accidentally caught fire and all the prisoners were burned to death, it would not be easy to arouse suspicion. If they rescued Li Wangyu or brazenly killed him in prison, it would definitely attract the attention of Gao Shilian and Li Wangyu, which might lead to even more trouble. Of course, this was only the black-clothed man's wishful thinking. Lu Ban felt a chill in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything. He bowed slightly and led the way with the torch in his hand towards the depths of the prison. The two of them walked to the cell where Wang Hu was locked up. Under the light of the torch in Chief Lu's hand, the man in black looked at Wang Hu in the cell. His hair was disheveled and he was covered in blood and heavy shackles. "Wang Hu, I'm here to see you. This official didn't expect that you would actually be captured alive. You've really disappointed this official. You promised me that Zhang Fei's camp was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Even if it was surrounded by 100,000 soldiers, it would not be taken down. However, in just a few days I received news that Zhang Fei's camp was breached. Tell me, how are you going to explain this to me?" The Wang Hu in the cell didn't seem to hear him. He just sat on the ground with his head lowered and didn't respond. This Wang Hu naturally couldn't respond. He was just a person who Gao Shilian ordered to find among the soldiers who had a similar build to Wang Hu. He changed into Wang Hu's armor and messed up his hair so that people couldn't see his face clearly. He just pretended to be Wang Hu and acted as bait. No one expected that they would really catch a big fish. Seeing that the Wang Hu in the cell didn't speak, the black-clothed man didn't continue to say anything. He just said indifferently, "Wang Hu, I will keep my promise and take good care of your relatives. You can go in peace." After saying this hypocritically, he turned around and was about to leave. However, the Wang Hu in the cell wanted to fish for more information. He deliberately said in a hoarse voice, "You're just going to abandon me like this? I've risked my life for you." When the black-clothed man heard this, he suddenly turned around and stared at the Wang Hu in the cell. "You're not Wang Hu. Who are you?" Then he abruptly dashed out of the prison. At this time, as long as he wasn't too stupid to be saved, he would know that he had been fooled. However, since this was a trap set up by Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian, how could they give him a chance to escape? Before the black-clothed man could run to the prison door, the originally closed cell door was forcefully pushed open from the outside. Outside the cell door were hundreds of fully armed soldiers with torches in their hands. How could the black-clothed man not understand now that he had fallen into a trap? He saw Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian walking out from among the soldiers and looking at the black-clothed man with smiles on their faces. "Major Wang, the night is long. Are you also not in the mood to sleep?" Li Wangyu couldn't help but tease as he recalled the lines in the Chinese novel Journey to the West. Under the illumination of the firelight, the face of the black-clothed man under the hood was revealed. It was the major of the Yi Province's Governor-General's office, Wang Yichuan. The muscles on Wang Yichuan's face twitched uncontrollably a few times before he finally forced himself to calm down. This humble official also didn't expect that Duke and Duke Gao would still be awake even though it's already so late. Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian looked at each other, then raised their heads and laughed. "Aren't we waiting for Major Wang to walk right into our trap? I didn't expect that a fake Wang Hu would be able to trick Major Wang so easily." This humble official also didn't expect that Wang Hu was actually a fake. In that case, Wang Hu must be dead. "Am I wrong?" Wang Yichuan asked. Gao Shilian twirled his beard and smiled. "That's right. When Wang Hu was captured, he had already committed suicide." When Wang Yichuan heard this, he laughed bitterly. It seems that this humble official really did think himself clever. It's a pity that I didn't see through Duke Gao and Duke's plan. Otherwise, how would I have walked right into your trap? Li Wangyu shook his head and laughed. No, Major Wang, you're wrong. Even if you didn't appear tonight, I'm afraid that you wouldn't be able to hide for much longer. I've long suspected that you were the mastermind. Oh? How did this humble official give myself away? How did I make Duke suspect me? Wang Yichuan asked curiously. At this moment, Wang Yichuan and his subordinates had already become turtles in a jar. There was no need to worry that they would be able to escape from the county yamen. Li Wangyu was also in the mood to say a few more words to Wang Yichuan so that he could understand why he died. Li Wangyu's first sentence scared Wang Yichuan so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. Major Wang, not only did I guess that you were the mastermind, but I also guessed that your goal was clearly related to Lizho. I wonder if I guessed correctly? Wang Yichuan looked as if he had seen a ghost. This is impossible. How did you know? Chapter 9:16. Li Wangyu did not understand why the protectors wanted to attack the small Jilong county. When he found out that Wang Hu faked his death and dragged the entire Gung brigade into making dumplings for the Tuyuhans, Li Wangyu suddenly remembered that when he left Mianzhou, he saw a large group of soldiers heading to Songzhou. When Li Wangyu thought about how all the soldiers in Mianzhou were mobilized because of this, he suddenly had a bold guess. Could it be that all of this was to attract the attention of the Yi Prefecture Governor-General and mobilize all the soldiers in Yi Prefecture? He couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if he hadn't come to Jiulong County by accident and brought the explosives to help defend the city. Without a doubt, the defenseless Jiulong County would have been broken through by the protectors and then massacred. Close to 1,000 Tang dynasty citizens would have been massacred. Even the scholars and ladies who came from all over Yi Prefecture to admire the peony flowers would not have been able to escape. If such a thing happened, when the news spread to the Yi Prefecture Governor-General, Gao Shilian would be furious. He would definitely lead the army to attack the protectors. The protectors would definitely escape to Zhang Fei's camp and use that dangerous pass as a barrier to face off against the Tang army. If Jiulong County was massacred, Gao Shilian naturally could not withdraw his troops. Otherwise, he would not be able to answer to Pai Lupi and the imperial court. Thus, after being stopped by Zhang Fei's camp, Gao Shilian could only mobilize soldiers from all over the Yi province and forcefully take down Zhang Fei's camp to take revenge for the people of the Great Tang. Previously, Gao Shilian had already mobilized many soldiers from all over to Songzhou to prevent the Tuyuhans from suddenly attacking. In order to recruit more protectors, he would continue to gather soldiers from all over Yi Prefecture. This would cause all the states in Yi Prefecture to be in a state of a military vacuum. When he thought of this, Li Wangyu could not help but break out in cold sweat. The word, rebellion, immediately popped up in his mind. However, Li Wangyu immediately denied his guess. After all, in history during the 4th year of Jingguan, there were no rebellions in Shu. In the 1st year of Jingguan, the county king of Yan, Li Yi, rebelled and was executed. Li Prefecture's governor Li Shaochang committed treason and was executed. After that, there was peace for 10 some years until the 16th year of Jingguan, when Ho Junji rebelled and was executed. Li Qingqian plotted a rebellion and was deposed. Then where did this rebellion come from in the 4 years of Jingguan? Li Wangyu felt that he was thinking too much, but he didn't dare to completely dismiss this idea. Because since he and Su Chongqing traveled to the Tang dynasty, too much history had changed. What if the butterfly's wings fluttered and triggered a chain reaction, causing things that had never happened in history to appear? After all, in history, Li Qingqian and Li Tai did not acknowledge him as their master. Li Qingqian had never had appendicitis, and when Li Ji was born, there was no such thing as a leopard cat swapping the crown prince. Therefore, even if there was no rebellion in Shu during the 4th year of Jingguan's reign, Li Wangyu could not be sure that there would be no rebellion in Shu today. However, this was just Li Wangyu's personal guess, and there was no real evidence, so he did not tell Gao Shilian about it. As for Wang Yichuan, Li Wangyu had always had suspicions in his heart, but Wang Yichuan had always concealed it well, so he only had suspicions in his heart. Today, Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian were sitting in the county office, waiting for someone to walk into the trap. While chatting, the two of them talked about Li Prefecture's governor Wu Shiqin. Gao Shilian unintentionally said something, but it attracted Li Wangyu's attention. Speaking of Li Prefecture, Duke Wu has really worked hard. After Li Shaochang was executed for treason, there were still remnants of Li Shaochang causing chaos in Li Prefecture. After Duke Wu took office, he stabilized the situation in Li Prefecture and contributed greatly to the country. Oh right, speaking of which, I am Wang Sima of the governor's office, and I also held the position of Sima of the governor's office in Li Prefecture. It is said that in stabilizing the situation in Li Prefecture, I also put in a lot of effort. Li Wangyu was slightly startled. Sima Wang also held a position in Li Prefecture? That's right, but Sima Wang was not involved in Li Shaochang's treason, so he was not implicated. Instead, because of his contributions, he was promoted to the position of Sima of the governor's office in Yi Prefecture. When Li Wangyu heard this, his heart could not help but beat like a drum. Wang Yichuan really had nothing to do with Li Xiaochang's treason? His heart moved slightly and he summoned Niu Wu and gave him a few orders. After Niu Wu understood his words, he nodded his head and immediately walked out. After Niu Wu returned, he whispered a few words into Li Wangyu's ear. Li Wangyu told Niu Wu to ask the two colonel commanders whether or not Wang Hu had anything to do with Li Prefecture. The answer he received was something he did not expect. Wang Hu was actually the colonel of the Zhichong Manor in Li Prefecture. Because he was implicated in Li Xiaochang's treason, he was moved out of Li Prefecture and demoted to colonel. Li Wangyu did not believe that this was all a coincidence. At this moment he started to suspect that Wang Yichuan and Wang Hu were the trusted aides of Li Xiaochang in Li Prefecture. Therefore, after Wang Yichuan had been captured, Li Wangyu had purposely said this to trick Wang Yichuan and verify his guess. Who would have thought that he would be right? Just looking at Wang Yichuan's expression like he had seen a ghost, Li Wangyu knew that his guesses were right. This Wang Yichuan and Wang Hu really did have something to do with Li Xiaochang. However, Li Wangyu was still confused. Did that Li Xiaochang really have such great charm? He had already died for 4 years, and there was still someone who wanted to inherit his dying wish and try to start a rebellion in the Shu lands? Such a huge scheme, Li Wangyu did not believe that Wang Yichuan alone could do it. It was not that Li Wangyu looked down on him, but Wang Yichuan did not have the ability to be the mastermind. At most, he was just a knife in the hands of the mastermind. Furthermore, a secondary grade 4 major of the Governor-General's manor did not have the ability to make Wang Hu and the others work for him. Not to mention, he still had to convince the leaders of the 5 tribes to listen to his commands. However, Li Wangyu was not in a rush. Since he had captured Wang Yichuan, he could slowly ask him about these things. Li Wangyu did not believe that Wang Yichuan was someone like Wang Hu who would not hesitate to commit suicide just to keep a secret. For an old official like Wang Yichuan who was used to living like a prince, not to mention torture, once he was locked up and saw the torture tools, he would immediately confess. Major Wang, this duke knows a lot of things, but there are still many doubts that I need Major Wang to clear up. Li Wangyu smiled in a relaxed and happy manner. Wang Yichuan's face was ashen and he lowered his head. Since you have something to ask, I will naturally answer everything that I know. This lowly official only hopes that the duke can see this lowly official's cooperation and plead leniency on this lowly official's behalf. As long as this lowly official can be spared from death, it will be enough. Li Wangyu could naturally agree to Wang Yichuan's request. He did not care about the life and death of such a small character. What Li Wangyu cared about was the real culprit behind the scenes who could command Wang Yichuan and Wang Hu. Okay. I guarantee that you won't die, Before Li Wangyu could finish his words, he saw that behind Wang Yichuan, there were a few men in black who were also dressed in black. Suddenly, one of them dashed out, pulled out the blade at his waist, and viciously stabbed towards Wang Yichuan's back. Chapter 9:17. Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian didn't expect that one of Wang Yichuan's subordinates would suddenly launch an attack in such a situation. Everyone was caught off guard and could only watch as the shiny blade pierced Wang Yichuan's back and blood spurted out. Wang Yichuan's back was stabbed and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He turned his head with a frightened and stunned expression and looked at the person behind him. You're actually his man. Aye. Before he could finish his words, he died and fell to the ground. The person who assassinated Wang Yichuan from behind pulled out the blade from Wang Yichuan's back without hesitation, turned the blade around and slit his own neck. All of this happened in a flash. Before anyone could react, 2 corpses had already fallen to the ground. Looking at Wang Yichuan lying in a pool of blood, Li Wangyu only wanted to curse in his heart. He had painstakingly set up a trap and the fish had already been caught. Who would have thought that such a thing would actually happen? Li Wangyu didn't even need to use his knees to think that the person who killed Wang Yichuan and then killed himself so cleanly must be a man of sacrifice sent by the real mastermind behind the scenes. This person must be responsible for monitoring Wang Yichuan. Once Wang Yichuan tried to rebel or had other thoughts, he would immediately kill him. From this, it could be seen that Wang Yichuan, the major of the Yizhou Governor-General's office, knew a lot. If he confessed honestly, it would be clear who was hiding in the dark and plotting a rebellion. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. However, although Li Wangyu was depressed, he didn't care much. There was nothing to worry about this kind of person who hid in the dark and stirred up trouble. In the Tang dynasty, those who dared to rebel in front of Pai Lupi, except for his own son, were all dead. Did they really think that the eternal emperor Pai Lupi was made of clay? In the history of Wuxia, There were a total of 494 emperors starting from Qin Shi Huang. No matter how you counted, Pai Lupi could be ranked in the top 5. To rebel against him, wouldn't that be the same as an old man eating arsenic and tired of living? Li Wangyu's involvement in this matter was just a coincidence. Moreover, his and Su Changqing's lives were threatened, so he wanted to find out who was behind the scenes. Since the clues had been cut off with Wang Yichuan's death, it was better to leave this troublesome matter to Pai Lupi and the 100 Horsemen department. Wang Yichuan had brought 5 or 6 men with him. Except for one man who was a man of sacrifice who killed Wang Yichuan and then killed himself, the others, including Head Lu, had all surrendered. Li Wangyu did not have much hope for these people. Sure enough, the results of the interrogation of these people were the same. These people were only following Wang Yichuan's orders. They couldn't get anything of value out of them. However, Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian were clear about what Wang Yichuan had done in this rebellion. According to Wang Yichuan's subordinates, the subordinates who attacked Jiulong County were bewitched by Wang Yichuan. Wang Yichuan promised that he would give the subordinates a large amount of wealth, beauties, and even make them officials. Wealth moved people's hearts, so the subordinates were naturally no exception. Both sides hit it off. Wang Hu was sent by Wang Yichuan to be in charge of contacting the leaders of the 5 tribes. On that day, Wang Yichuan was not trapped in Jiulong County by accident. He purposely stayed in Jiulong County to help the subordinates attack the city. Wang Yichuan did not expect Du Gufeng to react so quickly, sealing off the 4 gates at the first moment. He also knew that the subordinates lacked siege weapons and was worried that something would happen if they delayed. Thus, he pretended to be in a hurry to leave the city and ordered Du Gufeng to open the south gate. As long as the gate was opened, the subordinates lying in ambush outside the city would take the opportunity to attack and take down Jiulong County. Who would have thought that Li Wangyu, the founding county duke, would also be trapped in the county by a freak combination of factors, foiling Wang Yichuan's plan. Wang Yichuan came up with another plan. When the subordinates attacked the city, he ordered his subordinates to set fire in the city to create a chaotic atmosphere so that the subordinates could break through the city as quickly as possible. Who would have thought that Li Wangyu would come up with something like explosives? Not only did they save Jiulong County, they also scared off thousands of subordinates. Regarding this, Wang Yichuan could only scold the subordinates for being useless. He could only continue to pretend to be a good person in front of Li Wangyu. When Gao Shilian led the army to attack, Wang Yichuan did not panic. After all, he knew how dangerous Zhang Fei's camp was. However, he did not expect that in just a few days, the impenetrable Zhang Fei's camp would be broken through by 2,000 soldiers and all of the subordinates were captured. This made Wang Yichuan very worried as he did not know whether Wang Hu could escape or not. After all, Wang Hu knew too many of his secrets. If Wang Hu was captured, his head would probably fall to the ground. Hence, after knowing that Wang Hu was captured and locked up in Jiulong County's prison, Wang Yichuan anxiously led his subordinates to personally kill him. However, he did not expect that not only would he fall into a trap, but he would also be killed. As for what happened in Songzhou, Wang Yichuan and the person behind the scenes, and what Tuyuhan had done, these people did not know. After understanding all this, Li Wangyu's confusion was mostly solved. As for how to find the person behind the scenes and how to deal with the aftermath, that was Gao Shilian's problem and had nothing to do with him. Li Wangyu led the 3 girls and followed Gao Shilian to Qingdu County. Since he had been discovered by Gao Shilian, he could not escape. Furthermore, Su Changqing had achieved his goal of being knighted. Li Wangyu planned to play around in Qingdu for a while before returning to Chang'an. Gao Shilian had sent someone to deliver the news of what had happened in Yizhou and the discovery of Li Wangyu to Chang and city via an express delivery of 800 miles. Pai Lupi was naturally furious about this. On one hand, he hated that someone dared to collude with the Tuyuhan and rebel. On the other hand, he was angry that Li Wangyu, that bastard, had run away for a few months. Pai Lupi ordered the 100 Cavalry Department and Gao Shilian to continue searching for the culprit. He also ordered Gao Shilian to immediately send people to escort Li Wangyu back to Chang'an. Li Wangyu could only shrug his shoulders and say goodbye to Gao Shilian. Under the escort of a large group of people, he followed the tourist road and headed back to Chang'an. On the way to Li Prefecture, Wu Shixian saw Li Wangyu again and smiled bitterly. "Duke, you've deceived this lowly official quite a bit." Li Wangyu smiled and touched his nose. "Haha, Duke Wu, please don't blame me. I was just having fun." "Alright, where is Main Yang? Did she go to Chang'an?" "I have already ordered people to escort Main Yang to Chang'an. I think Duke will return to the academy." Before Wu Shixian could finish speaking, Niu Wu rushed in with a panicked look on his face. His words shocked Li Wangyu and Wu Shixian. "Langjun, something bad has happened." News from Chang, and says that Duke Du has passed away. Li Wangyu heard this and was stunned for a few seconds. Then his face turned pale. Chapter 9:18. Du Ruhui courtesy name Kemming. He was the head of the 18 scholars of the Duke of Qin's residence and one of the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion. He had served as the Minister of War and the Minister of Personnel. Together with Fang Xianling, he was known as Fang Mao Du Duan. He had assisted Li Shimin in establishing the rule of Jingguan. He was born in 585 AD and died in 630 AD, which was the 4th year of Jingguan. This was the record of Du Ruhui in Li Wangyu's memories. To Li Wangyu, Du Ruhui was no longer just a cold record in the history books, but a close elder. Although he wasn't as close to Du Ruhui as he was to Yu Shernan and Qing Yaojin, they were still close. Du Ruhui was also very protective of Li Wangyu. Because of Du He and Du Go, Li Wangyu's relationship with the Du residents wasn't bad. He didn't even need to report when he went to Du Ruhui's residence. He could enter directly and it was no different from returning to his own residence. Now that he heard Niu Wu say that Du Ruhui had passed away, Li Wangyu suddenly came to his senses and was annoyed that he had forgotten about this matter. How could he have forgotten that Du Ruhui had passed away in the 4th year of Jingguan? Li Wangyu suddenly raised his hand and fiercely slapped himself in the face, making a crisp sound. A red handprint immediately appeared on his face. His action startled Wu Shifeng and Niu Wu. They didn't know what had happened to Li Wangyu. Su Changqing, on the other hand, understood that Li Wangyu must have forgotten about the time of Du Ruhui's death in the history books and blamed himself. Wangyu, this is fate. Even if you're in Chang, and you can't change anything, you should hurry back to Chang and as soon as possible, Su Changqing whispered into Li Wangyu's ear. Li Wangyu nodded with red eyes. Changqing, you go with Avro and the others. I'll take Niu Wu and go first. Go ahead. Be careful on the way. Niu Wu, Zhang Xian, the three of you protect Wangyu. Li Wangyu nodded. He didn't say anything more. He hurriedly led Niu Wu and the other 2 guides. The 6 of them jumped onto their horses and galloped towards the Taurus road. Just as Su Changqing thought, his heart was filled with regret. If it weren't for the fact that he had been living too comfortably for the past 2 years and had completely forgotten about this matter, he wouldn't have run away from home at such a time. If he had been in Chang'an, he would have asked Sun Simiao to diagnose Du Ruhui's illness earlier. With the help of penicillin, perhaps this generation's famous prime minister would not have died so quickly. Even if he and the medicine king Sun Simiao were powerless to reverse the situation, shouldn't he, as a good friend of the 2 brothers, Du He and Du Go, accompany this elder in his final days? He could only blame himself. When he left Jianghu and saw Du Ruhui's haggard face, he only thought that it was because he had been running around. He completely did not think that the 4th year of Jingguan would be the end of Du Ruhui's life. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu hated that he couldn't slap his own mouth a few more times. Niu Wu and the other 2 naturally didn't know what Li Wangyu was thinking, but seeing their Langjun urging his horse to gallop, they could only increase the speed of their whips and follow closely to protect him. No matter how good a horse was, it couldn't gallop for long distances. Therefore, if they wanted to hurry, they had to change horses. Fortunately, the Taurus road had relay stations of various sizes that could be used to change horses. The reason Li Wangyu only brought Niu Wu and the other 4 with him was because there was a limit to the number of post horses. According to the laws of the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu, as a second-rank county duke who founded the country, could change 6 post horses at a time at the relay station. If there were more people, the relay station would not be able to provide enough horses for them to change horses. Li Wangyu's group of 6 was like an 800 li express delivery. Every 20 li they would change horses at the relay station. Changing horses didn't stop as they galloped towards Chang'an. Li Wangyu galloped for more than 1,000 li without hesitation. Finally, on the 3rd day, he rushed into Chang'an's illustrious Virtue Gate, covered in dust and exhaustion. Li Wangyu didn't even have time to change his clothes before leading Niu Wu and the others to Du Ruhui's residence. It was already the 10th day since Du Ruhui's death, but there were still many guests who came to pay their respects. Du Ruhui was the right servant and the founding duke of the country. Naturally, his funeral was very complicated and there were many rules of the imperial court. In the Tang dynasty, the death of a 3rd-rank official and above was called deceased, a 5th-rank official and above was called soldier, and a 6th-rank official and below was called deceased. From the size of the grave, the coffin, the burial clothes and the mourning clothes there were strict rules. For Du Ruhui's funeral, the minister of Honglu was in charge of the funeral, and the rules were similar to that of a noble. Therefore, when Li Wangyu rushed back, Du Ruhui's coffin had not yet been buried and was still resting in the residence. The news that Li Wangyu, the Duke of Huxian, had returned to Chang, and after disappearing for several months, spread throughout the Du residence. The guests who came to pay their respects all looked over. He didn't have time to greet the guests he was familiar with and rushed straight to Du Ruhui's coffin room to pay his respects to this venerable elder. But before Li Wangyu entered the coffin room, he saw several people rushing out. It was the two brothers, Du He and Du Go, dressed in mourning clothes, and a group of foppish sons behind them. Li Wangyu was just about to say something to comfort the Du brothers when he saw Du He and Du Go. Their eyes immediately turned red when they saw Li Wangyu. They looked like they were about to devour someone, and they swung their fists at Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu, you bastard. My father is dead, why did you come back? I'll beat you to death, you bastard. Why weren't you in Chang, and when my father was sick? If it weren't for Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers' quick reactions, stopping Du He and Du Go, Li Wangyu would have been beaten up by the agitated Du brothers. Li Wangyu couldn't help but be stunned. Although he felt a little guilty about Du Ruhui's death, what did it have to do with him? Why were Du He and Du Go so agitated? Why did it seem like he had caused Du Ruhui's death? Cheng Chumo and the others saw the situation and hurriedly came forward to dissuade the Du brothers. Aizu, don't blame Du He and Du Go for blaming you. When old man Du was seriously ill, the two brothers went crazy looking for you, the divine doctor, to come back and save their lives. Unfortunately, you were still one step too late. Fang Yai patted Li Wangyu's shoulder and sighed. Li Wangyu stood there stunned. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He suddenly understood why Du He and Du Go were so agitated. It was all because he had treated Li Qingqian and Cheng Chumo, including the group of playboys, everyone in Chang, and from the common people to the high officials and nobles, even including Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son, all thought of Li Wangyu as a divine doctor who could bring back the dead. Du Ruhui was seriously ill, so Du He and Du Go naturally hoped that Li Wangyu could save their father. But Li Wangyu just so happened to be missing, and there was no news of him for several months. When he returned to Chang, Du Ruhui had already passed away. Therefore, in their grief, Du He and Du Go became emotional and blamed Li Wangyu. It was understandable. In response, Li Wangyu could only sigh helplessly. He knew his own family's affairs. He wasn't some bullshit divine doctor. Being able to save Li Qingqian and Cheng Chumo was just a coincidence. It was only because the Tangs didn't understand surgery and blood transfusion that they thought he was quite mysterious. That was why they mistakenly called him some bullshit divine doctor. But Li Wangyu also felt that he was in the wrong. He could only pretend to be an ostrich in front of the Du brothers' agitation. Chapter 919. In fact, when Du Ruhui was seriously ill, the Du family had already gone to Xianwei and asked Sun Simiao and Zhang Baozong to diagnose him. However, Du Ruhui's illness was beyond cure and could not be cured with the power of medicine. Even with penicillin, it was not a miracle drug that could cure all diseases. Therefore, Sun Simiao and the others could not do anything. After delaying for a period of time, Du Ruhui finally left the mortal world and traveled to the west on a crane. Li Wangyu could naturally understand Du He and Du Go's emotions. This was human nature. Brothers, I did come back late. If you want to scold or beat me, I will not complain. However, can you let me go and pay my respects to old Master Du first, and then apologize to you two brothers? Du He and Du Go, who were stopped by the playboys, did not listen to these words and continued to shout excitedly. The door of the spirit room was suddenly pushed open, and Fang Xianling and Wei Jing walked out with ashen faces. Du He, Du Go. Shut up. Don't act like a little girl again. If old Master Du knew, he would not let you fool around like this. Even Pai Lupi was afraid of Wei Zhang's saliva. After a round of scolding, Du He and Du Go sobered up a little and finally stopped talking. However, their eyes were red and they kept wiping their tears with their sleeves. Fang Xianling also sighed. Zio, you are finally back. Sai, let's pay our respects to Brother Kemming first. Li Wangyu cast an apologetic look at Du He and Du Go, then followed Fang Xianling and Wei Zheng into the spirit room to pay their respects to Du Ruhui. Looking at Du Ruhui's coffin in the spirit room, Li Wangyu's eyes could not help but turn red. Du Ruhui, a famous minister of the Tang dynasty, was the first famous person to die in the Tang dynasty after Li Wangyu and Su Changqing transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. Du Ruhui was also close to him. From Du Ruhui's death, Li Wangyu thought of Yu Shernan, Li Gang, and the others who would pass away in the next few years and felt even more sad. He suddenly felt that it was not a good thing to predict the lifespan of people he knew in advance. However, there was nothing he could do. In this damned life, joys and sorrows were all fates. Li Wangyu could not change his fate and he did not have the ability to do so. Fang, how is His Majesty's mood now? After paying his respects to Du Ruhui and Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui and Li Er had a close relationship, and Du Ruhui was the main instigator of the Black Tortoise Gates rebellion. In history, after Ruhui's death, he was and cried to cry many times over Ruhui had. Li Wangyu had secretly run away for several months. Now that he had returned to Chang'an and encountered Du Ruhui's death, he was somewhat worried about Pai Lupi. After all, apart from the matter of Princess Chang'e, Pai Lupi, this cheap uncle, had been quite good to him. Li Wangyu was also very concerned about Pai Lupi. He was worried that Pai Lupi would be overly sad because of Du Ruhui's death. Fang Xuanling's expression was gloomy. Shaking his head, he said, because of Kemming's matter, His Majesty has already suspended court for many days and has not dealt with court affairs. He then pointed at a golden belt placed in the spirit room and said, His Majesty ordered me to bring this here as a gift for Brother Kuming. His Majesty also ordered Yu Gong to create an inscription for Kemming's memory. In addition, Zio has been away for many days. His Majesty has missed you greatly. Now that Zio has finally returned to Chang'an, you should go to the palace to visit His Majesty as soon as possible. Li Wangyu nodded his head in agreement. Although he was somewhat afraid of meeting Pai Lupi, knowing that he would not be able to escape a beating, an ugly daughter-in-law still had to meet her parents-in-law. Being reprimanded or even punished by Pai Lupi was unavoidable. In any case, he would have to meet His Majesty sooner or later. Li Wangyu gritted his teeth and decided to meet His Majesty at Taiji Palace today. He hoped that Pai Lupi would not punish him too harshly, seeing that he had traveled thousands of li to attend Du Ruhui's funeral. Outside the spirit room, Du He and Du Go saw Li Wangyu. Although they were no longer as excited, they still snorted coldly and turned their heads away, refusing to look at him. Li Wangyu could only smile bitterly and bow to the Du brothers. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the Du family and Du Ruhui's younger brother, Du Chuk and the others, he took his leave and headed to Taiji Palace to meet Pai Lupi. News of Li Wangyu's return to Chang'an had already spread through Chang'an, and as the six of them charged into the illustrious Virtue Gate on horseback. When Li Wangyu led Niu Wu into the imperial city, Mi Tuo was already waiting outside the Gate of Heaven Influence. Greetings, Duke. It's been a few months since we last met. How have you been? Mi Tuo, long time no see. How is His Majesty today? As for seeking an audience with Li Er, Li Wangyu's heart was actually drumming. After all, when he ran away with Su Changqing on a whim, he had not expected Du Ruhui to pass away. Originally, he had thought that even if he returned to Chang'an, he would at most admit his mistake and do something to make Pai Lupi happy. Then he would be able to gloss over the matter. Even if Pai Lupi wanted to punish him, it would not be too serious. But who would have thought that Pai Lupi's right-hand man Du Ruhui would pass away due to illness? Under such circumstances, it was easy to imagine how terrible Pai Lupi's mood would be. Mi Tuo peeked at Li Wangyu and decided to tell the truth. Duke, ever since Duke Kai passed away, His Majesty has not smiled. He has even cried for Duke Kai many times. How can he be in a good mood? When Li Wangyu heard this, he felt even more annoyed. But now that things had come to this, he had no other choice. If he stuck his head out, he would also be stabbed. Let's see how Pai Lupi would deal with him. Mi Tuo led Li Wangyu to the Lizhen Hall where Empress Zhang's son lived instead of the Lizhen Hall or the Yin and Yang Palace. Recently, His Majesty has not been eating or drinking. His mood has not been calm, so he has been living with Her Highness, Mi Tuo explained. Li Wangyu nodded slightly. This made him feel a little relieved. With Empress Zhang's son by his side, Pai Lupi would not kill him, right? After Mi Tuo informed him, he invited Li Wangyu into Lizhen Hall. In the hall, Pai Lupi's face was ashen. He stared at Li Wangyu without saying a word, which made him feel a little scared. Empress Zhang's son, who was standing to the side, smiled when she saw Li Wangyu. Nice to meet you, uncle and aunt. Nice to meet you, uncle and aunt. Li Wangyu did not hesitate and immediately bowed to Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son. Uncle and aunt, I haven't seen you for a long time. I'm really worried and miss you. A day without seeing you is like 3 years in autumn. I miss Chang'an and uncle and aunt every day. Li Wangyu hurriedly flattered him, but Pai Lupi was still ashen. He stared at Li Wangyu without saying a word. Pai Lupi's performance made Li Wangyu more and more uneasy. He hurriedly threw out his trump card. Uncle, aunt, when I was away and missed you, I wrote a poem called Quiet Night Thoughts. The moonlight in front of the bed is like the frost on the ground. Looking up at the bright moon, I bow my head and think. Li Wangyu copied Li Bai's poem again. He wanted to curry favor with Pai Lupi and Empress Jiangsun. Unexpectedly, before he finished reciting quiet night thoughts, Pai Lupi slammed his palm on the table in front of him. Enough. I know you are talented. I just want to ask you why you were not in Chang, and when Minister Du was seriously ill. Pai Lupi's words made Li Wangyu's heart turn cold. Chapter 920. How could Pai Lupi be like Du He and Du Go, blaming him for Du Ruhui's death? Li Wangyu wanted to cry but no tears came out. He regretted that he had pretended to be so pretentious. Now he had been struck by lightning. Even Pai Lupi believed that he was a godly doctor. He really couldn't continue living like this. The most important thing was that he still couldn't explain that he didn't know anything about medicine. Even if he said it now, no one would believe him. They would only think that Li Wangyu was trying to shirk responsibility. Because of Du Ruhui's death, whether it was Du He, Du Go, or Pai Lupi, they were all inconsolable. Taking out their anger on him was just a normal reaction to losing a loved one. If he wanted to explain this matter, he could only do so in the future. Although Li Wangyu was helpless, he could understand. Therefore, in the face of Pai Lupi's anger, Li Wangyu could only lower his head and obediently admit his mistake. It's all this official's fault. Your Majesty, please punish me. Just because of a woman. You dare to abandon us in the court? Do you think you can face us? Minister Du has always treated you like a nephew. When he was seriously ill, you were free and unfettered. How happy. Li Zio, we hate that we can't. Pai Lupi gnashed his teeth and spoke for a long time, but he didn't say that he hated that he couldn't do anything to Li Wangyu. After all, if he hated that he couldn't push Li Wangyu out of the Meridian Gate and behead him, then he couldn't bear to do it. After all, this was his nephew, the teacher of his children, and his future son-in-law. Empress Jiangsun understood her husband. Seeing that Pai Lupi was at a loss for words, she hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Erlang, don't be angry. Zio is still young. It's normal for him to be playful. I heard that Zio rushed back from Izhou. Look at this child's travel-worn appearance. Erlang, don't blame him anymore. Li Wangyu thought to himself, sure enough, the mother-in-law dotes on her son-in-law. Bah, there seems to be something wrong with this. He hurriedly took advantage of the situation and put on a very aggrieved expression. Little nephew heard that Duke Du had passed away in Lizhou, so I immediately traveled 800 miles in a hurry, not daring to rest for a moment. I rushed back to Chang and in 3 days, just to send Duke Du off on his last journey. Empress Jiangsun nodded lovingly and said, thank you for your hard work. You must be exhausted after rushing back to Chang, and from Lizhou in 3 days. Tired my ass. Pai Lupi coldly snorted. He still has the face to come back. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes in his heart. Why did Pai Lupi's words sound so weird? However, after Empress Jiangsun spoke, Pai Lupi's extremely ugly expression finally eased a little. Pai Lupi continued, even if the Empress pleads for you, don't think that this matter is over. You can avoid the death penalty, but you can't escape punishment. Li Wangyu was too lazy to retort. People have no choice but to lower their heads under the eaves. He could only obediently lower his head and admit defeat. Yes, it's all little nephew's fault. Uncle, just deal with it. Little nephew accepts the beating and punishment. Since that's the case, I will remove your title of nobility. Are you willing? Remove my title? Li Wangyu was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Pai Lupi to give such a punishment. He didn't care if his title was removed. In any case, with his current status, even if he didn't have a title of nobility, it didn't seem to be a big deal. As long as Pai Lupi still recognized him as his nephew, Li Qingqian, Li Tai, and Li Ji were still his disciples. There wasn't much difference whether they had a title or not. Moreover, he had many businesses, all of which were in partnership with the imperial family. He also had Qing Yaojin and a group of dukes as his backing. Who would dare to stretch out their claws towards him? Even if it was an aristocratic family, would they dare to treat Li Wangyu like a commoner and humiliate him? Originally, Li Wangyu was worried that Pai Lupi would throw him into prison in a fit of anger. Although he had been to prison a few times during the Tang dynasty, he had visited both the prison in Chang and the prison in the censorate. He hadn't suffered any grievances. However, if he could avoid going to prison, it was better not to. It wasn't something to be proud of. Compared to going to prison, removing his title wasn't a big deal. I'm willing. Little nephew did something wrong and naturally should be punished. Little nephew will have no complaints about how uncle deals with me. Good, since that's the case, I will issue a decree to remove your title of nobility. Alright, that's it. I'm tired. You can leave. Scram back to Dingzhou village. If you don't have my decree, then obediently stay in Dingzhou village. If you dare to enter Chang, and without reason, I will immediately order people to arrest you and send you to prison. Do you understand? Yes, little nephew understands. Li Wangyu was speechless. He was King grounding himself. He didn't dare to argue. He obediently took off the goldfish talisman from his waist and gently placed it on the table in front of Pai Lupi. After bowing to Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun again, he left Li Zhen Hall. Outside the hall, Mi Tua was still guarding the door. When he saw Li Wangyu come out, he quickly greeted him. Your Highness my ass. Li Wangyu directly interrupted Mi Tua and pointed to his empty waist. See, the goldfish talisman is gone. Now I don't have a title of nobility. I'm just a commoner. Don't mention anything about your highness. Mi Tua was stunned. He looked at Li Wangyu and then at the door of Li Zhen Hall. He couldn't figure out what game the uncle and nephew were playing. This, your highness, you don't have to worry. Maybe Her Majesty is still angry. After some time, when Her Majesty's anger subsides, your highness title will naturally come back. Mi Tua didn't dare to really treat Li Wangyu as a commoner. He said very carefully. Li Wangyu was too lazy to say anything more. He lifted his foot and walked out. After a few steps, he suddenly smacked his lips. Damn, this didn't seem right. Pai Lupi obviously did this on purpose. Because now he was a commoner, but his beautiful boss had a title of nobility. Marquis Yanling. Well, now it was the other way around. Su Changqing had a title of nobility, but he was a commoner. If someone said that Pai Lupi didn't do this on purpose, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. This guy was clearly taking revenge on him, forcing him to confer a title of nobility to his beautiful boss. After Li Wangyu understood this, he couldn't help but turn around and raise his middle finger at Li Zhen Hall behind him. The petty and vengeful Pai Lupi was not cute at all. Li Wangyu, who originally thought that it didn't matter whether he had a title or not, couldn't help but be in a bad mood after he understood this. Pai Lupi's conscience was very bad. If Su Changqing knew about this, he would definitely use this to make fun of him. And Cheng Chumo and those bastards would definitely laugh at him if they knew that he didn't have a title and his woman was a marquis. Damn, they were all bad people. Li Wangyu was very angry but also helpless. After leaving Tai Chi Palace, he didn't even bother to say anything. He originally wanted to go to the Du residence to keep watch over Du Ruhui's coffin, but now he could only order Niu Wu to return to Dingzhou village. After galloping all the way back to Dingzhou village, Li Wangyu pulled on the reins. Looking at the Xanadu that he and Su Changqing had personally created, Li Wangyu's bad mood from Du Ruhui's death finally eased a lot. The men and women in the village were overjoyed when they saw that their Lang Jun had returned. They all rushed forward to greet Li Wangyu. Lord Ju is back. Duke is back. That's great, Duke is well. No wonder this morning I heard the magpies chirping. So Duke is back. When Li Wangyu heard this, his face instantly turned black. There's one more later. Chapter 921. This group of farmers simply touched the pot that did not boil. Duke my ass. Li Wangyu laughed and scolded, then pointed to his waist. Do you see that? The goldfish talisman is gone, and my title has been stripped by His Majesty. Now I am also a commoner, so don't mention the bullshit Duke or Duke anymore. His words made the villagers look at each other. How could their main family's title be taken away without any reason? The villagers didn't know what had happened, so they couldn't help but feel worried. Dingzhou village relied on Li Wangyu to be where it was today, and the villagers were naturally well aware of this. It could be said that Dingzhou village and Li Wangyu were grasshoppers on the same rope, and all the glory and disgrace belonged to Li Wangyu alone. How could they not be worried when they heard that Li Wangyu's title had been stripped away by the sage? The old villager walked out from the crowd and greeted Li Wangyu with a smile. Duke, what are you saying? You are still our main family even if you don't have the title. Moreover, even if you don't have the title, isn't the sage still your uncle? These words immediately reminded the villagers and they all laughed. In the eyes of these simple men and women, since Li Wangyu was the nephew of the sage, what difference did it make if he didn't have the title? Moreover, the crown prince was Li Wangyu's disciple, so what was there to worry about? The villagers of Dingzhou village were no longer illiterate like they used to be. Not to mention that the children of the right age from each family were now studying in the Tang dynasty's academy. Even Li Qingqian and Li Tai often came to the village to play with their classmates. Because they came too often, and because their children were always hanging out with Li Qingqian, Li Tai and the other princes, the mystery of the royal family had long disappeared in the eyes of the villagers of Dingzhou village. The villagers of Dingzhou village were the only ones who could treat the royal family as ordinary people. While everyone was joking around, the old housekeeper Li Heng and Yo Yong rushed over after receiving the news. Langjun, you're finally back. I've missed you so much, old slave. Li Heng's face was full of excitement, and with a bit of grievance, he squeezed to Li Wangyo's side and grabbed Li Wangyo's sleeve, unwilling to let go. Li Wangyo almost got goosebumps from Li Heng's tone and expression. This old man was already so old. Who was he trying to act cute for? When Li Heng heard that Li Wangyo's title as the Duke of the founding county had been removed by Pai Lupi, his words made Li Wangyu even angrier. Langjun lost his title? Anyway, Lady Su was now a marquis. Tiske, Marquis Yenling was the first female marquis since the creation of the Tang dynasty. It's just that the plaque of the mansion is troublesome. Langjun lost his title, but the plaque of the Duke of the Huxin County's mansion can't be hung. Should it be replaced with the plaque of Marquis Yenling's mansion? Li Heng's words even attracted the gossip of the surrounding villagers. They began to discuss what should be written on the plaque of Li Wangyo's mansion. Old me has to see the plaque of Marquis Yenling's mansion. This is the rule. No. Where is the Duke? It's better to hang a plaque of Lai Hot. Just don't hang anything to save trouble. Tisk, forget about the plaque of the Duke's mansion. The key is that the Ministry of Works sent people to build the hung gate according to the regulations of the founding county duke. Now that the Duke's title is gone, does the hung gate have to be demolished? Bullshit. Ever since the Duke was conferred the title, the hung gate in front of the mansion has been changed a few times. Last time, when the Ministry of Works came to build the new hung gate, I chatted with the Ministry of Works official. The Ministry of Works was annoyed to help our Duke fix the hung gate. If it's demolished, it will have to be fixed again after a while. Wouldn't that be like having nothing to do after eating? Haha, that makes sense. That's not right. Lady Su is now a marquis. The hung gate in front of the mansion should be the regulations of the founding county marquis. The hung gate of the founding county duke is against the regulations. I think the Ministry of Works will have to come and fix it. But there's no reason to build two hung gates, right? Haha, it seems that the Ministry of Works officials are having a headache now. Should they tear down the hung gate of the county duke and replace it with the marquis, or should they just ignore it? In the Tang dynasty, there were regulations for the residences of the commoners and officials of the imperial court. Under normal circumstances they could not be violated. Li Wangyo's manor was specially approved by Pai Lupi. Moreover, it was not built according to Chinese standards. As a result, even the Ministry of Works officials could not say for sure if this manor followed the regulations or not. In front of the manor of an official who was conferred a title, there had to be a corresponding hung gate. The hung gate was the prototype of a memorial arch. It was made up of 2 pillars and a crossbar. Different hung gates had different regulations for different titles. In these 2 years, Li Wangyo's title had risen quickly. He had been promoted from a county duke to a founding county duke. However, he had to trouble the Ministry of Works to come to Dingzhou village every few days to change the hung gate for him. The villagers were having a lively discussion. Even the elders of the village were having a good time arguing, let alone those gossipy ants in the village. Li Wangyo's face became even darker. Are you treating me like I don't exist? Do you think I don't want my face? He was too lazy to bother with these bastards who wanted to watch the show and directly urged his horse to return to the manor. After being disturbed by the villagers, his mood, which had been depressed because of Du Ruhui's death, was much better. The dead could not be brought back to life, and these cute villagers were more worthy of him working hard to protect. After returning to the mansion, Li Wangyu took a good bath in the hot spring to wash away the tiredness of the past few days. Then he stayed in the mansion obediently. He did not step out of the mansion at all, cultivating his body and mind. He only ordered Li Heng to make a few trips to the Du Manor to deliver some gifts. 7 or 8 days later, Su Changqing, Aphrodite, and Perrin also rushed back to Chang'an City. As the Tang dynasty had always favored extravagant burials, Du Ruhui's tomb was still under construction. For the time being, there was no rush to bury him. This was a very normal thing. In the Book of Rights, Royalty, it was recorded that kings died in 7 days and were buried in 7 months. Vassals died in 5 days and were buried in 5 months. Physicians were buried in time. Scholars and commoners were buried in a month. At present, the Du Manor was still in the midst of the 7 chambers of the 7 chambers. Du Ruhui's coffin would only be buried 49 days later. During this period, the popinjays still frequently came to Dingzhou village and mercilessly ridiculed Li Wangyu for having his noble title removed. As for the brothers Du He and Du Go, they did not appear because they had to keep vigil for their father. However, they had Qing Chumo and the others pass a message to Li Wangyu, saying that after their lord was buried, they would drink Li Wangyu, that bastard, to death. The Popinjays and Li Wangyu all knew that the brothers Du He and Du Go had thought things through and no longer blamed Li Wangyu for their father's death. Li Wangyu obediently stayed in Dingzhou village for 39 days before he once again headed to Chang and city to attend Du Ruhui's funeral. Chapter 922. After Du Ruhui's burial, Chang and regained its peace. After all, in this world the earth would continue to rotate even if someone left it. The dejected Pai Lupi slowly calmed down from the pain of losing his beloved subject, while Du He and Du Go also gradually walked out of the haze of losing their father. Du Ruhui was posthumously conferred the title of Minister of War and Duke of Lai by Pai Lupi, with the posthumous title of Cheng. However, Pai Lupi still didn't seem to have any intention of letting Li Wangyu off. More than a month had passed, but not only did he not restore his title, he didn't even lift his confinement order. Apart from giving Li Wangyu special permission to go out of Dingzhou village during Du Ruhui's burial, he was still not allowed to run around. It seemed that Li Wangyu's running away from home had really traumatized Pai Lupi, who had made up his mind to teach him a lesson. Li Wangyu didn't care at first since there was nothing wrong with being an otaku. But as time passed, riding, swimming, eating, drinking and having fun every day became meaningless, and he started to feel bored again. On this day, Li Wangyu still slept until late in the morning before lazily getting out of bed to change his clothes and wash up under the care of Perrin and Aphrodite. He then sprawled out on the recliner in a daze. Perrin and Aphrodite didn't idle around. As if serving a paralyzed patient, they fanned Li Wangyu and peeled all kinds of fruits to feed him. In short, with Li Wangyu's current appearance, if placed in the future, he would be a living landlord. Lang Jun, Principal Su is here. The old steward Li Heng came in to inform him. Li Wangyu didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. He snorted to indicate that he understood and indicated for him to bring him in. He also couldn't be bothered to be polite to Su Jingzong. It was currently midsummer, and the sun outside was scorching hot. When Su Jingzong was welcomed in by Li Heng, he was already sweating profusely. Seeing Li Wangyu's lackadaisical appearance, he couldn't help but laugh. Duke, this lowly official is truly envious of your leisure. It's a pity that this lowly official still has to run around in this weather. After interacting with Li Wangyu for a long time and experiencing the murder of Yun Geiseman, Su Jingzong felt that he was Li Wangyu's trusted aide. Now that he was interacting with Li Wangyu, he was rather harmonious. Li Wangyu indicated to a servant girl in the food to bring a towel soaked in cold well water to wash Su Jingzong's face. He also had someone bring him iced fruit and boiled water to quench his thirst. Only then did he open his mouth to say with a smile, "General Su, the capable are always busy. A lazy person like me naturally cannot be compared to General Su, haha. On such a hot day, what brings you here today, General Su?" Su Jingzong very comfortably drank the iced drink in one gulp and handed the cup to the maidservant beside him, indicating for her to fill it to the brim. Only then did he turn his head and smile. "Duke, you really are a person of great status with short memories. It's almost September and the academy should start recruiting students again. Naturally, you need to preside over the overall situation." His words cheered up Li Wangyu slightly. Pai Lupi had grounded him in Dingzhou village, but that did not include the Royal Academy of the Tang dynasty. Previously the academy had been on summer vacation, but there were no classes. Therefore Li Wangyu had not been to the academy. The official and private schools of the Tang dynasty naturally did not have such rules during the winter and summer vacations. Without a doubt, these were the rules that Li Wangyu had come up with. A school without winter and summer vacations was soulless. Although the Royal Academy of the Tang dynasty had only been open for a year in Chang'an, and even in the Tang dynasty, it had gained a reputation as a Noda. Even in the name of the academy, the two words royal were a golden signboard. The number of people who signed up for this year's enrollment exceeded that of Zhenguan's 3 years ago. Not only did the common people of Chang'an, the rich merchants and the high officials and nobles in Chang'an went to sign up, even people from places as far away as Hunan, Hedong, and Jianan brought their own children of the right age to sign up. Those who dared to travel so far to sign up in Chang'an were naturally smart children. It could be imagined that the number of students in the Royal Academy of the Tang dynasty this year would be greater than in previous years. However, how to enroll students this year was difficult for Su Jingzong. After all, the little tricks that Li Wangyu had come up with during the enrollment of the academy last year had already been widely spread. It was obviously impossible to rely on Tangram, Huarong Dao, and psychological tests to select students. Toys like Tangram and Huarong Dao had long been popular in the Tang dynasty. At least Li Wangyu had seen children playing in the small county of Jiolong County in Izhou that day. Li Wangyu was astonished at how fast the news spread. As for Su Jingzong's problem, Li Wangyu did not find it difficult at all. Last year he was just lazy and did not bother to come up with questions, so he used a trick to enroll students. Now that the academy was on the right track, it was impossible to play such games again. Therefore, in this year's enrollment exam, Li Wangyu planned to imitate the enrollment exam of the private primary schools in the future and make a set of exam papers to test the children's logical analysis, common sense, vocabulary, and other abilities. After getting an accurate answer from Li Wangyu, Su Jingzong was relieved. He sat comfortably on the recliner opposite Li Wangyu and kept asking the maidservants of the Lai Hut to bring him all kinds of fruits and iced boiled water. He did not treat himself as an outsider at all. Because of Su Jingzong's visit, Li Wangyu suddenly thought of what his beautiful boss had said to him. Since he was bored now, he might as well go to the academy to teach. He did it on a whim, but after thinking about it carefully he found it interesting. He smiled at Su Jingzong and said, "Mr. Su, what do you think about me going to the academy to teach after the academy opens?" Su Jingzong was drinking iced drink. When he heard his words he almost spat out the drink in his mouth. After swallowing the drink in his mouth with difficulty, Su Jingzong looked at Li Wangyu in surprise and said, "Mr. Su, what did you say just now? I don't think I heard you clearly." Li Wangyu rolled his eyes at him and said, "You didn't hear me wrong. I said, what do you think about me going to the academy to teach? This is naturally good. If Mr. Su is willing to teach those children, it would be their blessing. What does Mr. Su plan to teach?" Su Jingzong was overjoyed and applauded. According to Li Wangyu's arrangement, the Royal Academy of the Tang dynasty was similar to the schools in the modern world. There were many classes arranged. From the Tang dynasty's traditional Moi poetry, arithmetic, calligraphy, painting, music, all kinds of physical education, horse riding, archery, swimming, the variety of classes was even more extensive than the primary schools in the modern world. What should he teach? This was a bit difficult for Li Wangyu. Of course he couldn't teach Moe poems or scriptures. Although Li Wangyu's talent was famous all over the world, and everyone thought of him as a literary star who had descended from the heavens. However, Li Wangyu was well aware of what he had in his belly. If he did not copy the poems and essays of those big shots, he was nothing. He could teach arithmetic, but there was no point in just teaching arithmetic. He only remembered a little about physics, chemistry, geography, and biology. This was also very normal. After so many years of graduation, most people could only remember some general knowledge in their minds. Although Li Wangyu's memory was much better now, it was still impossible for him to recall the complete physics, chemistry, geography, and biology textbooks of junior high school. After thinking for a long time, Li Wangyu suddenly clapped his hands. "Got it, Mr. Su. I'm going to teach a new class called Encyclopedia." Chapter 923. What Baidu? Baidu Baidu Baidu? Su Changqing's voice suddenly rang out. Soon after, he saw the beautiful woman walking in with Wu Meinyang. Wu Meinyang had been sent to Chang'an by Wu Shiqiang in advance, preparing to enter the academy. Wu Shiqiang had previously been an official in Chang'an. Naturally, the Wu family had a residence in Chang'an. However, in that residence, there was no one else other than the Wu family's servants. After Su Changqing returned to Chang'an and learned of this matter, he immediately went to the Wu family to bring Wu Meinyang back, personally taking care of her. Wu Meinyang and Su Changqing hit it off very well, calling each other master's wife. The two had a very close relationship. Li Wangyu was naturally happy to be idle. Although he was her teacher in name, he had actually never taught Wu Meinyang, leaving everything to Su Changqing. Just like Princess Chang'e in the past, Su Changqing was able to deal with these little lolas with great ease. Seeing these two beauties, Li Wangyu couldn't help but have black lines appear on his forehead. What Baidu 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 Baidu? Wu Meinyang's face was filled with curiosity. "Master's wife, what is Baidu 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 Baidu?" Seeing Su Changqing appear, Su Jingzong hurriedly rose to pay his respects. At present, Su Changqing was a bona fide county marquis who founded the country, a lower third-rank official. He was on the same level as Su Jingzong, the vice principal of the Imperial Academy of the Tang dynasty. However, although they were both lower third-rank officials, Su Changqing's county marquis title was slightly higher than Su Jingzong's official title. After all, titles could be inherited. Although the inheritor was usually one rank lower than the original, Su Changqing's children could inherit the title of county marquis. His grandson would be a county marquis, and his great-grandson would be a county marquis. After Su Changqing returned the greeting, Su Jingzong smiled and asked, "What exactly did Marquis Yenling mean by what he said? I'm also very curious." His beautiful superior had just walked to the door and happened to hear Li Wangyu say the word, encyclopedia, so she casually replied. At this time, seeing that Su Jingzong was also in the living room, she felt that she had said something wrong, so she couldn't help but stick out her tongue. She smiled and said perfunctorily, "Nothing, I was just joking with Wangyu." She deliberately looked at Li Wangyu and pretended to be ignorant. "Wangyu, what did you say just now?" Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and explained, "Encyclopedist refers to the knowledge of astronomy, geography, nature, mechanics, medicine, literature, and other subjects." He smiled and said to Su Changqing, "Just now I told Principal Su that I'm going to the academy to teach a new class called Encyclopedia. Hehe, Changqing, you also know that I know a little about everything but I'm not good at it. However, it's perfect for broadening the horizons of the students of the academy." This time Su Changqing didn't expose him. Instead he nodded and agreed. "Not bad, Wangyu, your idea is very good. I support it." Su Jingzong was stunned when he heard this. He couldn't believe it. Li Wangyu's words, in his opinion, were too exaggerated. Su Jingzong didn't know how to respond. According to Li Wangyu's definition of the so-called encyclopedia, it was simply a celestial figure like Zhuge Kongming who knew everything about astronomy and geography, knew everything about people, understood yin and yang, understood the 8 trigrams. Although Su Jingzong also admired Li Wangyu and felt that his talent was unparalleled, to say that there was nothing that he did not know was a little arrogant. In fact, Li Wangyu wasn't exaggerating. Although he was just an ordinary underachiever in the future. However, he and Su Changqing had experienced the baptism of the huge explosion of knowledge in the future. Their knowledge of the world in their minds was really unparalleled. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was knowledgeable and multi-talented. Of course, Su Jingzong didn't dare to say these words. Although Li Wangyu didn't have a noble title, he was still a shareholder of the Royal Academy of the Tang dynasty. As an employee, he didn't dare to criticize his boss for bragging. If Su Jingzong was a straightforward person, he wouldn't have been listed as the #1 treacherous official in history. If the Duke is willing to teach these skills to the students of the academy, it's their fortune. Who in Chang and City doesn't know that the Duke is the reincarnation of a powerful person who has great knowledge? Hearing the Duke say this, even this lowly official wants to attend the Duke's class and learn some knowledge from the encyclopedia. Su Jingzong's words made Li Wangyu laugh. He was very satisfied with this guy's level of supporting the Duke. Wu Meinyang's eyes also lit up. "Teacher, can Meinyang also attend the class?" "Of course." Li Wangyu nodded and rubbed Wu Meinyang's head lovingly. Although he was lazy and didn't personally teach Wu Meinyang, after interacting with her for a long time, he was quite fond of this little lowly. Now, neither he nor Su Changqing treated Wu Meinyang as a future empress. After all, who wouldn't like a sweet and obedient little lowly who was only 6 years old? It would be crazy to treat Wu Meinyang with something that would disappear decades later. Su Jingzong asked with a smile, "Duke, how do you plan to teach this encyclopedia class? Are you only going to teach the first years?" Needless to say, the division between the first and second years was naturally made by Li Wangyu. There was no other reason. It was a habit and sounded pleasing to the ear. Li Wangyu was a lazy person. Although he planned to teach at the academy, he didn't plan to turn himself into a miserable teacher. Standing on a 3-foot podium every day eating chalk dust and speaking until his voice was hoarse. This kind of thing was very scary just thinking about it. Li Wangyu pondered for a moment and replied, "Isn't the academy's auditorium finished? How about this? In the future I'll teach 1 day every 10 days in the academy's auditorium. As for the students who listen to the class, well, let all the students of the academy come and listen." This fellow's idea was to directly teach a big class like the universities in the future. The academy's auditorium was modeled after the theater of the Tang dynasty. The semicircular auditorium was used to receive and amplify the sound. In an era without loudspeakers, it was really troublesome to let everyone hear the voice of the person on the stage clearly. Fortunately, the skilled craftsmen of the Ministry of Works had figured out many tricks after building the theater of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, the scale of the academy's auditorium was much larger than the theater. The theater of the Tang dynasty could only hold 300 audience members, but the academy's auditorium could hold nearly 1,000 people. This was already a miracle in the Tang dynasty. Now the academy only had 500 students in one grade. If they recruited another grade this year, it would only be 1,000 people. It was just enough to accommodate all of them. Therefore, Li Wangyu proposed this idea. Su Jingzong naturally agreed with this idea. He didn't care what Li Wangyu was going to teach. In short, it was fine as long as his boss was happy. Su Changqing glared at Li Wangyu. He felt that this fellow was really too lazy. He only taught one class every 10 days and he still had the nerve to say that he was going to teach at the academy. This fellow should just be lazy to death. Everyone chatted for a while. Just as Su Jingzong left, the old butler Li Heng came to report that Crown Prince Li Qingqian and King Yu Li Tai had come. Li Wangyu heard this and frowned. These two little bastards, why were they here again? Was it so easy to poach his younger brother's wife? I have something to do these 2 days, so I'll update last time. Chapter 924. The reason why Li Wangyu cursed in his heart was because Li Qingqian and Li Tai, these two little bastards, seemed to have fallen in love with the little lowly of the Wu family after seeing her for the first time. Now, these two little fellows liked to come to his residence when they had nothing to do. In name they came to visit him, their teacher, but in reality they came to play with Wu Meinyang. Damn it, a 10-year-old and an 11-year-old brat actually dared to peep at his Meinyang. Did they even put him, their teacher, in their eyes? Did they even put Pai Lupi and Li Ji in their eyes? Of course, this matter should have nothing to do with Pai Lupi. If that old pervert, Pai Lupi, dared to summon Wu Meinyang into the palace in the future, he, Li Wangyu, would definitely fight him to the death. As for Li Ji, well, he was only 2 years old now. It was too far away to think about him. He believed that for a long time, Wu Meinyang would not have any interest in her destined one. Li Wangyu was quite worried about this. If Wu Meinyang did not like Li Ji in the future, or if some little bastard stole her heart in advance, what should he do? If the only empress in the history of China disappeared because of him, Li Wangyu would really feel sorry for Wu Meinyang. The Tang dynasty should also have the legend of Wu Zetian. As for whether Wu Meinyang would continue to slaughter the members of the Li Tang royal family after she ascended to the throne, Li Wangyu could not be bothered to care. Moreover, he believed that with his and Su Changqing's careful guidance, Wu Meinyang's mentality and worldview might not be the same as in history. As long as Wu Meinyang no longer used cruel politics after ascending to the throne, his goal would be achieved. Li Wangyu felt that Pai Lupi should really thank him. For the sake of the Li Tang dynasty, for the sake of Pai Lupi's family, he was simply worried sick. To be honest, before meeting Wu Meinyang, Li Wangyu had actually thought about it in his heart. If he could take the empress of a generation into his harem, how carefree would that be? This was the same as how the losers of the later generations viewed female celebrities in their hearts. It had a kind of celebrity effect. However, after seeing Wu Meinyang, who was only 6 years old in the new year, Li Wangyu had long thrown this thought to the back of his mind. After all, Li Wangyu's mental age was already 27 or 28 years old. No matter how beastly he was, he wouldn't do such a perverted thing that would incur the wrath of heaven and people. This was also the reason why he was against Pai Lupi marrying Chang'e to him. In fact, after interacting with her for a long time, Li Wangyu saw the smart, cute and obedient little lowly Wu Meinyang as his own daughter. It was precisely because he had this sort of mentality that he felt even more furious that Li Qingqian and Li Tai, those two little bastards, actually dared to covet Wu Meinyang. He felt as if his cabbage was about to be eaten by pigs. However, Li Qingqian and Li Tai were still his disciples. Li Wangyu couldn't just use a broom to chase these two brats out. Therefore, even though he was unhappy in his heart, he could only signal Li Heng to invite them in. Why didn't the two of you study in the palace today? Why did you come to Master's place? The academy is about to start school. Have you finished the summer homework you've been waiting for? As soon as Li Qingqian and Li Tai entered the living room, Li Wangyu lectured them with a straight face. Needless to say, the summer homework was something that Li Wangyu had come up with again. This fellow was also deliberately taking revenge on society. He hadn't forgotten the suffering he had suffered when he was in school. He had given it all to the students of the academy in the Tang dynasty. Li Qingqian nodded with a smile. Teacher, I've already finished the summer homework. Yes, I've also finished it, Li Tai said. Li Wangyu glared at them. Then it seems that there's too little homework. I should give you more homework. When Li Qingqian and Li Tai heard this, they immediately begged with bitter expressions. Teacher, please spare us. It's rare for us to be free for a few days. Please don't give us any more homework. On the side, Su Changqing couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Wangyu, don't torture these two brats anymore. Let them play for a few days. Yes, teacher's wife loves us so much. We really do study hard. These few days are just a rare break. Li Qingqian and Li Tai hurriedly agreed. Li Wangyu laughed and scolded them, then let the matter pass. In fact, he himself wasn't someone who liked to study. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten into a second-tier university. However, who would expose this kind of thing himself? In the future, no matter how much parents didn't like to study, wouldn't they still urge their children to study and do homework every day? Wu Meinyang was willing to play with Li Qingqian and Li Tai. After all, the Lihat was so big. Although there were serving girls to play with her, it was normal for a child to always want to play with people of the same age. After sending the three little ones out to play, Li Wangyu instructed the serving girls in the residence to keep an eye on the three of them. Only then did he smile bitterly and say to Su Changqing, "Changqing, if this continues, the empress of this generation will disappear. The history of the Tang dynasty is becoming more and more messed up because of us." Su Changqing, on the other hand, didn't take it too hard. If there's no empress, then there's no empress. As long as Meinyang is happy, it's fine. Don't tell me you think that becoming an empress is definitely the life that Meinyang wants? Her philosophical words left Li Wangyu at a loss for words. Indeed, who could say that Wu Meinyang's life goal and pursuit was definitely to sit on the throne? After thinking this through, Li Wangyu was too lazy to worry about it anymore. Who cared who they were? It had nothing to do with him. Li Wangyu was also too lazy to worry about things that would happen decades later. He simply pulled Su Changqing to the study and prepared to ask his beautiful boss to help him write a syllabus. Since he was going to open an encyclopedia course in the academy, the content of the syllabus would naturally be imaginative. He and Su Changqing would teach as much knowledge as they could recall. Putting aside the useless e-commerce in the Tang dynasty, the two of them were actually about the same as the most meaningful elementary mathematics, physics, and chemistry knowledge. There wasn't much that they could recall. It was the same for geography, astronomy, nature, and biology. What they could remember was mostly general knowledge. Moreover, they had to remove some content that wasn't too appropriate. For example, Li Wangyu didn't plan to teach the knowledge that the Earth was a sphere in the academy for the time being. It was enough to teach his disciples this kind of knowledge that sounded unimaginable. It wasn't that Li Wangyu was hiding it, but this kind of knowledge was obviously not in line with the traditional Chinese tradition of, the sky is round and the earth is round. If he rashly taught it, it would probably cause a lot of trouble. After building the toilets and giving Su Changqing a title, Li Wangyu really didn't want to cause trouble for himself. Even so, Li Wangyu felt that the knowledge he imparted was enough to fool the kids in the academy. He and Su Changqing spent a few days and almost emptied their stomachs to finally come up with a syllabus. The content was varied and quite rich. Li Wangyu was very satisfied with this. Just as the academy was about to start the new semester and show its glory, a piece of news came from Chang'an. The first batch of Tang envoys sent by Dongying had already arrived in Chang, and after landing on the Shandong Peninsula. Chapter 925. Li Wangyu was definitely against the idea of the Japanese sending an envoy to the Tang Empire. As a young man in the future, Li Wangyu hated the ambitious Japanese. After all, from the Japanese pirates in the Ming dynasty to the 8-year War of Resistance, the Japanese had left China with nothing but devastation and sorrow. Li Wangyu's worldview was very normal. He wouldn't kneel down and lick the boots of those bastards just because the Japanese were rich. That day in the prison of the censorate, those damn Japanese actually dared to kidnap Perrin. This made Li Wangyu hate the Japanese even more. In the prison, he had told Pai Lupi not to accept the Japanese sending an envoy to the Tang Empire. Even if they were to come, they could not teach them the advanced skills of the Tang dynasty. They could learn more about Confucianism and the teachings of the sages. Buddhism and Taoism should be taught to the Japanese as well. After thinking about Li Wangyu's words, Pai Lupi felt that they made sense. He did not think that a small island country, even if they learned the skills of the Tang dynasty, could cause any trouble for the Tang dynasty in his rule. But who could guarantee that the Japanese would not collude with Goguryeo? Goguryeo had already been blacklisted by Pai Lupi as a country that he had to conquer. If the Dongyanjis were to impart the technology from Great Tang to Goguryeo, it would be quite a troublesome matter. Therefore, although Li Er finally agreed to the Dongying people sending Tang envoys as Li Wangyu had said, he only allowed monks, students, onmyoges, physicians, painters, musicians, interpreters, scholars, and many others to send Tang envoys to Tang. As for the Dongying craftsmen, shipwrights, carpentry, blacksmiths, jade craftsmen and other craftsmen, Li Er and the officials of the imperial court casually found an excuse and brushed them off. None of them were accepted. Li Wangyu was rather satisfied with this result. Originally, Li Wangyu had nothing to do with Dongying sending the Tang envoy to the Tang dynasty. However, Li Wangyu did not expect that these Japanese envoys would cause him such a huge problem. The first batch of Tang envoys was not large in scale. There were only 2 ships and less than 200 people. They were led by Ambassador Inasheng Mitsuda and Deputy Ambassador Yakushi Kiri. In history, Japan had sent out a total of 19 envoys to Tang, 16 of them over 200 years. The scale of the envoys sent to the Tang grew larger and larger. At the beginning there were only 2 ships with less than 200 people. Later on there were 4 ships with 400 to 500 people. After the Tang envoy arrived in Jianghu, he was received by Pai Lupi. Coincidentally, during the court meeting, Pai Lupi accepted the Tang envoy Inasheng Mitsuda's greeting in front of all the officials in the Taiji Palace. He also accepted the letter of credence from Emperor Shuming and encouraged the ambassador and deputy ambassador to study in the Tang dynasty. After which, this matter was considered over. As for the other specific matters, the officials of the Honlu temple would take care of it. However, Inasheng Mitsuda and Yakushi Kiri, the 2 envoys, suddenly knelt in front of the imperial stairs. "Your Majesty, I have a presumptuous request. Please allow it." Pai Lupi was a little surprised, but he still asked, "Please speak." "Your Majesty, this matter concerns County Magistrate Hu." When Pai Lupi heard that it had something to do with Li Wangyu, he could not help but frown. Back then, Li Wangyu killed a few Japanese envoys in the prison of the censorate. Did these Japanese not know what was good for them and wanted to complain in front of the emperor? He unhappily interrupted Inasheng Mitsuda's words, "I have already punished Li Ziyo for his conflict with your envoy group. Do not mention this matter again." "Oh, that's right, Li Ziyo no longer has a noble title. He is just a commoner." Pai Lupi was naturally taking sides. Li Wangyu had killed a few Japanese and his punishment was only 30 jin of copper. It wasn't painful at all. However, compared to these insignificant Japanese, Pai Lupi did not think that his nephew had done anything wrong. If it wasn't for the relationship between the 2 countries, Pai Lupi would not have even bothered to punish him with 15 kilograms of copper. He said that Li Wangyu no longer had a noble title to appease the Japanese. He wanted them to think that Li Wangyu had lost his noble title because he had killed a Japanese. He did not want to cause trouble in front of all the officials. Inasheng Mitsuda hurriedly kowtowed, "Your Majesty, those envoys offended County Magistrate Hu for no reason and deserve to die. It has nothing to do with County Magistrate Hu. Your Majesty punishing County Magistrate Hu has caused the subject to feel fear and trepidation. I beg your Majesty to take back the punishment." His words caused Li Er and all the officials in the hall to be stunned. They looked suspiciously at the 2 Japanese, Inasheng Mitsuda and Yakushi Terui. They wondered if there was something wrong with these 2. Li Wangyu had killed a few Japanese and they were pleading for Li Wangyu? As for Inasheng Mitsuda's next words, everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Your Majesty, this subject knows that County Magistrate Hu is an extremely talented person. This subject wishes to ask your Majesty to allow our Japanese envoys to choose a good person to follow County Magistrate Hu and become his disciple. He will serve County Magistrate Hu as his master. Please allow this, your Majesty." "Nani?" Within the hall, the officials and Pai Lupi could not help but look at each other. These Japanese had really gone crazy. Li Wangyu had killed a few Japanese envoys like chickens. Not only did these Japanese not hold a grudge, they even wanted to take Li Wangyu as their master? What kind of logic was this? In truth, this was also because the Tang dynasty's officials did not understand the Japanese's personality. Just as described in The Chrysanthemum and the Blade, the Japanese's personality was filled with contradictions. They were warlike yet peaceful, aggressive yet beautiful, arrogant yet courteous, inflexible yet capricious, obedient yet stubborn, loyal yet rebellious, courageous yet cowardly, conservative yet fond of the new. Pai Lupi and the others naturally did not expect that after Li Wangyu mercilessly killed a few of their envoys, not only did these Japanese not hold a grudge, but they even worshipped Li Wangyu as their idol. This was actually very normal. In the future, after the Japanese ate the 2 big mushrooms Fatty and Little Boy, not only did they not treat the US as their mortal enemy, but they also completely submitted to them. In the past 2 years, Li Wangyu's reputation had been growing. Even though the Japanese were far away, they knew that this Lord Baizhe, of the Tang dynasty, was extremely capable and was not an ordinary person. After the poems and articles that Li Wangyu plagiarized traveled across the sea to Japan, the Japanese who had always admired the culture of the Central Plains were filled with admiration. Even Emperor Xu Ming had become Li Wangyu's brainless fan. Every day he would hold Li Wangyu's poems and articles and recite them while shaking his head. If the top was good, the bottom would be even better. Due to this, the Japanese almost wanted to put Li Wangyu on the altar. Therefore this time, when the Tang envoy was sent to the Tang, Inasheng Mitinsi and the pharmacist Hui Ri were present in the main hall, and in front of all the officials, they proposed to Li Er to send someone to study under Li Wangyu. Regarding this, Pai Lupi and the officials only felt that these Japanese were crazy. Chapter 926. Pai Lupi knew that Li Wangyu didn't like these Dongying people, so he naturally wouldn't agree. My dear minister, Li Zio has always been lazy. I'm afraid he won't accept any more disciples. If he's not willing, I won't force him. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. You can focus on your studies in the Tang dynasty. Inashang Mitsuda still wanted to say something, but Pai Lupi immediately announced the end of the court session, not giving them a chance to speak. After the officials left, Inashang Mitsuda and Yakushi looked at each other and saw the reluctance in each other's eyes. Inashang, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, actually rejected our request. What do you think we should do now? Why don't we go directly to Li Jun's residence and beg him to accept us Dongying as his disciples? Inashang Mitsuda thought for a moment and shook his head. No, since the emperor of the Tang dynasty has rejected this request, if we go to Li Jun rashly, I'm afraid we'll offend the emperor of the Tang dynasty. That's not good. Then what should we do? Are we just going to let it go? Yakushi, we have to show our sincerity. In Li Jun's Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Liu Bei went to the thatched cottage 3 times in order to invite Mr. Zhuge to come out of seclusion. Yakushi's eyes flashed. Inashang, you mean we should follow Liu Bei's example and go to the thatched cottage 3 times? No, if we just go to the thatched cottage, it's not enough to show our sincerity. Why don't we? Inashang Mitsuda whispered a few words to Yakushi, and Yakushi nodded repeatedly. Suga, Inashang's idea is really good. This way we won't have to worry about Li Jun not accepting us as his disciples. In the bones of the Dongying people, there was a brute force that wouldn't give up until they reached their goal. After Pai Lupi's clear rejection, the Tang envoy Inashang Mitsuda, the deputy envoy Yakushi, the judge, the clerk, and the other officials all knelt in front of the Vermilion Bird Gate on the same day. This naturally gave the officials of the Honglu Temple a fright. Everyone, what are you doing? Dare I tell all of you that the reason we came to the Tang dynasty from thousands of li away across the ocean is to learn the advanced system and culture of the Tang dynasty. But now that we have a master teacher, how are we going to answer to the emperor when we return to our country in the future? That is why we are kneeling here. We are begging your majesty for mercy and to allow us to be apprenticed to the county duke, so that we can fulfill our desire to learn. Inashang Mida's words immediately silenced the officials of the Honglu temple. Damn, why were these Japanese so stubborn? In the main hall, His Majesty had already made it very clear. However, this group of people was so stubborn that they insisted on taking Li Wangyu as their teacher. The officials of Honglu Temple had the intention to ignore these Japanese who didn't know what was good for them. However, these people were kneeling outside the Vermilion Bird Gate. If the envoys of the vassal states saw them, they would think that the Tang dynasty was bullying them. For a moment, the officials of the Chamberlain of Dependencies were depressed. They tried their best to persuade them, but these Japanese refused to get up. It seemed that if Pai Lupi didn't let Li Wangyu accept them as his disciples, they would kneel until they died. The officials of the Chamberlain of Dependencies cursed in their hearts. They had heard of people forcing women to become prostitutes, but they had never heard of people being forced to be apprenticed. If this kind of thing were to reach His Majesty's ears, the Chamberlain of Dependencies would definitely be punished. However, these Japanese said that they were here to learn, so the officials of the Chamberlain of Dependencies couldn't do anything. They also couldn't order the imperial guards to chase them away. This stalemate naturally attracted the attention of the people of the Vermilion Bird Gate. In front of the Vermilion Bird Gate was the Vermilion Bird Avenue and the Golden Light Gate Avenue. It was the main road of Chang'an City. Every day there was an endless stream of people and horses going to and from here. Seeing a group of people kneeling in front of the Vermilion Bird Gate, such a rare scene naturally attracted the attention of the people of Chang'an City. These Japanese were thick-skinned. They didn't feel ashamed of being surrounded by so many people. Instead, they raised their voices and shouted, "Everyone, we are envoys from Japan who have crossed the ocean to study in the Tang dynasty. Today, we are kneeling in front of the Vermilion Bird Gate to beg His Majesty of the Tang dynasty to allow us to be apprenticed to the county magistrate. We are dedicated to learning, and we only hope to have the opportunity to learn from the county magistrate. We hope that His Majesty of the Tang dynasty will be merciful and grant our wish. We have come to the Tang dynasty to study, and we only hope that His Majesty and the county magistrate will take pity on us." With the Japanese shouting, it became even more lively, and the onlookers started to discuss. TSK, although Japan is an uncivilized land, they are still ambitious. It's rare for them to cross the ocean to study in the Tang dynasty. Even the Japanese know about the county magistrate? Confucius said, education is without discrimination. If it were up to me, I would say that the county magistrate should accept these Japanese, an old man said. His words immediately attracted the rebuttal of others. How can that be? Who is the county magistrate? He is the imperial preceptor. Don't you know who the county magistrate's disciples are? Not to mention His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the King of Yu, even the two new disciples he had accepted were both grand scholars. These Japanese want to be apprenticed to the county magistrate? Are they even worthy? The old man was a little annoyed by the rebuttal, and he couldn't help but snort coldly, "Humph, vulgar. I can't be bothered to talk to such vulgar people like you." Not to mention the commotion outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, the officials of the Honglu Temple were also sweating when they saw more and more onlookers. Seeing that this matter couldn't be hidden anymore, and that they couldn't handle it, they could only brace themselves and submit a memorial to Pai Lupi, asking for His Majesty's decision. Pai Lupi and the officials of the imperial court had never seen the Japanese so shameless, and they didn't know what to do. After a fruitless discussion, Li Er simply ordered people to summon Li Wangyu, who was grounded in Dingzhou village, back to Chang, and let him solve this troublesome matter himself. Li Wangyu, who was hiding in Dingzhou village to prepare for his lesson, was also shocked when he heard about this matter. Was there something wrong with the brains of these Japanese? He had killed a few members of the diplomatic mission, so how did he become the idol of these Japanese? What kind of weird idea was this? He really didn't want to care. It was none of his business whether those Japanese wanted to die or not. If they were willing to kneel at the Vermilion Bird Gate, then they could slowly kneel. As long as they didn't die in his house, what did it have to do with him? Qingmen Li Shui was respected by the world. However, in Li Wangyu's eyes, it was a moral kidnapping. However, Pai Lupi and the officials of the imperial court didn't see it that way. To be able to make the Japanese Tang Empire's envoys want to be apprenticed was a great honor. In fact, many of the old men in Chang wished that they could replace Li Wangyu and make the Japanese Tang Empire's envoys acknowledge them as their masters. Although the Tang Empire's people were proud, taking in a foreign disciple could also increase the reputation of these old men. Regarding this, Li Wangyu was very annoyed. He only wanted to rush to the front of those Japanese and smash them all with a brick, ending this matter once and for all. Why don't you die? You actually came to the Tang dynasty to extort money. Chapter 927. Li Wangyu really did not want to bother with these Japanese, but since it was Pai Lupi who asked him to settle this matter, he could not ignore it. However, this matter was not easy to deal with. I don't know what those damn Dongying envoys thought of. They actually went to the Vermilion Bird Gate to kneel down and caused a huge commotion. No matter how much Li Wangyu hated the Japanese, he could not directly reject them without a reason. After all, in Chinese tradition, not only would such actions not be condemned, but it would also be widely publicized. For example, Huatua, Zhuge Liang, etc. Respecting one's teacher and acknowledging one's teacher was praiseworthy. If Li Wangyu did not give a reasonable explanation and rejected them, his reputation would be damaged. Li Wangyu definitely did not want to become the scapegoat for these damn Japanese. However, Li Wangyu was even more unwilling to accept these envoys from the East Ocean continent. Even if he did not teach them any skills, it was disgusting to see these Japanese in front of him all day long. He had to think of a way to reasonably reject the Japanese's request to become his disciple. Li Wangyu thought for a while and had an idea. Calling for Niu Wu to prepare a horse, Li Wangyu rode his horse to Chang, and city under the protection of the troops in his residence. Logically speaking, since Li Wangyu's title had been removed by Pai Lupi, the troops in his residence should not be kept. Who would have heard of a commoner having dozens of valiant troops in his home? However, Pai Lupi seemed to have forgotten about this matter, and the officials also ignored it. Even those aristocratic families that did not like Li Wangyu the most did not jump out to make an issue out of this matter. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the so-called removal of his title was just a joke. Who knew when Pai Lupi would wave his hand and restore Li Wangyu's title of duke? As such, even the Ministry of Works seemed to have forgotten about this matter. They did not even send people to remove the illegal gate in front of the Lai Hot. The Japanese envoys in the main hall called out to him one by one, and no one reminded them that they had said something wrong. Everyone knew about Li Wangyu's title issue. This was basically a fight between uncle and nephew, and no one dared to interfere. Otherwise, who knew who would be the unlucky one? Seeing Li Wangyu appear, the officials of the Honglu Temple all let out a sigh of relief. Greetings, Duke Tang. I've troubled you with today's matter. Li Wangyu smiled and greeted the Chamberlain of Dependencies. The Honglu temple official was originally the head of the Zheng family Zheng Yuanshou, but he was forced to resign by Pai Lupi because of the gold theft case. The chamberlain of the Honglu temple was a famous figure in history, Tang. Tang was a meritorious minister when Li Yuan raised his troops in Jianghu. He followed the Yongan king to attack Lu Wuzhou and was captured. After Pai Lupi defeated Lu Zhouwu, he became the Minister of Rights, the Governor of Suizhou and the Duke of Zhu. In the 17th year of Xingguan, he was chosen to enter the Lingyan Pavilion and became one of the 24 meritorious officials. Although Li Wangyu did not have much contact with Tang Jian, they were familiar with each other. Seeing Li Wangyu appear, Tang Jian let out a sigh of relief. Finally, someone had come to clean up this mess. Zio, you are finally here. These Japanese really don't know what's good for them. His Majesty has already rejected them, but they still want to kneel here and take you as their master. Haha, speaking of which, Zio is really famous. Even the Japanese know about you. Mr. Tang, don't make fun of me. I also have a headache over this matter. As the Honglu temple official, Tang Jian could not help but persuade, Zio, why don't you accept these Japanese? Will be a good story. He did not have any selfish motives. Even the officials in the imperial court thought so. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Er had talked to Li Wangyu before and knew that he didn't like these Japanese, he wouldn't have rejected them so decisively. The Tang people naturally did not know how ambitious these Japanese would be in the future. Of course, they also could not understand Li Wangyu's hatred for them. The Tang dynasty did not hold any grudges against the Tang envoys. Not only did they pass down various advanced systems, culture and techniques, but many of them also stayed in the Tang dynasty to marry and have children. Li Wangyu couldn't explain this to everyone. He could only smile and say, Duke Tang, it's not that easy to become my disciple. You have to pass my tests and tests. Zio, how are you going to test them? Tang Jian asked curiously. When the two of them were talking, Inakami Mitsuda and Yakushi Terui, who had been kneeling on the ground, saw Li Wangyu appear. They quickly got up from the ground and bowed to Li Wangyu. When they heard Li Wangyu say that he was going to test them, the two of them hurriedly nodded. No problem. Mr. Li, you may not know, but the Japanese place great importance on the envoys. The foreign students are all talented and have a clean background. They will definitely pass your test. The envoys were divided into foreign students and scholarly monks. They were usually chosen from the talented nobles and monks. The scholarly monks were mainly studying Buddhism in the temples in Chang, and Luoyang and other places. They had nothing to do with Li Wangyu. Those who wanted to become his disciple were the foreign students. According to the original arrangement, these foreign students would enter one of the 6 institutes under the Imperial College to study their own specialties. These foreign students were carefully selected by the Japanese officials. They were required to be familiar with the Tang dynasty and had a high level of Chinese culture. Moreover, before the envoys were sent, the Japanese officials repeatedly reminded them, when you receive the envoys you must be polite and courteous. Do not be hostile and do not be agitated. Their attitude was quite sincere. That was why Inakami Mitsuda dared to nod and was willing to accept Li Wangyu's test. Li Wangyu sneered in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, dozens of people suddenly rushed out from the crowd. Judging by their clothes, they were not Tang people. They were foreign envoys or foreign students. In fact, the Tang dynasty did not only have Japanese envoys. All the vassal states admired the Tang dynasty's culture and sent foreign students. At most, there were tens of thousands of foreign students in Chang, and alone. It was an unprecedented grand occasion. Greetings, Mr. Li. Greetings, Mr. Li. After everyone bowed to Li Wangyu in unison, someone asked respectfully, May I ask, Mr. Li, since the Japanese students can pass the test and become your disciple, I wonder if we can do the same? I, a foreign student from Silla, have also admired Mr. Li for a long time. Yes, I, a foreign student from Bohai, am the same. I, a foreign student from Annan, would like to become your disciple. The words of the foreign students from various countries stunned Li Wangyu. What the F***ck is the meaning of this? Are they planning to change it to a student recruitment meet? Inakami Mitsuda and Yakushi Terui were so angry that their faces turned red. They, the Japanese, had knelt outside the Vermilion Bird Gate under the scorching sun and finally managed to invite Li Wangyu out. When they saw that they could become Li Wangyu's disciple after passing the test, these bastards actually came out to pick the peaches. Waka. A bunch of bastards. I'll go to a friend's place for tea in the afternoon. I'll update another chapter in the evening. Chapter 928. There were many foreign exchange students in Chang and city, and the Tang dynasty was quite strict with their management. The foreign exchange students accepted by the Tang dynasty were all sent by the government. They came to the Tang dynasty with a diplomatic mission and were approved by the officials of the Tang dynasty before they could enter the school. There were two kinds of foreign exchange students from different countries: foreign exchange students and returning students. Returning students were short-term students who came and went with the diplomatic mission. As for foreign exchange students, they stayed in the Tang dynasty to study and live for a long time. Many of them settled down in the Tang dynasty. Even if they were foreign exchange students, they would be sent back by the Tang dynasty because they failed in their studies or violated the rules. According to the records of the Tang dynasty, 204 foreign students from Silla Kingdom had been sent back one after another. The foreign exchange students' study in the Imperial College was also strictly managed. Those who gambled, fought, drank, caused trouble, and disobeyed the laws of the Tang dynasty would all be expelled or even sent to the government. Moreover, foreign exchange students were not allowed to interact with the common people or officials privately. They were not allowed to wear Tang clothes. They had to wear the clothes of their own country and could not imitate the clothes of the Tang people. They were not allowed to marry privately or bring their wives back to Tibet. In other words, if they got married in the Tang dynasty, they could not bring their wives and concubines back to their vassal countries and could only stay in the Tang dynasty. If the foreign exchange students violated the law, if the victim was a Tang person or a vassal country's vassal country, they would be punished according to the laws of the Tang dynasty. There were many similar rules. As the most powerful country in this era, the Tang dynasty also had the pride of the Tang dynasty. The management of foreign exchange students was like this. Therefore, even if these foreign exchange students admired Li Wangyu, they did not dare to ask to be his disciple. Regardless of whether Li Wangyu was willing to accept them or not, the rule of prohibiting foreign exchange students from interacting with the common people and officials made them not dare to act rashly. Today, when foreign exchange students heard that Dongying had sent a Tang envoy to kneel outside the Vermilion Bird Gate and beg the emperor of the Tang dynasty to allow them to be Li Wangyu's disciples, they could not sit still and came to the Vermilion Bird Gate to watch the show. When they heard that Li Wangyu actually agreed and said that as long as they passed the test, he would accept them as his disciples, how could these foreign exchange students hold back? They all stood up and asked that they also wanted to be his disciples. Inasheng Mitsuda and Yakushi Terui were angered by the scene in front of them, but there was nothing they could do. Whether Li Wangyu accepted a disciple or not, and who he accepted as a disciple, it was not up to them to decide. Moreover, there were many international students. Even if the Japanese wanted to object, they wouldn't dare to offend the public. Li Wangyu was also depressed. He didn't really want to take in any vassal state disciples. He was just being pushed to the edge by the Japanese. He was prepared to purposely make things difficult for them so that the Japanese would know how difficult it was and retreat. That was fine. This way, even if he didn't accept any disciples, the Japanese wouldn't be able to say anything. But now, dozens of international students had come to join in the fun, and behind them were tens of thousands of international students. At the thought of the tens of thousands of international students in Chang, Li Wangyu felt his head swelling. If so many people came to the Vermilion Bird sect and begged him to take them in as disciples, it would be a huge joke. Confucius only had 72 disciples and 3,000 disciples. Could it be that Li Wangyu wanted to take in tens of thousands of disciples? At the thought of tens of thousands of people calling him teacher in unison, Li Wangyu couldn't help but shiver. It was too scary. He was famous for being a lazy person. If he could sit, he definitely wouldn't stand. If he could lie down, he definitely wouldn't sit. If he really accepted these international students, that would be crazy. Just as Li Wangyu was thinking of how to reject, he saw more and more people gathering around him. Because international students could only wear the clothes of the vassal state, Li Wangyu easily knew that these people were international students. Because the directorate wasn't far from the Vermilion Bird sect, the international students who heard the news also came, blocking the wide Vermilion Bird Street. Hearing the deafening greetings of the international students, Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel a little enlightened. If these people held up signs in their hands and shouted things like, "I love you," or "I want to give birth to your children," it would be a scene of fans chasing after celebrities. Even though he had seen all kinds of big scenes after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, he was still a little excited to be so popular. Originally, he just wanted to make things difficult for the Tang envoy from Japan, but now he couldn't help but hesitate. He began to seriously consider whether he should take in a few disciples from the vassal states. Although he had never heard of any historical figures from the vassal states, it didn't seem like a bad idea to take in a few foreigners as disciples. It was everyone's responsibility to promote the culture of the Tang dynasty. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu raised his voice and shouted to the people around him, "I already understand everyone's intentions. However, I have limited energy and can't teach so many students. I can only choose the best ones and take them in. If you are willing, 3 days later at the Dazhao baseball field I will set 3 questions. If you can pass these 3 questions and have a pure heart, I will take you in as my disciple. What do you think?" His words naturally made the students around him overjoyed. They all bowed and saluted him. "It's all up to you, sir. We have no objections." "Thank you, sir. We are grateful that Mr. Li has given us this opportunity. We dare not disobey your orders." Although Inasheng Mida and the other Dongying people were helpless, they could only follow the crowd and bow to Li Wangyu to express their gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Li." Li Wangyu nodded with satisfaction. "All right, you may leave. Don't disturb the people from going out." "Yes, sir." After receiving Li Wangyu's confirmation, the students no longer blocked the Vermilion Bird Gate. They all saluted again and dispersed while discussing with each other. Tang Jian was also caught off guard by this scene. Fortunately, Li Wangyu handled it well and did not cause any trouble, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. "Zio, your reputation. Sigh, even those famous scholars can't compare to you," Tang Jian said with a sigh. Scholars like Li Gang, Kong Yingda and Yu Shernan were respected, but in terms of influence, they were not as influential as Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu was not only good at writing poems, he was also young and handsome, and he was also rich. In the brothels of Ping Kong Fong, the young and beautiful prostitutes loved to sing Li Wangyu's poems the most. Scholars loved to visit Ping Kong Fong. They heard Li Wangyu's name and masterpieces every day. With such a publicity campaign, it would be strange if Li Wangyu didn't become popular. Moreover, Li Wangyu had created too many big news in the past 2 years, which made him even more popular. In the eyes of the Tang people, Li Wangyu was the one who was praised by everyone. It was no exaggeration to say that Li Wangyu was definitely one of the top internet celebrities in Chang and city of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, it was not surprising that the students from the vassal states admired Li Wangyu and wanted to be his disciple. In response to Tang Jian's exclamation, Li Wangyu could only smile and rub his nose. After a few polite words, he bid farewell and left. He still had to rush back to Dingzhou village to discuss with his beautiful superior about how to choose students. Since he had already said it, he couldn't treat it carelessly. I got fat from that thing again? I regret it for 3 seconds. Chapter 929. The news that Li Wangyu had agreed to accept students as disciples quickly spread throughout the Imperial College. The tens of thousands of foreign students were all excited, discussing what kind of test Li Wangyu would give them. As for the other Tang students of the Imperial College, after hearing of this matter, they were all envious and jealous. If they could become Li Wangyu's disciple, the benefits were self-evident. There were even quite a few people who secretly pondered whether or not they should learn from those foreign students and go to the Vermilion Bird Gate to cause trouble. Fortunately, the Imperial College was strict in its management of students, dispelling any thoughts of going to the Vermilion Bird Gate to petition. Even so, 3 days later the Great Jiao Baseball Stadium was still packed to the brim. Today Li Wangyu was publicly accepting disciples. Moreover, he was accepting foreign students from various vassal states. Naturally, this matter attracted a lot of attention. In addition to the tens of thousands of foreign students, there were also a large number of commoners, officials, and students of the Imperial College. All of them rushed to the baseball stadium to watch the excitement. Li Wangyu was helpless against the gossiping of the commoners and officials of Chang'an. He could only order for the Great Jiao Baseball Stadium's grandstands to be open to the public. He had all of the bystanders go to the grandstands to watch the excitement, so as to not affect the foreign students who had come to take the test. Holding on to the mentality that they might win the lottery, the tens of thousands of foreign students in Chang, and all rushed to the Great Jiao Baseball Stadium. Fortunately, the Great Jiao Baseball Stadium was large enough. Li Wangyu had made ample preparations, and the stadium's staff were experienced. Thus there was no trouble. With the exception of Princess Chang'e, all of his disciples, including the Crown Prince Li Qingqian and the Prince of Yu Li Tai, all ran over to the Great Jiao Baseball Stadium. Even the little lowly Wu Meinyang insisted on running over to watch the excitement. Ever since the matter of Pai Lupi's betrothal, Chang'e had not appeared before Li Wangyu. Clearly, this little lowly was either shy or trying to avoid arousing suspicion. Li Wangyu was actually quite happy that Chang'e had not appeared. Otherwise, it would have been too awkward for them to meet. He was a good teacher, but now that Li Er had messed around with him, he was really embarrassed. In the end, it was all that damn Pai Lupi's fault. When Li Wangyu thought of this, he couldn't help but complain in his heart again. Seeing that almost everyone had arrived, Li Wangyu was about to stand up and announce the start of the selection when he heard the sound of music coming from outside the stadium. Li Wangyu couldn't help but frown. He was all too familiar with this voice. It was part of the Royal Guard of Honor when Pai Lupi was out. The soldiers beat the drums and the musicians of Taichung Temple played music. Both sides were accompanied by fully armored imperial guards. Under normal circumstances, Pai Lupi felt that this set of ceremonial guards was too cumbersome. Most of the time, he traveled in light carriages with only a few dozen to a few hundred imperial guards. In Chang and City, Pai Lupi rarely displayed this Royal Guard of Honor. Usually, Pai Lupi would only let people display the full Royal Guard of Honor on formal occasions. Today, Li Wangyu was only here to select disciples. It wasn't official business. What was the meaning of Pai Lupi coming to the Dazhao baseball stadium with great fanfare? Li Wangyu couldn't understand, but he didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly led the group of disciples to greet the emperor. "Your Majesty, how come you have time to come to the Dazhao baseball stadium today?" Li Wangyu asked curiously after greeting Pai Lupi. "Zio, you brought all the international students in Chang'an City here. How could I not come to take a look? This involves dozens of vassal states. I can't be careless," Pai Lupi said as he glared at Li Wangyu. "If Tang Qing hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known that you brat had done such a shocking thing again." Pai Lupi was told by Tang Jian that Li Wangyu had agreed to recruit international students and that he would take the test in the Dazhao baseball stadium. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when he heard this. If anyone else dared to do this, Pai Lupi would definitely have ordered Mi Tuo to lead the cavalry department to arrest them. International students of the vassal states were not allowed to communicate privately with the people and officials. On the other hand, the people and officials of the Tang dynasty were also not allowed to communicate privately with international students. If someone else did what Li Wangyu did, they would definitely be arrested and punished by the authorities. Because of Li Wangyu's status, no one dared to arrest him. However, Pai Lupi couldn't ignore it either. In Li Wangyu's eyes, this was only his private matter. However, for the imperial court this was a big deal. However, Li Wangyu was willing to accept international students from the vassal states as his disciples. This was naturally a good thing for the imperial court. Even if Li Wangyu only accepted one international student as his disciple today, it still represented the Tang dynasty's equal treatment and kindness to the vassal states. Therefore, Pai Lupi put on a full set of ceremonial guards to support Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu pondered for a moment and understood Pai Lupi's intention. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Uncle, aren't you forcing a duck to a perch? If no one can pass my test today, I might not accept a single disciple." Pai Lupi heard this and couldn't help but stare at him. "That won't do. No matter what, you have to accept one person today. Otherwise, these tens of thousands of international students will make a scene." When Li Wangyu heard this, he turned his head and looked at the international students who were rubbing their hands and eager to try. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that Pai Lupi's words made sense. If it was only the Dongying envoys, it would be fine to play with them. But today tens of thousands of people came. If he said that he couldn't choose a suitable disciple, it would be suspicious of him playing with a monkey. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu could only accept his fate and nod. Whether or not anyone passed the test today, in short, he just needed to choose a suitable one to be his disciple. It was no big deal. Following Pai Lupi were Fang Xianling, Tang Jian, Yu Shernan, Kong Yingda, and other officials of the imperial court, as well as the envoys of the vassal states. When Fang Xianling and the others saw Li Wangyu, they couldn't help but tease him a little, saying that even his disciple was so different. In the face of these friendly teasing, Li Wangyu, as a junior, could only pinch his nose and accept it. As for the envoys of the vassal states, they had a fawning look on their faces and gave Li Wangyu a flattering smile. Everyone, including the Dongying envoy Inakami Mitsuda, could only secretly pray in their hearts that Li Wangyu would choose an international student from their country and accept him as a disciple. After everyone exchanged a few pleasantries, Li Wangyu invited Pai Lupi and the others into the batting field. Because Pai Lupi came out in full Emperor's Guard of Honor, the tens of thousands of people gathered in the Dazhao batting field naturally knew that His Majesty the Emperor had come in person. When they saw Pai Lupi dressed in a yellow robe, tens of thousands of people stood up and bowed, greeting him in unison. Pai Lupi waved around the stands in a very showy manner, then walked to the center of the field and said a few words of encouragement to the international students. Satisfied, he was then invited to the box above the stands by Li Wangyu and sat down. Looking at the people below who had come to watch the fun, Li Wangyu was too lazy to complain about the gossipy spirit of the people of Chang'an. If he had known, he would have arranged for the field to sell tickets today. He would have made a lot of money, and it would not be worse than holding a batting match. Stopping the wild thoughts in his heart, Li Wangyu gestured towards Niu Wu, indicating that he could start the test. Chapter 930. Ziyu, I heard that you plan to set 3 questions to select the students. I wonder which 3 questions they are? I'm very curious. Pai Lupi's question struck a chord in everyone's hearts. The envoys from various countries were even more concerned. They all pricked up their ears, wanting to hear what Li Wangyu had to say. Everyone had their own guesses as to what questions Li Wangyu would set to test the students. Zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, reciting poems, composing essays, and even riding horses and archery were all guesses. The outstanding talents among the international students were also rubbing their fists and palms, planning to perform well today. Only those who knew Li Wangyu well knew that the so-called test would not be so conventional. At least Pai Lupi knew that his nephew was definitely not the kind of person who would play by the rules. Therefore he was rather curious. Li Wangyu shrugged and kept them in suspense. He smiled and said, "Uncle, you'll know when you see it. It's already begun." Everyone looked down and saw Niu Wu leading a group of baseball field staff to divide the tens of thousands of international students into groups of 10. Hundreds of baseball field staff walked in with bamboo tubes in their arms. Li Wangyu's first question not only puzzled the tens of thousands of international students, but also the tens of thousands of onlookers in the spectator stands. They began to clamor. This test did not look like a test. What was it about? Pai Lupi was even more curious. "Ziyu, what are you doing?" Li Wangyu smiled and nodded at the crowd. The 2 words that came out of his mouth almost shocked everyone in the box. Drawing lots. Pai Lupi's face could not help but twitch. He could not believe what he was hearing. Drawing lots? What kind of lots? Uncle, drawing lots is drawing lots. There are 10 bamboo sticks in each of those bamboo tubes. Only one of them has a red mark at the bottom. The person who draws this bamboo stick can proceed to the next round of the test. Li Wangyu's explanation caused the box to fall silent for a few moments. Nonsense. Ziyu, since you want to select your disciples from international students, how can you use such a childish method? Aren't you toying with the international students? Pai Lupi slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair, his eyes wide open. The envoys of the vassal states nodded in agreement with Pai Lupi. Everyone had thought of Li Wangyu's test, but they had never thought that he would use the method of drawing lots. The envoys from other countries also showed dissatisfaction, but because of Li Wangyu's status, they didn't refute him. Only Inishang Mida couldn't help but jump out. "Li Kuan, isn't it too hasty to decide who will enter the next round by drawing lots? I'm an exchange student from Japan." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Li Wangyu. "Uncle, everyone, what do you think is needed for drawing lots?" What was needed for drawing lots? Pai Lupi and the other officials looked at each other, not understanding Li Wangyu's meaning. Fang Xianling pondered for a moment, then asked with a smile, "Ziyu, do you mean that drawing lots requires luck?" Li Wangyu clapped his hands and applauded. "Ah, Fang Gong's words are correct." He turned to Pai Lupi and said with a smile, "Uncle, drawing lots requires luck. Among the tens of thousands of international students, only about 1,000 can draw a red lot. Therefore these people's luck is better than others. This nephew's first choice is to choose a disciple with luck. This drawing lots is the way to identify their luck. If they don't draw lots, then I'm sorry, their luck is not good. This nephew doesn't accept disciples with bad luck." What? After hearing Li Wangyu's words, the people in the private room all had a puzzled look on their faces. Inishang Mitsuda opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he was speechless. Pai Lupi looked as if he had seen a ghost. After a long while, he glared at Li Wangyu, but he didn't say anything else and continued to look down. After all, although Li Wangyu's words were a bit ridiculous, they made some sense. Disciples with bad luck. Don't accept. No one else could come up with such a reason. However, no one could say what was wrong with it. The Tangs also believed in fate. Since their luck was not good, they couldn't blame Li Wangyu for not accepting them as disciples. However, no matter how they looked at it, they felt that Li Wangyu's method of identifying luck was too childish. But since it was Li Wangyu who had taken in a disciple, even if the method was a bit strange, no one, including Inishang Mida, could raise any objections. Those who didn't draw lots could only blame their bad luck. At this time, Inishang Mitsuda could only silently pray to Amaterasu Amikami that the Japanese students would be lucky enough to draw a red lot. Not to mention the complicated feelings of the people in the box. After the first test was announced, tens of thousands of international students were also in an uproar. Even the people in Chang and who were watching the fun in the stands couldn't help but laugh and talk. In the face of such a childish test, the international students protested one after another. However, Niu Wu didn't care whether they were willing or not. Since it was something his Lang Jun ordered, he had to carry it out seriously. Faced with the two choices of accepting the test and drawing lots to win that 1/10th chance, or being chased to the stands, all the international students could only obediently bow their heads and choose the former. No matter how strange the test content was, since it was Li Wangyou's request, they really had no choice. Therefore, in the stadium, the international students from the various vassal states showed the people present the religions and various ways of praying. Some knelt down and murmured prayers, some put their hands together and prayed, some bowed to the sun, and even some international students danced strange and inexplicable dances to pray. In short, in the face of Li Wangyou's unreasonable test, everyone tried their best to increase their luck. After a long while, the drawing of lots officially began. These international students were smart. In order to increase the chances of their countries qualifying, they didn't draw lots with their own country's international students. They all ran to the other country's international students to compete. The drawing of lots was naturally very fast. There were 10 people in a group and the winners were determined in a moment. Those who drew a red lot naturally shouted excitedly and thanked the gods for their blessings. As for the majority of the people who were disappointed, they ended the apprenticeship journey in frustration and were invited to the stands by the stadium staff to be spectators. Of the tens of thousands of international students, more than 9,000 were quickly eliminated, leaving only about 1,000 lucky people in the stadium. Inasheng Mitsuda was very excited because the international students sent by Japan to the Tang Empire were very lucky. More than 10 of them drew a red lot. The first batch of envoys sent by the Tang Empire was less than 200 people. Excluding the envoys and monks, there were less than 100 international students. Among these 100 Japanese international students, more than 10 of them were able to compete with nearly 10,000 international students from the vassal states. Naturally, they were very lucky. After the first round of the so-called test ended, Pai Lupi and the others looked at Li Wangyou again. They wanted to see what other tricks he was going to play. If he dared to talk about drawing lots again, Pai Lupi would really scold him. Chapter 931. Li Wangyou was just spouting nonsense about luck. The only reason he did this was because there were too many people, tens of thousands of international students. Just by gathering together, it was already a sea of people. As the saying goes, when there are more than 10,000 people, there is no end to it. In order to avoid trouble, Li Wangyou came up with the idea of drawing lots. Using luck as an excuse, he eliminated 90% of the international students. Li Wangyou didn't care if there were really talented people among them. Who asked that person to be unlucky? After eliminating 90% of the people, the originally crowded baseball field suddenly became empty. The 1,000 lucky people stood on the field in a daze. They didn't know what kind of strange test was waiting for them. After the drawing of lots, the remaining people began to be suspicious. They couldn't figure out what kind of tricks the famous Li Zio would play. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they saw hundreds of stadium staff carrying hundreds of long bamboo poles walk into the stadium. These bamboo poles were about 6 to 7 meters long. There was a piece of red silk tied to the top of the pole. In the box, everyone looked at Li Wangyou again, waiting for his explanation. Uncle, everyone, this test question is very simple. It's still a group of 10. As long as you don't use any external objects and don't bend the pole, whoever can find a way to remove the red silk first will advance to the next round of the test. Li Wangyou's words made everyone frown. The pole was so tall. If it wasn't allowed to bend, how could they remove the red silk at the top of the pole? This person couldn't fly. Even if he jumped, he couldn't jump that high. Just as everyone was thinking hard about how to solve the problem, Inasheng Mita suddenly clapped his hands. I got it. Li Jun's question is to test whether these students can work together and whether they have the spirit of sacrifice. Only when 10 people work together and form a human ladder can they climb to the top of the pole and remove the red silk. But in this way, the other 9 people will have to be sacrificed. Inasheng Mita's words made Pai Lupi and the other officials nod. They felt that what he said made sense. Now it seemed like this was the only way to remove the red silk at the top of the pole. Pai Lupi nodded and praised, "Not bad, my beloved Minister In's Hang is indeed quick-witted. You saw through Zio's intentions with just one glance." Being praised by Pai Lupi, Inasheng Mita was naturally very happy. He hurriedly bowed and modestly declined. However, his expression was extremely pleased. Evidently, he was very pleased with himself for being able to guess Li Wangyou's thoughts. On the other hand, Li Wangyu looked as if he had seen a ghost. He really wanted to ask Inasheng Mitsuda how he came up with such a creative idea. Even primary school students in the future knew how to solve this problem. In the elementary school textbook, The Smart Su Wenjiang, there was a similar topic. Li Wangyu was just plagiarizing. The solution was to think in reverse. Under the premise of not letting the bamboo pole fall, it would be enough to let the bamboo pole lower itself. Like Su Wenjiang, putting the bamboo pole into the well was the simplest method. Li Wangyu had set this question because he wanted to see how many smart people among the overseas students could think of this. As for Inasheng Mitsuda's words, Li Wangyu was too lazy to expose him. He wanted to see if anyone could slap this Japanese ambassador's face in the future. On the other hand, the disciples behind Li Wangyu all frowned. Clearly they did not agree with Inasheng Mitsuda's words. The little fatty Li Tai and the little lowly Wu Meinyang suddenly shouted at the same time, "Teacher, I know how to solve this question." Li Wangyu lovingly patted their heads, indicating that they should not say it out loud. As expected, there were many smart people. This kind of child's play would not fool many people. After Li Wangyu announced this question, the 1,000 or so overseas students were all dumbfounded. The bamboo pole was 6 to 7 meters tall. They could not let it fall and they could not use any external objects. They had to remove the red silk at the top of the bamboo pole. How was this possible? However, one had to admit that in this world it was not easy to find smart people. However, there were many idiots. The Japanese overseas students' brain circuits were no different from Inasheng Mitsuda's. Very quickly they came up with a very smart solution. This time, the Japanese didn't team up with the students from other countries. After some discussion, the Japanese students were divided into two groups. The two most outstanding members were chosen to be in charge of picking the red silk on the bamboo pole and obtaining the opportunity to advance. Li Wangyu's face was filled with black lines as he looked down. He saw the Japanese forming a human ladder and stacking it like a human pyramid. One of the Japanese stepped on his companion's shoulder to climb up to the top of the pole and took down the red silk. The Japanese immediately let out a cheer. Inasheng Mitsuda was so excited that his face turned red. He kept applauding his country's overseas students. Under the influence of the Japanese, the overseas students from other countries were also led down the wrong path. If they calmed down and thought about it, they might be able to come up with a solution. However, the Japanese's stupid method succeeded in removing the red silk, causing the overseas students to lose their ability to think. They all started to follow suit. For a moment, the great Zhao baseball field seemed to have turned into a circus. Everywhere there were people climbing up the human ladder. This lively scene attracted the cheers of the people watching from the stands. This made the overseas students even more excited. All the overseas students who successfully removed the red silk were jumping up and down in excitement. As for the overseas students who were willing to give up the opportunity to be apprenticed to their partners, they were not discouraged. Instead, they cheered each other on. Looking at the increasingly lively scene below, Li Wangyu really could not bear to watch. He could not help but cover his eyes with his hands, afraid that these idiots would dirty his eyes. Stupidity was indeed contagious. The Japanese were being stupid, and the thousands of overseas students were being stupid as well. This was really enough. Very quickly, the red silk on the hundreds of bamboo poles was removed. The overseas students who did not get the red silk were once again invited to the stands by the staff. However, they were not depressed this time. Instead, they were proud of their teamwork and dedication. When they walked up to the stands, each of them held their heads high and puffed out their chests proudly. Li Wangyu could not hold it in anymore. He reached out and patted Li Tai and Wu Meinyang's heads. "The two of you, go and try to remove the red silk from the bamboo poles. If you dare to use those stupid methods just now, be careful that I will expel the two of you from the sect." Wu Meinyang stuck out her tongue at Li Wangyu and made a face. "Meinyang is not as stupid as those people. Teacher, don't look down on me." Her words made Li Wangyu, Ma Zhou Yenlibin and the others laugh. Those who could be accepted as disciples by Li Wangyu were all future big shots who would leave their names in the history books. How could there be any idiots among them? Whether it was Ma Zhou Yenlibin, Shang Guanyi, Lu Ringgui or even Crown Prince Li Qingqian, they had all figured out the correct method. As for Inasheng Mitsuda and the thousands of idiots below, everyone only felt the pleasure of crushing their IQ. Indeed, it was very interesting to watch idiots play monkeys. Chapter 932. After Li Wangyu's 2 tests, there were only 100 students left out of the 10,000 students. At this moment, these students were in the center of the field, receiving the cheers of the audience and their peers. They were very proud. Under the escort of Niu Wu and the others, 2 children, one big and one small, walked to the center of the field and picked up a bamboo pole with all their might. Their actions naturally attracted the attention of everyone in the field. Whose children are these? Why are they so naughty? Could it be that these two children also want to play when they saw the students having fun just now? Perhaps they are Xiao Lang and his wife from some noble family. Didn't you see that the troops of Lai Hot are guarding these two carefully? No one in the audience recognized Wu Meinyang, but there were people who recognized Li Tai, Prince Yu. Everyone, please don't talk nonsense. That Xiao Lang is His Majesty's legitimate son, the disciple of the Duke of Huxian, Prince Yu. Once this was said, no one dared to joke around anymore. However, they still looked curiously at Li Tai and Wu Meinyang in the field, wanting to see what they were planning to do. In the box, Pai Lupi looked suspiciously at his son and couldn't help but ask, "Zio, what did you ask Qing Ke and Meinyang to do?" "Hee, uncle, I asked them to try how to remove the red silk from the bamboo pole." Li Er couldn't help but glare again when he heard this. Nonsense, the two of them are so young, how can they do such a dangerous thing? This bamboo pole is more than 20 feet tall. What if they accidentally fall down? Me Tua, quickly go and bring Qing Ke and Meinyang back. Don't let them fool around. Li Wangyu smiled and said, "Uncle, don't worry. I guarantee that nothing will happen. You can continue watching with peace of mind." Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Pai Lupi frowned. However, he still chose to believe Li Wangyu. He indicated that Mi Tua didn't need to go. He wanted to see what his son was going to do first. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the little fatty Li Tai picked up a bamboo pole and followed behind the bouncing Wu Meinyang to the side of the baseball field. Large stables were built on both sides of the field to take care of the horses on both sides of the field. In order to provide water for the horses and to wash their fur, a well was dug beside the stables for the convenience of water. Under everyone's gaze, Li Tai and Wu Meinyang walked to the side of the well. Then Li Tai picked up the bamboo pole and slowly lowered it into the well. In the huge Dazhao baseball stadium, the originally noisy tens of thousands of spectators all shut their mouths at the same time, as if someone had hit their mute acupoint. When Li Tai gently lowered the bamboo pole to his height, the little lowly Wu Meinyang smilingly walked up to him and easily reached out her hand to take the red silk from the top of the bamboo pole. There was dead silence in the Grey Zhao batting field. To think that, sure, just like that? Whether it was the hundreds of victors who remained in the stadium or the martyrs who were invited to the stands. After seeing this scene, they only felt a burning pain on their faces. F***ck, it turned out that their performance in front of thousands of people was really just a monkey show in the eyes of others. The hundreds of victors who had been so excited before were now so ashamed that they wanted to find a hole to hide in. They really had no face to see anyone. In the box, Pai Lupi and the officials also opened their mouths wide, unable to speak for a long time. Everyone finally understood the real purpose and answer of Li Wangyu's test question. What kind of bullshit teamwork and sacrificial spirit was this? The group of big shots was also very embarrassed at this time. In fact, if Fang Xianling and the other big shots hadn't been led astray by that idiot Inisheng Mitsuda, they wouldn't have made such a mistake. But no matter what, a group of adults couldn't even compare to Li Wangyu's two youngest disciples. It was really embarrassing. As for Inisheng Mitsuda, at this moment his old face was flushed red. There was even a moment when Inisheng Mitsuda had the urge to find a katana and commit suicide by cutting his stomach open in front of everyone. The Dongying people's face had been completely thrown away by him. Just as everyone was feeling embarrassed, Pai Lupi suddenly laughed loudly. Good. As expected of my Qilin's son, Qing Ke and Meinyang are indeed worthy of being Zio's disciples. They are really smart to be able to think of such a trick. Pai Lupi's words eased the atmosphere in the box. The officials all praised Li Tai and Wu Meinyang's intelligence. But everyone, including Pai Lupi, was implying that Li Tai and Wu Meinyang's method was a petty trick, a trick method. It couldn't be helped. Pai Lupi also wanted to save face. Li Wangyu secretly curled his lips, but he couldn't be bothered to correct them. He was a kind person. After sending his disciples to slap their faces, he still had to give them a way out. Everyone chatted for a while and Pai Lupi immediately changed the topic. Zio, what is the content of your third test? Li Wangyu pointed at the stadium staff below who were moving the props. He didn't keep them in suspense and directly told them the third test question. Uncle, everyone, the third question is not easy. Look at the two doors below. One is the real door and the other is the fake door. I will arrange two gatekeepers at each door. One will only tell the truth and the other will only tell the lie. He shrugged and smiled. My request is very simple. The international students below can only ask any gatekeeper within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. With one question they have to determine which door is the real one and which is the fake one. Those who make the correct judgment will pass. Li Wangyou's words once again caused everyone in the box to fall silent. They all frowned and lowered their heads in deep thought. For the Tangs who had never come across such logical reasoning questions, Li Wangyou's question was really a little crazy. The remaining 100 or so international students below were originally dispirited by Li Tai and Wu Meinyang's godly manipulation. After hearing the third question announced by Niu Wu, they were all dumbfounded. 2 doors, 2 gatekeepers, 1 real and 1 fake. They could only ask any one of them one question. How could they get the correct answer? How could they do it? Wasn't this King deliberately making things difficult for them? The stands became lively again. Everyone was passionately discussing Li Wangyou's third question. How can there be such a question? County magistrate who is deliberately making things difficult for those international students. Is there really an answer to this kind of question? How can a single question be asked? That's right. It's not difficult to determine which of the 2 gatekeepers is telling the truth and which is lying. Just ask a question and you'll know. But this way you won't know whether the door behind them is real or fake. Tsk, county magistrate who is truly a peerless scholar. How can ordinary people like us answer such a question? I don't think any of those international students will be able to answer it. Then doesn't that mean that no one will be able to become county magistrate whose disciple today? Perhaps so. Becoming a disciple isn't that simple. Everyone, why do you care who becomes the disciple? Isn't there a good show to watch? Today's scene is even more lively than the Lantern Festival. Haha, little brother is right. It's very lively. On the stands, the common people were too lazy to think, but the 100 or so international students below were sweating profusely. Their hearts were filled with resentment. Didn't they just want to become disciples? Why did they have to come up with such a ridiculous question? Chapter 933. Li Wangyou's question was, in fact, a very simple logical deduction question. The correct answer was to ask any of the gatekeepers. If I ask the other gatekeeper, will he tell me which door is the real one? No matter who answered, the door pointed out by the gatekeeper would definitely be the fake one. Thus, they would be able to pass by taking the opposite door. Because one of the gatekeepers would only tell lies no matter how they asked, the answer would definitely be a lie. Thus, by thinking backwards they could deduce the correct answer. It was a very simple logical deduction question that did not require much skill, but it stumped the Tang people and foreign exchange students. Whether it was Pai Lupi or Fang Xianling, as they had never encountered such a logical deduction question before, it was normal for them to be at a loss. 30 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. To everyone's disappointment, no one could give the correct answer to this question. Even if some of the foreign exchange students could guess which door was the real one, it was meaningless. This result made the hundreds of international students depressed. The envoys in the box also had ugly expressions on their faces. Seeing this result, Pai Lupi could not be bothered to ask what the correct answer was. He only looked at Li Wangyou with dissatisfaction, implying that Li Wangyou should clean up this mess. Today, no matter what, he had to accept a disciple from these foreign exchange students. In this regard, Li Wangyou was also very helpless. He had already lowered the difficulty and did not come up with any crazy questions, but he did not expect that no one could answer them. Originally, he had planned to come up with some elementary mathematical Olympiad questions for them to torture the Dongying people. If that was the case, the result would be even more embarrassing. It seems that stupidity is contagious. It's all those damn Dongying people's fault. If Inasheng Mida knew what Li Wangyou was thinking, he would definitely cry. What did it have to do with the Dongying people? Just now, he did not even dare to breathe loudly. He had shrunk to the back of the crowd, afraid that he would attract attention. And among the hundreds of foreign exchange students below, there were only 2 envoys left. The Japanese who had created this spectacular apprenticeship event had already given up on the idea of becoming Li Wangyou's disciple. Whether it was Inasheng Mida or Yakushi Kei, they only wished to be forgotten. Under Pai Lupi's dissatisfied gaze, Li Wangyou could only pinch his nose and apologize. He personally went to the batting field to interview the international students and select the one he liked. Originally, because the international students couldn't answer Li Wangyou's question, they thought that they wouldn't have the chance to be apprenticed to him. Everyone was very depressed. When they saw Li Wangyou appear and learned that Li Wangyou would choose one of them to be his disciple, the group of international students became happy again. Although the chances were slim, with only a 1% chance, it was still a chance. Everyone greeted Li Wangyou in an orderly manner, then lined up neatly waiting for Li Wangyu to choose. Looking at the hundreds of people in front of him, Li Wangyu noticed that there were actually many blonde international students in the crowd. But this wasn't surprising. Many of the vassal states of the Tang dynasty were located in Central Asia, and there were even vassal states in Siberia. Only one person's attire caught his attention. This person was wearing traditional Persian clothing, which was very interesting. Persians were not rare in the Tang dynasty, and Persian merchants were also famous in the Tang dynasty for being rich. But Persia wasn't a vassal state of the Tang dynasty, so why would a Persian international student appear here? Li Wangyu was curious and couldn't help but wave his hand, calling the Persian international student over. "Are you a Persian? Why are you an international student in the Tang dynasty?" The young Persian hurriedly bowed and replied, "Sir, I am indeed from Iran Shah, Persia. A year ago, I came to the Tang dynasty with a Persian diplomatic mission. Because I admire the culture of the Tang dynasty, I specially asked His Majesty to allow me to study in the Imperial College." "It must have been hard for you to come all the way to the Tang dynasty to study. What is your name?" Li Wangyu heard that this young Persian could come to the Tang dynasty to study from faraway Persia, so he had a good impression of him. "Sir, my name is Pelos, the king of Iran Shah, the third son of Yazdegerd III. Li Wangyu only felt a headache when he heard the names of these foreigners. It was too long and hard to remember. He just nodded casually to show that he understood. In fact, he didn't understand at all. He didn't even hear what the Persian international student said. Li Wangyu looked at the others and was about to cordially chat with them before casually choosing someone he liked. But he suddenly stopped and turned to look at the Persian international student. "What did you say your name was?" The young Persian was a little stunned. He didn't understand what Li Wangyu meant, but he still replied respectfully, "Sir, my name is Pelos." "Your father is the king of Persia? You are the prince of Persia?" "Yes, I." Pelos nodded and was about to answer, but Li Wangyu patted him on the shoulder and said, "Okay, no need to say more. Pelos, are you willing to be my disciple?" Li Wangyu's words changed too quickly, and Pelos was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. Happiness came too suddenly and he was a little overwhelmed. Fortunately, Belusi's reaction was quick. He immediately knelt down and said, "Disciple Belusi greets teacher." "Ah, good. You can get up first. I will give you a gift later." Li Wangyu smiled and helped Pelos up. The group of foreign students were all shocked and opened their mouths wide. They didn't understand what was going on. Was it so hasty? Did he decide to accept a disciple just like that? Most of the foreign students didn't even have time to say a word to Li Wangyu before it was over. Li Wangyu didn't care about the bitterness in the hearts of the foreign students. He directly brought Pelos back to the private room and introduced him to Pai Lupi and the others. This Persian prince was his new disciple. Ma Zhou Yen Libin, and the others naturally didn't have any objections. They all smiled and greeted Pelos. The group of fellow disciples was very happy. Only the little lowly Wu Meinyang was very serious about how to address Pelos. Although she was young, she had entered the sect earlier than Pelos, so she stubbornly asked Pelos to call her senior sister. Although Pai Lupi didn't know why Li Wangyu chose this person as his disciple, as long as Li Wangyu made a choice among the foreign students, his goal would be achieved. He would be able to answer to the envoys of the various countries. As for the Japanese, they could only grit their teeth and swallow their blood. The grievances and helplessness in their hearts didn't need to be said. They had knelt outside the Vermilion Bird Gate and begged for half a day, but all they got was someone else's wedding dress. Who could understand this kind of sadness? They naturally didn't know why Li Wangyu would accept this Persian prince as his disciple. Chapter 934. In the history of China there was once an interesting foreigner. This person was originally from the Persian royal family, but he later married a princess of the Tang dynasty and sought to restore the country. The famous poet Li Sun and Li Shunxian were descendants of this person, and the blood of the Persian royal family flowed in their veins. It was said that there were even descendants of this person in Sichuan in the future. This person's name was Belusi. He was the son of Yazdegerd III of the Persian royal family. According to the old Tang book, when the Arabs invaded Persia, Yazdegerd III asked for help from the Tang dynasty several times, but he was rejected by Pai Lupi. In the end, the Persian royal family was destroyed by the Arabs. Belusi once again asked for help from the Tang dynasty. At that time, Pai Lupi had already died of illness, and Li Ji had ascended the throne. Li Ji sent an envoy to Central Asia and established the Persian Governor-General's office. He appointed Belusi as the Persian king. However, Persia was too far away from the Tang dynasty, and they could not receive any help from the Tang dynasty. Hence, the Persian Governor-General's office did not exist for too long. Under the constant threat of the Arab army, Balusi could only escape along the Silk Road and finally reach Chang'an. Balusi's bloodline was the Persian royal family, and he eventually settled down in the Tang dynasty. When Li Wangyu read history books, he had once lamented about this period of history. It was a pity that the great Tang's Persian commander-in-chief's office was only in name. Otherwise, it would have been truly satisfying if they could have incorporated that land into China's territory. Hence, when he found out about the identity of the Persian student, he immediately decided to take him as his disciple. Li Wangyu did not expect that Balusi had been a student in the Tang dynasty when he was young. No wonder when Persia faced the threat of the Arabs, they would ask for help from the Tang dynasty. However, because of the geographical distance, the Tang dynasty could only give the Persians verbal support. Even the powerful Tang dynasty could not reach so far and interfere in Central Asia's matters. But in today's Tang dynasty, because of the time travel of Li Wangyu and Su Changqing, they may have the ability to intervene. The Tang dynasty's cavalry had horseshoes to protect their horses, so the casualty rate outside of war was quite low. As a result, the number of the Tang dynasty's armored cavalry continued to increase every year. Secondly, there was the use of four-wheeled carriages. The horse carriages had changed from two-wheeled to four-wheeled carriages. Not only did it increase the ability to carry goods, it also greatly increased the logistical supply of the army. Not to mention that the well-tempered steel that he and Yen Libin had created together had improved the armor and weapons of the Tang army. In any case, Li Wangyu thought that since the Mongolian cavalry could sweep through Europe and Asia several hundred years later, there was no reason why the current Tang dynasty cavalry couldn't do the same. Therefore, Li Wangyu accepted Bei Lusi as his disciple without any hesitation. He had his own plans in mind. The governor of the Persian Governor-General's office. This was a very suitable position for Belus. Let the Persian dynasty go with the wind? He wasn't cheating his disciple. After all, in history the Persian dynasty was also destroyed by the Arabians. Rather than that, why not bring it into the territory of the Tang dynasty? There was nothing bad about it. At the very least, the rule of the Tang dynasty wasn't a bad thing for the Persians. Of course, whether or not these things could be realized was still unknown. Li Wangyu was just preparing for a rainy day. Naturally, no one knew what he was thinking. Even Su Changqing, because he didn't understand history, didn't know about this period of history. Therefore he couldn't guess what Li Wangyu was thinking. Pai Lupi and the others naturally didn't know that Li Wangyu accepted Bei Lusi as his disciple because he had such thoughts in his mind. A few days later, Li Wangyu really held a grand ceremony to formally accept Bei Lusi as his disciple. The small commotion caused by the Japanese sending the Tang envoy was settled just like that. Bei Lusi also didn't understand why good luck had come to him. In short, he was naturally overjoyed that Li Wangyu unexpectedly became his disciple. As for the initiator, the Dongying people were secretly grateful. But obviously, the Dongying people wouldn't accept Bei Lusi's gratitude. The matter of Li Wangyu accepting a disciple at the Dazhao baseball stadium was another thing for the people of Chang and to gossip about. Other than the stupid lottery, the two questions that Li Wangyu set were also talked about by the people of Chang, and for a long time. Time flew by like a white horse galloping by. In the 9th month of the 4th year of Jingguan, the Royal Academy of the Tang dynasty became lively again. Other than the returning old students, after a series of tests and screening, 500 new students were admitted to the academy. After the academy started, everything was orderly and carried out step by step. Under Su Jingzong's arrangement, it was finally time for Li Wangyu's encyclopedia lesson. For the first time in his life, Li Wangyu, a bad student in the future, stood on the podium and began his glorious career as a primary school teacher. Although Li Wangyu was unlicensed, the thousands of academy students in the newly built auditorium of the academy were all staring at Li Wangyu on the podium with adoration on their faces. Even the new students, who were 6 or 7 years old, were familiar with Li Wangyu's name. They naturally knew what it meant for Li Wangyu to teach them in person. No one knew what an encyclopedia was. Not to mention these children, even Su Jingzong didn't know what Li Wangyu was going to teach. But no matter what Li Wangyu was going to teach, this opportunity to listen to Li Wangyu in person was very rare. After traveling to the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu had seen a lot of big scenes. But when he stood on the podium in the auditorium and looked at the crowd below, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He had decided to teach at the academy on a whim. But he didn't have this kind of experience. In the future, Li Wangyu had explained the plan to the clients, but there were only a dozen people in the meeting room who listened to him. Like today, facing thousands of people, Li Wangyu still felt a little stressed. After knowing that Li Wangyu was going to teach a class called Encyclopedia, that no one had heard of, the first and second year students of the academy were not the only ones who came to listen to the lesson in the auditorium of the academy. Including Su Jingzong, the professors and teaching assistants of the academy all rushed into the auditorium to listen to the lesson. These professors and teaching assistants of the academy worshipped Li Wangyu even more. They all held pens and ink in their hands and were ready to listen and take notes seriously. Li Wangyu was a little embarrassed about this. In his original plan, even if he didn't teach well, it shouldn't be a problem to fool these 6 or 7-year-old children. But now so many employees of the academy came to listen to his lesson. If he didn't teach well or was questioned by others, it would be very embarrassing. Li Wangyu calmed himself down and coughed softly. The large auditorium suddenly became so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone's eyes were focused on Li Wangyu. Students, the lesson I'm going to teach today is called Encyclopedia. So, what is Encyclopedia? Encyclopedic is the general name of all the knowledge of all the disciplines, including astronomy, geography, nature, mechanics, medicine, literature, and so on. When Li Wangyu said this, the students of the academy below didn't think much of it. But the professors and teaching assistants of the academy who heard him explain the meaning of encyclopedia for the first time couldn't help but gasp together. The Duke was so arrogant. Chapter 935. When Su Jingzong first heard Li Wangyu's words, he also had the same thought. He felt that Li Wangyu was bragging too much. Astronomy, geography, nature, mechanics, medicine, literature. It was all-encompassing and all-encompassing. Only those who had experienced the world dared to teach this knowledge. Otherwise, they would be asking for humiliation. Since Li Wangyu dared to say this, all the professors and teaching assistants of the academy, including Su Jingzong, held their breath and prepared to listen carefully to see if Li Wangyu could really talk about something unknown to them. What I'm going to talk about today is nature. Nature is all things in the universe. Nature is Tao. Li Wangyu's words were not a bluff. The Tang dynasty worshipped Taoism, so he naturally wanted to explain what nature was based on the concept of Taoism. Naturally, Tao was also from the book, I Am Thinking About You. Taoism believed that nature, like primordial qi, was something higher than heaven and earth. It was also in line with the concept of natural philosophy in later generations. The group of children only seemed to understand half of what he was saying, but Su Jingzong and the others did not understand at all. They were listening more and more attentively. After Li Wangyu roughly explained what nature was, he asked the students, "Students, let me ask you a question. Who can tell me what color the sun is?" After he asked this question, the students in the auditorium did not know how to answer. Light was light. What color did it have? After a long while, someone timidly raised his hand. After Li Wangyu gave him permission, he stood up and answered, "Sir, the sun has no color." Li Wangyu looked at the other students with a smile. "Do you think he is right?" The students nodded to show their agreement. Li Wangyu's question even confused the professors and teaching assistants of the academy. They did not understand what it meant. No one had ever thought about the color of the sun. Li Wangyu was very satisfied with everyone's reaction, as he had expected. Dear students, you may not know this, but sunlight not only has colors, but it also has 7 colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple, Li Wangyu said with certainty. His words caused the originally quiet auditorium to be unable to maintain order any longer. Buzzing sounds of discussion could be heard everywhere. The students were still young, so they didn't dare to question Li Wangyu's words. However, the professors and teaching assistants of the academy couldn't help themselves. After discussing with each other for a while, someone raised his hand and stood up to voice his doubts. "Sir, where did the 7 colors of the sun come from? Why haven't we seen it before?" Li Wangyu laughed. "Nonsense, how could you not have seen it? Haven't you seen the rainbow after the rain? Does the heavenly rainbow have any color?" The heavenly rainbow he was talking about was what the ancients called the rainbow. There were other similar names like flying rainbow, long rainbow, and so on. The man was stunned when he heard this and couldn't help but retort, "Mister, a rainbow is a rainbow. What does it have to do with the color of the sun?" Wuxia didn't have a proper understanding of the rainbow until the Northern Song dynasty. For example, Xinkuo wrote in Dream Stream Essays, "Rainbow is the reflection of the water in the sun. Sunshine and rain are the same." However, in Huaxia's ancient knowledge, rainbows were generally regarded as 2-headed gods that could drink water. The word rainbow, in the oracle bone inscriptions, was in the shape of a 2-headed dragon. In later generations, if one encountered a rainbow after the rain, their first reaction would probably be to take a photo and post it on their WeChat moments to show off their good luck. However, in the Tang dynasty, rainbows weren't a good omen. Rainbows were commonly known as sucking water among the people. They thought that rainbows would suck up the water somewhere. Therefore, when rainbows appeared, the people would knock on pots and pans to make all kinds of noises, intending to scare the rainbows away. Li Wangyu had encountered this kind of thing several times after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty. One time, a rainbow appeared in the sky above Dingzhou village after the rain. His beautiful superior was so excited that she pulled Li Wangyu out to see the rainbow. However, they heard noises coming from all directions in the village. The two of them were surprised and only learned the reason after asking. In this regard, Li Wangyu and Su Changqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They wanted to explain the principle of rainbows to the old villagers, but it was really difficult to explain, so they just let them be. It was also because of this encounter that Li Wangyu chose this topic in today's encyclopedia class. It was to give the students of the academy a scientific explanation of the formation of rainbows. Li Wangyu smiled in response to the academy's assistant's doubts and didn't say anything. He directly made a gesture to Niu Wu. Niu Wu immediately took an item and carefully placed it on the podium. This item was a crystal-clear, triangular cylinder with a cross-section. Everyone couldn't understand this item, but anyone who had studied physics in junior high school knew that this thing that Li Wangyu took out was a triangular prism. This triangular prism was the best colorless and transparent crystal that Li Wangyu had spent a lot of money to find and asked the craftsman to hand polish it. Because there were no glass products, Li Wangyu was also deeply resentful about this. For this, he specially spent a lot of money and asked Cheng Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others to help him search for craftsmen who could bake glass. Although he didn't know how to bake glass, he roughly knew that glass was made from sand. To be precise, it was made from quartz sand. Glass and colored glaze, there was only one word difference, but in essence there was no difference between the two. Colored glaze was actually glass. To be precise, it was a kind of glass. It was just that the materials used to bake colored glaze were different from glass. Colored glaze had appeared as early as the Spring and Autumn Warring States period. It was obtained as a byproduct when bronze was cast. Colored glaze was also known as the five-colored stone. It wasn't easy to produce and was very expensive. It was even more precious than jade. There were naturally very few craftsmen who could bake colored glaze. However, with Li Wangyu's identity and status, it wasn't too difficult for him to find some colored glaze craftsmen. After these colored glaze craftsmen signed a contract with Lai Hot, Li Wangyu threw all the methods he knew to the craftsmen on how to bake glass and let them figure it out themselves. After all, he didn't understand this kind of thing at all. He only knew that it was made from quartz sand, and that the purer the quartz sand, the better. Only then would the glass be colorless and transparent. When it came to glassware, he had only seen people blow glass with a long copper pipe on TV. As for the specifics of how to do it, he was sorry. However, Li Wangyu believed that the craftsmen of the Tang dynasty weren't stupid at all. With enough money and the right way of thinking, he believed that it wouldn't be long before glass was born in the Tang dynasty. At that time, his Li family would have another money tree. Having too much money was also a kind of pain. He didn't even know how to spend it. Not to mention how Li Wangyu was showing off in his mind, this triangular prism made of crystal had aroused the curiosity of the teachers and students in the auditorium. They didn't understand what this little thing had to do with the color of the sunlight that Li Wangyu had just mentioned. Students, next it's time to witness a miracle. Li Wangyu signaled Niu Wu to open a window in the auditorium and let the sunlight shine on the podium. Chapter 936. The triangular prism refracts sunlight so that when multicolored light passes through the prism, it causes dispersion and separates the monochromatic light into 7 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. This is the principle of the triangular prism. In later generations, the principle of the prism belonged to the category of physics, but there was no concept of physics in the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu didn't want to cause trouble, so he simply attributed physics and chemistry to nature. The reason why he made the prism was to show the most intuitive composition of light to the teachers and students of the academy so that they could understand how rainbows were formed. When Li Wangyu was in school, although he was a bad student, he liked all kinds of experimental classes, whether it was physics or chemistry, they were all his favorite. Every time the physics or chemistry teacher came up with a novel experiment, it would be an eye-opener for him. Today he was going to use a small prism to open a new window for the students of the academy in the Tang dynasty to see the world. Li Wangyu ordered people to close all the doors and windows of the auditorium, leaving only a window facing the sun open. A small hole was opened in the window to let the sunlight shine on the prism. This was the experiment in the middle of the 17th century, when Newton used a prism to break down sunlight. This extremely simple experiment was of great significance in the physics of later generations. It was known as one of the 10 most beautiful physics experiments. Under everyone's gaze, Li Wangyu slightly adjusted the angle of the prism. After the sunlight was refracted by the prism, it was projected on the white wall on the opposite side. Something that shocked more than 1,000 teachers and students of the academy happened. On the white wall, a 7-colored light spot of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple appeared. Su Jingzong was so shocked that he suddenly stood up and exclaimed, Seven-colored light. It's 7-colored light. Li Wangyu was startled by his sudden outburst. 7-colored light, my ass. I despise this uneducated old bureaucrat. The teachers and students of the other academies were not any better. As for the professors and teaching assistants of the academy, they had different reactions. There were those who were surprised and those who were at a loss. There were even some who immediately knelt down and began to kowtow to the miracle that Li Wangyu had created. In short, Li Wangyu's triangular prism experiment had given everyone quite a scare. As for the students of the academy, they all stood up and shouted excitedly. However, they did not make a fuss like Su Jingzong and the others. After all, these 6 or 7-year-old children did not have as many thoughts as adults, and it was easy for them to accept new things and knowledge. This was also the reason why Li Wangyu set up the Royal Academy of the Tang dynasty and only recruited students who were only young. It was always easier to draw on a blank piece of paper. Li Wangyu waited for the noise to die down before explaining, "Students, this is not a miracle. Sunlight wasn't colorless. In essence, it was composed of 7 different colors of light. After being decomposed by the prism, the 7 colors were restored. The rainbow is not a god, but a rainbow formed by the refraction and reflection of the sunlight by the water droplets in the air after the rain." Su Jingzong and the others were skeptical about his explanation, but they did not know how to refute him when they saw the rainbow light spots projected on the wall. The scene in front of them really subverted their worldview. Li Wangyu threw out another bomb, to make them believe it even if they did not want to. After the prism experiment, Li Wangyu led everyone out of the academy auditorium. They did not know why, but they lined up and walked out of the auditorium. Li Wangyu asked them to stand with their backs to the sun. Then, on the open space in front of them, water mist suddenly sprayed out. This was a spray device that Li Wangyu ordered people to make slightly improved water bags used to extinguish fires. The purpose was to show everyone how the rainbow was formed. Fine streams of water were sprayed into the air, forming a mist. Under the illumination of the afternoon sun, a gorgeous rainbow appeared in the mist. "Rainbow, it's really a rainbow. Tao ancestor above, this is really a rainbow. The Duke is really a god, even a rainbow can be formed with a wave of his hand." There were still people who stubbornly believed that everything in front of them was made by Li Wangyu with his own magic. Li Wangyu was too lazy to pay attention to such people. He just explained to the students the reason for the rainbow's formation again. Finally, he selected some students and let them personally operate those water bags to spray out the mist to create the rainbow. More than 1,000 students played as if it was a festival. They were so excited that they almost forgot themselves. Many new academy students did not even care about the restrictions of the head teacher. They screamed and rushed into the mist, wanting to use their hands to touch the rainbows in front of them. In the face of ironclad facts, Su Jingzong and the others finally admitted that the so-called rainbow was actually such a simple principle. Su Jingzong could not help but sigh. "The Duke is really a knowledgeable man, you even know how the rainbow is formed clearly. TSK, I would never have thought that the sunlight is actually 7 colors. If I did not see it with my own eyes, I would not dare to believe it." Li Wangyu laughed. "Haha, Su Jingzong, this is the reason why I want to teach this encyclopedia. Our knowledge of this world is still very shallow, so we need more people to study the principles within." He looked at those excited children running around in the mist and said meaningfully, "These academy students, I do not necessarily want them to participate in the spring imperial examination and become officials. If more people are willing to explore the mysteries of this world, it is also good." Hearing this, Su Jingzong nodded silently, expressing his agreement with his words. The sunlight was 7 colors. The rainbow was formed by the refraction and reflection of sunlight in the mist. These things seemed useless, but Su Jingzong also felt that it was an eye-opener. In the future, if anyone told him that the rainbow was a dragon sucking water and was an ominous sign, he, Su Jingzong, would definitely spit at that person. After a simple optical experiment was completed, the entire academy, from the professors to the teaching assistants to the students, all had a new understanding of Li Wangyu's encyclopedia course. After sitting back down in the auditorium, everyone looked at Li Wangyu with a burning gaze, full of curiosity. Li Wangyu was very satisfied with the results of his first class. He became more and more enthusiastic as he spoke on the podium. When he talked about the happy parts, he simply threw away the syllabus that he and Su Changqing had drafted together. He spoke freely and freely, talking about whatever came to his mind. After the encyclopedia class was finished, it was naturally a great success. Not to mention how the students were listening with great interest, even the teachers of the academy were similarly stunned. However, no one doubted Li Wangyu's talent and knowledge as well as this encyclopedic course. However, Li Wangyu did not expect that his first class in the academy would cause trouble. He, who had not been impeached for a long time, was once again sued in the imperial court. Chapter 937. Li Wangyu did not expect that he would be impeached because of a few words he said in class. After knowing this, Li Wangyu could not help but swear. He was crazy. He had no official title now, impeachment my ass. Who had ever heard of impeaching a commoner in the imperial court? Was this not crazy? What made him even more speechless was that Pai Lupi actually ordered someone to pass on a message, asking him to go to court the next day to confront the person who impeached him. Li Wangyu really wanted to ask Pai Lupi if he had Alzheimer's and lost his memory. He had already been demoted to a commoner, what was there to attend court for? But he could only complain in his heart. The next morning, he obediently followed behind Su Changqing and got on the carriage to attend the court meeting. Su Changqing also wanted to attend the court meeting because today was the 15th lunar month. After Su Changqing was conferred the title of Marquis Yanling, even though she was a woman, she still needed to attend court. Li Wangyu usually went to Chang and city on horseback. Today he had a beautiful woman with him, so he naturally did not want to ride with Niu Wu and the rest. Lying comfortably in the carriage, he rested his head on his beautiful superior's thigh and ate the grapes that she fed him. At the same time he muttered, Changqing, which bastard did you say gave birth to a son without an asshole? He has nothing better to do, so he's impeaching me? I was sitting at home, but trouble came from the sky. I was really wronged. Su Changqing also felt that her man was wrong this time. Even when he was teaching the children at the academy, there were people who went to Pai Lupi to complain. Wangyu, don't worry about those people, Li Shimin will not let you suffer any losses. Speaking of which, Li Shimin is really good to your cheap nephew. Good my ass. Until now my ban has not been lifted. If it weren't for the impeachment, I wouldn't even be able to go to Chang'an City, Li Wangyu complained with dissatisfaction. Su Changqing was too lazy to care about his little man's resentment towards Pai Lupi. He casually comforted him. He was not worried about Li Wangyu's impeachment. After all, this guy had been impeached many times, but he had never suffered any losses. This time it should not be a big deal. From the time Li Wangyu refused Pai Lupi's betrothal and was demoted to Huayin County as a county magistrate, to the time when he ran away from home and was demoted by Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu hadn't appeared in court for more than half a year. Seeing Li Wangyu appear, the group of high dukes could not help but make fun of him. Yo, did the sun rise from the west today? Zio, you actually came to attend court. What a rare guest. Waha, I knew that you would definitely come today, kid. Tiske, I haven't heard of anyone impeaching you for a long time. I even miss it. This old guy Qing Yaojin was just enjoying the show. He actually made sarcastic remarks. Li Wangyu was so angry that he almost gave him the middle finger. Li Wangyu's few disciples also hurried forward to greet their teacher. Teacher, when is your next encyclopedic class? It's a pity that we couldn't listen to your teachings in person. Yan Libin asked when he saw Li Wangyu. Because he and Ma Zhou had to work, Li Wangyu was teaching in the academy's hall that day and could not listen to it in person. But the two of them were smart enough to instruct two of their junior brothers to copy notes for them. Lu Ringgui and Shangguan Yi were now working in the academy. Naturally, they would not miss out on Li Wangyu's lessons. Even though the two of them were Li Wangyu's disciples, they were still shocked by the content of their teacher's lectures. Speaking of which, Li Wangyu was not qualified to be a teacher. He had taken in many disciples, from the earliest Ma Zhou and Yan Libin, to Li Qingqian, Li Tai, and Li Lizhi, who were forced by Pai Lupi to take in, to Lu Ringgui, Shangguan Yi, Wu Meinyang, the young Li Ji, and the newly recruited Prince of Persia, Pelos. Counting carefully, this guy had already taken in 10 disciples. Moreover, the disciples he took in were all potential stocks. Ma Zhou, Lu Ringgui, and Shangguan Yi were all prime ministers of the Tang dynasty. Yan Libin was one of the 10 famous painters of Wuxia in the future. Li Ji and Wu Meinyang were both emperors of the Tang dynasty. As for Li Qingqian, Li Tai, and Prince of Persia, although they were more tragic in history, they still had noble statuses. Li Wangyu believed that he would not let the three of them repeat the tragedy in history. As for Li Lizhi, that little lowly, let's talk about it in the future. For these disciples, Other than Li Qingqian and Li Tai, who had learned a lot from Li Wangyu, the others were basically in a free-range state. In other words, Li Wangyu did not have any plans to teach his disciples. Generally speaking, if Ma Zhou and the others had any questions, they would ask Li Wangyu for advice. And he would teach them some knowledge according to his own mood. Of course, the scope of Ma Zhou and the others' questions definitely did not involve things like calligraphy, poetry, and so on. In Li Wangyu's pretentious words, these things were stinky, and he did not allow his disciples to bother him with these vulgar things. Of course, it was actually because Ma Zhou and the others, any one of them was actually in existence, that beat him in this aspect. But because Li Wangyu had plagiarized those poems and essays, no one would have thought that this guy did not know anything about calligraphy, poetry, or essays at all. Because of Li Wangyu's strange rule, most of the questions his disciples asked him were like 100,000 whys. And these strange knowledge the Tang people did not understand, but Li Wangyu seemed to have a superficial understanding of it. For example, why was the sky blue, why was the water green, and so on. Li Wangyu silently thanked his grandfather for buying him the 100,000 whys, in his heart. At one point he even suspected that his grandfather was the big boss hiding behind the scenes. Did his grandfather know that he would transmigrate to the Tang dynasty one day? Was that why he forced him to practice calligraphy and memorize Tang and Song poems from a young age? In short, the amount of strange knowledge Li Wangyu had accumulated in the era of information explosion in the future was enough to shock his disciples. People like Ma Zhou, Yan Liben, Sheng Guanyi, and Lu Ringgui, who had left their names in the history books, also admired their teacher's talent and learning. In their eyes, their teacher was almost a walking encyclopedia in human form, and there was nothing he did not know. In fact, this was normal. Any taxi driver in the capital, if he had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, could also make Pai Lupi dizzy, and treat him as an immortal like Zhuge Kongming and kowtow to him. This was the information crush of the ancient times in the internet era, nothing more. Li Wangyu set up a course in the academy and systematically taught the encyclopedia class, which made Ma Zhou and Yan Liben feel jealous. Except for Li Ji, who was still drinking milk, only the two of them could not attend the class. How could they not be angry? In response to Ma Zhou and Yan Liben's complaints, Li Wangyu smiled and teased, "Bin Wang Liben, if you want to attend the class, isn't it easy? Just ask for leave. Do you want me to teach you how to write a leave request? I'm good at this." His words made Ma Zhou and Yan Liben's faces turn black, and they really did not know how to respond. Their teacher was too thick-skinned, and he still had the nerve to talk about the leave request. Hey, why was it said that the content was lame? Impossible, how could it be lame? Foreshadowing, this is all foreshadowing. Yes, that's it. No refuting. Chapter 938. Li Wangyu, this bad teacher, after teasing his disciple, he scratched his head. He didn't know where he should stand. Whether it was a civil official, a military general, or a noble, or an envoy, it didn't seem right. Now that Li Wangyu's title was gone, he was just a commoner. How could there be a place for him in this Taiji palace? But in front of his disciple, he had to wait outside the palace like an ordinary commoner and wait for Pai Lupi to summon him in. It seemed like he had no face at all. For a moment, Li Wangyu was at a loss. But it was hard for people to learn, but it was easy for people to learn bad things. Li Wangyu and Qing Yaojin, this kind of old man, had been around for a long time, so their skin had become thicker. He simply didn't care and stood beside Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others. He chatted with a group of dukes and big shots, and prepared to line up to enter the palace. Qing Yaojin and the others naturally didn't care. After interacting with Li Wangyu for a long time, they all knew that this guy was very evil. Although he was younger than their son, none of them treated him as a junior. Instead, they treated him as an equal. Of course, this was not limited to when Qing Yaojin wanted to steal Li Wangyu's good things. As long as the old hooligan took a fancy to Li Wangyu's things, then Li Wangyu would definitely be a grandson. Now, every time Li Wangyu went to Duke Lu's residence, he would feel sad. For example, after returning to Chang and from Shu, he went to Qing Yaojin's residence to pay a visit, but he saw that Qing Yaojin's residence also had a billiard table. Li Wangyu casually said, "The billiard table in Uncle Cheng's residence is very similar to the one in the theater of the Tang dynasty. Did Uncle Cheng ask the craftsman to make it?" Who knew that this old guy would actually shamelessly reply, almost angering Li Wangyu to death. "Nephew is talking about this table? Waha, I directly brought it back from the theater." Li Wangyu felt so stifled that he didn't want to speak. "I really want to call the police." The imperial censor, who was in charge of maintaining order in the court assembly, felt a little stifled when he saw Li Wangyu standing with the duke's team. However, he couldn't turn a blind eye to it. He hesitated for a moment, then walked to Li Wangyu's side and bowed. "Eunuch Li, isn't it inappropriate for you to be standing here?" Li Wangyu grinned and replied, "What's wrong with that? This place is reserved for third-rank court officials and above. Li Wangyu is now." The censor didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning of his words was that Li Wangyu didn't have a noble title and shouldn't be standing here. Li Wangyu asked with a smile, "Let me ask you, is the Crown Prince my disciple?" "Of course." "Then, do I count as the Grand Tutor, or Grand Protector of the Crown Prince?" The censor was momentarily at a loss for words, not knowing how to reply. The Grand Tutor, and Grand Protector of the Crown Prince were known as the three masters of the Eastern Palace. Their positions were of the first rank, equivalent to that of a duke or a duke. The Grand Tutor, and Grand Protector of the Crown Prince were only nominal titles. It was true that Li Wangyu was Li Qingxian's teacher, but Pai Lupi hadn't given him the position of one of the three masters. The censor was a little uncomfortable with Li Wangyu's words. For a moment he didn't know whether to leave or stay. Fortunately, Wei Jing spoke up to help him out. "That's enough, you can leave. Let Li Ziyo stand here. His Majesty won't say anything." "Yes, this subordinate obeys." The censor secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurriedly walked to the side to check on the appearance of the other officials. He didn't dare to meddle in Li Wangyu's affairs anymore. Li Wangyu chuckled and bowed to Wei Jing, thanking him for helping him out of the predicament. He also knew that the so-called three masters of the Eastern Palace was complete nonsense. Li Wangyu was so thick-skinned that even Su Changqing felt a little embarrassed to look at him. Ma Zhou and the others were even more ashamed. They lowered their heads and silently stared at the cracks in the bricks on the ground, as if trying to figure out how to get in. Li Wangyu didn't care how the crowd looked at him. He warmly greeted the group of officials and exchanged pleasantries with them. Including Wei Zheng, the imperial physician, no one took Li Wangyu's impeachment to heart. In fact, no one knew who had impeached Li Wangyu or what the impeachment was about. In yesterday's court session, the person who impeached Li Wangyu didn't appear. Instead, he presented a memorial to impeachment. After Pai Lupi read the memorial, he had a strange expression on his face. He didn't say much and only ordered someone to send a message to Dingzhou village to summon Li Wangyu to the court today to confront the person who had impeached him. Li Wangyu and the others thought that it was most likely the aristocratic families who had nothing better to do and wanted to give Li Wangyu a hard time. The morning bell rang and the palace drums sounded. The synopsis of the imperial court had begun. Pai Lupi sat on the carriage and sat on the throne. He looked up and saw Li Wangyu mixed in with the group of officials. However, just as Wei Zheng had said, Pai Lupi's face couldn't help but twitch. He didn't say anything and pretended not to see anything. After the officials paid their respects to Pai Lupi and a set of standardized procedures were completed, a few people came in from outside the hall. They were wearing purple Taoist robes and red kasayas. There were actually a few white-haired old Taoist priests and a few equally old monks. The Taoist robes were also known as fairy cave robes. There were various auspicious Taoist patterns embroidered with gold and silver threads, such as the sun, moon, stars, 8 trigrams, pagodas, dragons and phoenixes, cranes, Kylin and so on. Those who could wear purple Taoist robes were all famous Taoists. As for the monks of the Tang dynasty, the red kasayas were the most honorable. The monks who could wear such kasayas were also eminent monks of Buddhism. Seeing this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Damn it, the ones who complained to Pai Lupi wouldn't be these famous Taoists and eminent monks of Buddhism, right? He didn't seem to have any conflicts with Taoists and Buddhists. It could even be said that Li Wangyu had a very good relationship with Taoists. The two powerful figures of Taoists, Sun Simiao and Yuan Tiangang, had a close relationship with him. How did he provoke these people without any reason? The two old men, Qing Yaojin and Yu Qijingda, who were beside him, snickered secretly. "Zio, it seems that you are really in trouble this time. Hey, you may not know those old guys, but they are all Taoists and eminent monks of famous temples in Chang'an City. What have you done to make these old guys, who usually concentrate on cultivation and don't care about worldly affairs, come out?" Li Wangyu was also stunned. What had he done? Damn it, he stayed in Dingzhou village every day. He was a standard otaku. How could he provoke these Taoists and eminent monks of Buddhism? Li Wangyu roughly knew that it seemed that he was sued by these Taoists and Buddhists because he gave an encyclopedic lesson to all the teachers and students in the auditorium of the academy. He began to desperately recall what rebellious words he had said on the podium that day. He actually provoked these old guys who didn't care about worldly affairs, like stirring up a hornet's nest. Before he figured out what he had said, he heard the Taoists and eminent monks bowing to Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, this humble Taoist and poor monk pay our respects." Chapter 939. Li Wangyu did not expect that what he said in class that day would spread so quickly. Actually, this was normal. Most of the 1,000 students in the academy lived in Jianghu. Every time there was a break, these students would be brought home by their families. The professors and teaching assistants of the academy would also visit their families and friends in Jianghu, and during the break. The second day after Li Wangyu finished the encyclopedia class in the auditorium, it happened to be the school break. More than 1,000 teachers and students of the academy returned to Jianghu, and naturally talked about the academy with their families and friends. Li Wangyu's class left the deepest impression on the teachers and students of the academy. Naturally, it was mentioned the most, especially the experiment of creating rainbows with water. It was repeated countless times in Jianghu, and that day, Jianghu and city was in an uproar when they saw their children or friends creating rainbows out of thin air. And there were many people like Lu Ringgui and Shang Guanyi who took notes in class. Therefore, the content of Li Wangyu's class that day was known by more people. This was actually nothing. Li Wangyu did not care about the content of his class being spread. However, the bad thing was that Li Wangyu had gotten a little carried away with his lecture that day. He had casually used the fact that the rainbow had been mistaken as a deity among the common folk to advise the teachers and students that whatever the rainbow was, it was the rainbow, and that there was no need to associate it with any deities or monsters. When encountering things that they did not understand, it was better to study quietly instead of praying to gods and Buddhas. Then there would be no more mysteries in the world. He also advised everyone that if they were sick, they should go to a doctor to see a doctor and take medicine. Praying to gods and ghosts was useless. Li Wangyu's words were actually from the bottom of his heart. In the second year of Zhenguan, there was a locust plague. The officials in the imperial court could say that the locusts were destroyed by virtue, which made him despise them. The flood in Shuzhou this year made Li Wangyu sigh at the ignorance of the people and officials. His words were not wrong. Especially from the perspective of the young people of Wuxia, they were even more correct. But the majority of the Tang people believed in the Tao ancestor or the Buddha, so Li Wangyu's words caused a great deal of controversy. If Li Wangyu had said these empty words, there wouldn't have been much of a reaction. Confucius had said that Confucius does not speak of strange forces and gods for many years. Not to mention the illiterate people, even the scholars who read the books of the sages still believed in Taoism and Buddhism devoutly. But now in Jianghu, and almost all the Confucian scholars knew how the heavenly rainbow was formed. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, many scholars began to think about the reason. There were even some radicals who went to Taoist monasteries and temples to argue with the Taoist priests and monks. The Taoists and Buddhists could not help but think about this. If Li Wangyu was just an ordinary person, the Taoist and Buddhist sects would naturally not react to his words. But the key point was that Li Wangyu's identity was not ordinary. As the teacher of the crown prince, Li Qingqian, and the teacher of the future successor of the Tang dynasty, the Taoist and Buddhist monks could not help but think about it. The Taoist monks felt that Li Wangyu, as a member of the Li clan's royal family, was betraying them by saying such words. The Tao ancestor was the ancestor of the Li family. How could he say such disrespectful words to ghosts and gods? Disrespecting ghosts and gods was disrespecting the Tao ancestor. It was treason. The Buddhist monks were even more worried. Under Li Wangyu's teachings, if the crown prince did not believe in Buddhism in the future, wouldn't it be possible for Buddhism to be destroyed again? In history, the Emperor Taiwu of Northern Wei and the Emperor Taiwu of Northern Zhou had destroyed Buddhism twice, which frightened the Buddhist monks. No one wanted to go through that again. In fact, this was purely the Buddhist paranoia of being persecuted. If Li Wangyu knew what these Buddhist monks were thinking, he would probably laugh his head off. He was just popularizing science, and these Buddhist monks could make so many connections. In the Tang dynasty, there were indeed people who destroyed Buddhism. More than 200 years later, the Emperor Wuzong of Tang exiled Buddhism during the Huichang era, which was known as the Huichang Dharma disaster. Together with the Emperor Taiwu of Northern Wei, the Emperor Taiwu of Northern Zhou, and the Emperor Shizong of later Zhou, it was known as the three martial sects and one sect destroying Buddhism. But why did they annihilate the Buddhas? Don't these eminent monks have any idea? Was it because they did not believe in Buddhism? In the end, the 4 Buddhist exterminations in history were nothing more than political reasons, problems with the monks' Taoist style, and economic conflicts between monks and laymen. It had nothing to do with belief. Of course, Li Wangyu was not a roundworm in the belly of the Buddhist monks, so naturally he could not guess the thoughts of the Buddhist monks. In short, after Li Wangyu's lecture at the academy, the Taoists and Buddhists actually unified their opinions and signed a petition to complain to Pai Lupi. Of course, they could not say that Li Wangyu was wrong for not worshipping ghosts and gods. After all, the Tang dynasty still had freedom of belief. Therefore, the Taoists and Buddhists used the fact that Li Er was the ancestor of the Li clan to attack Li Wangyu. It was disrespectful to the Taoists and unfilial. They impeached Li Wangyu as the imperial tutor of the crown prince, for not respecting his ancestors and not being worthy of being a teacher. They begged Pai Lupi to issue an edict to remove Li Wangyu from being the imperial tutor of the crown prince. These Taoists and Buddhists who were focused on cultivation did not care whether they would offend Li Wangyu or not. In the Taiji Palace, in front of the officials and Pai Lupi, they bitterly complained that Li Wangyu had forgotten his ancestors and had no morals as a teacher. It was only at this moment that Li Wangyu realized why he had been accused of something bad. Looking at the agitated Taoists and Buddhists, Li Wangyu was speechless. Damn it, he just casually said that in class. Was it necessary? He taught his students. What did it have to do with these Taoists and bald donkeys? What was more, even if they wanted to accuse him of being disrespectful to the Taoists, it was the Taoists' business. What did it have to do with Buddhists? Originally, Li Wangyu had a good impression of the Taoists and Buddhists of the Tang dynasty because of Sun Simiao, Yuan Tiangang, and the venerable monk Wenzai. But today he was scolded in the hall for no reason. Li Wangyu, a cynical man, was not willing to suffer such anger. What was more, the accusations of the Taoists and Buddhists were not light. Being disrespectful to the ancestors and being unfilial was a serious crime that everyone had the right to punish. Li Wangyu did not expect that these sanctimonious Taoists and Buddhists would accuse him of such a serious crime. He immediately stood out and refuted, "Your Majesty, when did I ever disrespect the ancestors? On the contrary, I taught the students of the academy for the sake of the Taoists. Don't associate those messy things with the Taoists." Nonsense. As the teacher of the crown prince, you wantonly told people in the academy not to go to the Taoist temple to worship. Is that true? Several Taoists immediately retorted. Absolutely not. Li Wangyu naturally refused to admit, "I just told the teachers and students of the academy that if they are sick, they should go to the doctor in time. Don't expect to be cured by praying to the gods and Buddhists. What could it be that I said something wrong? Or do you think you are sick and don't need to go to the doctor and take medicine? You are obviously quibbling. I am telling the truth." Ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. Boundless Lord. Your Majesty, I beg your Majesty to issue an edict to punish Li Wangyu of Hu County. Several Taoists and Buddhists were not as sage-like as they used to be. Their saliva almost sprayed on Li Wangyu's face. Chapter 940. On the throne of the Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi glared at Li Wangyu angrily, complaining that he was looking for trouble again. Of course, Pai Lupi did not think that his nephew had done anything wrong. The content of Li Wangyu's lecture in the Academy's auditorium was placed on Pai Lupi's desk that day. Even the prism made of crystal was sent over. Pai Lupi even recreated the two experiments in high spirits, feeling that it was very magical. However, Pai Lupi did not expect that his nephew's lecture would cause such a strong reaction from the Buddhist and Taoist sects in Chang'an City. Pai Lupi had a headache when the two sects of Buddhism and Taoism attacked Li Wangyu at the same time. If this matter was not handled well, there would be a lot of trouble. Both Buddhism and Taoism were not easy to deal with. If they fought, it would be difficult to deal with. My dear ministers, you are all people of the Tao. Why bother arguing with a young man like Li Zio? Why don't I let Zio apologize to all of you, and this matter will be considered over? Pai Lupi could only smooth things over at this time. However, the few monks were not willing to give up and shook their heads. Your Majesty, it's not that I want to be aggressive and bully the young. It's just that this matter concerns the Tao ancestor and we can't treat it as a game. Otherwise, who in the world will still respect the Tao ancestor? Ba. Although I am a disciple of Buddhism, I also agree. Li Wangyu was annoyed when he saw the cow noses and the bald donkeys being so unreasonable. These few monks seemed to be sanctimonious, but he did not know what was wrong with them. They just had to go against him. He just casually mentioned it in class. How could it cause such a big reaction from the Taoist and Buddhist sects? Li Wangyu naturally did not know what the Taoist and Buddhist sects were thinking, but he was not stupid. He rolled his eyes and came up with an excuse. Esteemed monks, if you want to say that I don't respect the Tao ancestor and the ancestors, I am in the wrong. Now that things have come to this, I won't hide it from all of you. Actually, I have another identity that was originally inconvenient to reveal to all of you. As soon as Li Wangyu said this, everyone couldn't help but reveal suspicious expressions, and they didn't understand exactly what he wanted to say. Even his disciples were at a loss. They did not understand what their master was trying to say. Why didn't they know about the other identities of their teacher? Among the hundreds of officials, only Su Changqing was covering his mouth and secretly laughing. Based on her understanding of her man, this guy was definitely going to trick her again. After Li Wangyu attracted the attention of the officials in the hall, he coughed with satisfaction and said unhurriedly, "Actually, I am the personal disciple of the Tao ancestor in the mortal world." Following Li Wangyu's words, notice Taiji Palace immediately fell silent. Everyone looked at Li Wangyu as if they had seen a ghost. The wooden planks in the hands of many officials slipped down unconsciously and fell to the floor with a crisp sound. After a long while, the few Taoist experts suddenly roared, "Nonsense! You are humiliating the Tao ancestor. Today I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and get rid of a traitor like you who is misleading the public with lies." A few Taoist monks in their 70s and 80s raised their walking sticks and dust as they spoke, and were about to smash Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu saw that the bomb he threw was too powerful. The Taoist monks seemed to have gone crazy and hurriedly dodged. These Taoist monks were indeed cultivators. Their bodies were still quite strong at such an age. They held their walking sticks and dust, forcing Li Wangyu to flee in all directions. Seeing that the old Taoist monks were chasing after him, Li Wangyu turned around and hid among the officials in a hurry. As soon as Li Wangyu fled, a few Gaotian officials relentlessly chased after him and beat him up, making it hard for those officials. In the imperial court of the Tang dynasty, the officials were all sitting on the floor. It was naturally not easy to dodge while sitting. Therefore, many officials blocked the bullets for Li Wangyu for no reason. They were hit by the crutches and dust in the hands of the Taoist monks. Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the other big shots laughed after being stunned. They had no intention of stopping the fight. Instead, they clapped their hands and cheered. The Taiji Palace was in chaos. Ever since the establishment of the Tang dynasty, the imperial court had never been so lively. Pai Lupi, who was sitting on the throne, was so angry that his face turned pale. He slapped the armrest of the throne, stood up angrily and roared, "Enough! All of you stop. What are you doing? Do you think my Taiji Palace is a wine shop? Men, separate them. If anyone disturbs the imperial court again, I don't care who they are. I'll throw them into prison and punish them." After being reprimanded by Pai Lupi, the Taoist monks stopped panting. They were still glaring at Li Wangyu with angry faces. "Your Majesty, you heard it with your own ears. This Hu County Li Wangyu is so arrogant that he can even say such disgraceful words. If your Majesty doesn't punish this person severely, we won't let it go." Li Wangyu didn't care about the Taoist monk's death stares. He smiled and tidied up his robe. He didn't care about the Taoist monk's threats at all. Pai Lupi's anger didn't subside. He pointed at Li Wangyu and said angrily, "Li Wangyu, what nonsense were you talking about just now? What do you mean you are the personal disciple of the Tao ancestor in the mortal world? Speak clearly for me." Li Wangyu wasn't in a hurry. The reason he dared to say this was because he had already thought of an excuse. He bowed to Pai Lupi and said, "Your Majesty, I'm sure your Majesty knows that I am the personal disciple of the Tao ancestor." "Nonsense, when did I know?" Pai Lupi felt that Li Wangyu was becoming more and more outrageous. "Did your Majesty forget about the Tao ancestor's appearance outside the Taiji Palace and the plague ghost swallowing the sun? Previously I said that the Tao ancestor visited me in a dream. In fact, it was inconvenient for me to reveal the truth at that time, so I made up an excuse. In fact, the Tao ancestor personally sent me a decree and ordered me to tell your Majesty. That's right, everything I learned was also taught by the Tao ancestor." Li Wangyu lied without blushing, but Su Changqing almost laughed out loud. The beautiful boss quickly lowered her head and tried very hard to hold back her laughter. Her man was really too good at talking nonsense. How could he have the nerve to say such nonsense? Li Wangyu didn't panic. Anyway, no one could verify the truth of what he said. Could it be that these Taoist masters could invite the Tao ancestor to confront him in person? In fact, he also had a purpose for telling such a big lie. He had only given an encyclopedia lesson, and he was sued by the Taoist and Buddhist sections. If he didn't make a protective umbrella for himself, who knew how much trouble he would cause in the future? As long as it was confirmed that he was the personal disciple of the Tao ancestor, no matter what knowledge he spread in the future, he would have a shield to use. Even if he told everyone that the sky was round and the earth was wrong, and the earth under their feet was round, no one could do anything to him at that time. At least, he wouldn't be burned alive like Copernicus because of his foolish religion. Of course, Copernicus wasn't actually burned to death. Before the church had time to arrest him for his heliocentric theory, Copernicus died of illness. The one who was really burned to death by the church was the Italian astronomer Cicco Dusco. The crime was that he went against the teachings of the Bible and argued that the earth was spherical. Li Wangyu didn't want himself or his disciples to be treated like this in the future, so it was still necessary to use the tiger's skin as a flag. Therefore, he took advantage of the situation and said that he was the personal disciple of the Tao ancestor in the mortal world. Li Wangyu's words caused an uproar in the main hall. "I had something to do yesterday and forgot to ask for leave. Everyone, please don't blame me. I will make up for it in the next few days. Starting next week, strive for 2 updates a day." Chapter 941. Li Wangyu warned about the total solar eclipse. Because there was a report from the imperial court, all the officials knew about it, but they didn't know about the dream of Tao ancestor. As for the heavenly grand ritual outside the Taiji palace and the Tao ancestor showed his power, few people knew the details. At this moment, Li Wangyu revealed these 2 things, which naturally caused an uproar among the officials. They couldn't believe it. Those Taoist Gaozhen were even more stunned. They stiffly turned to look at Pai Lupi on the throne, as if they had seen a ghost. "Your Majesty, is what Li Wangyu said true?" The Taoist Gaozhen naturally knew that the Tao ancestor showed his power in the heavenly grand ritual. The officiant that day was Yuan Tiangang, but there were many participants in the Taoist sect who witnessed it with their own eyes. The abbots of the various Taoist temples in Chang and city were all the disciples and disciples of these Taoist Gaozhen. Therefore, these Taoist Gaozhen were very clear about the Taoist ancestors' divine manifestation. In the past 2 years, the Taoist sect in the Tang dynasty became more and more prosperous, which was also related to the Tao ancestor showing his power in public 2 years ago. Pai Lupi was also confused at this moment. For a long time, Li Wangyu had used the excuse of Tao ancestor showed his power in a dream to him. In fact, Pai Lupi was dubious about his nephew's statement. The Tao ancestor showed his power in a dream. This kind of nonsense was too perfunctory. However, Li Wangyu now said that he was the personal disciple of the Tao ancestor in the mortal world, which made Pai Lupi, the emperor of all ages, somewhat speechless. He instinctively didn't believe Li Wangyu's statement, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it might not be impossible. If his nephew was really the personal disciple of his ancestor Li Er in the mortal world, then everything seemed to be explainable. Pai Lupi firmly believed that the Tao ancestor showed his power in the heavenly grand ritual. If Li Wangyu was the Tao ancestor's disciple, then it would not be strange for him to know about this matter, including the matter of the plague ghost swallowing the sun. Also, this brat had come up with so many strange and incomparably miraculous things. Pai Lupi and his wife, Empress Jiangsun, had also privately gossiped. They didn't understand where Li Wangyu's abilities came from. Pai Lupi had already ordered the 100 Cavalry Department to investigate Li Wangyu's background. Even when he entered school, what kind of books he studied and what his grades were, they were all thoroughly investigated. It could be said that before the age of 16, Li Wangyu was just an ordinary member of the Li clan. There was nothing special about him. His nephew seemed to have been enlightened overnight. After he moved out of Hu County and returned to Dingzhou village, all kinds of wonderful poems and articles emerged one after another. All kinds of inventions and creations dazzled people's eyes. Originally, Pai Lupi and the other big shots thought that Li Wangyu was the reincarnation of some powerful Taoist. But after hearing Li Wangyu's words today, Pai Lupi was somewhat convinced. No matter how big the hole in Pai Lupi's brain was, he would never have thought that this Li Wangyu was not the Li Wangyu he knew. Even if Li Wangyu told him everything about time travel, Pai Lupi would probably be more willing to believe that his nephew had been accepted as a disciple by the Tao ancestor. After Pai Lupi's imagination filled in the gaps, he believed most of Li Wangyu's words. He nodded and said to the Taoist Gaozhen, "Dear ministers, Zio told me about the Tao ancestor's divine manifestation and the plague spirit swallowing the sun in advance. As for whether he is the Tao ancestor's direct disciple, I have no way of knowing." Pai Lupi's words were tantamount to admitting Li Wangyu's words. This made the Taoist Gaozhen bewildered. They suspiciously turned to look at Li Wangyu, who was smiling but not saying anything. Could it be that what this young man said was true? How was this possible? This young man in front of them who had not yet reached the age of 20 was the Tao ancestor's direct disciple in the mortal world? But if he wasn't, how could he have known about the Tao ancestor's divine manifestation and the plague spirit swallowing the sun in advance? If Li Wangyu was really the Tao ancestor's disciple, wouldn't it mean that their Taoist school had an additional ancestor out of nowhere? The Taoist Gaozhen, who had been excited and felt greatly humiliated, didn't know what to do for a moment. The Buddhist monks were even more dumbfounded. They could only silently chant Buddha's name and lower their heads in silence. It was hard to tell whether this was true or false. Could they ask the Tao ancestor to show his divine manifestation again and personally explain this matter to everyone? For a moment, the Taoist Gaozhen monks who came to find trouble with Li Wangyu aggressively were speechless. Li Wangyu saw that they didn't speak, so he was a little complacent. Li Wangyu still had a sense of achievement for fooling a group of celebrities of the Tang dynasty, including Pai Lupi. It was a pity that this kind of happiness could only be shared with Su Changqing, which made Li Wangyu feel very regretful. When he was really proud of himself, he heard a very discordant voice among the officials. Li Ziyo, you said that you are the Tao ancestor's disciple. Do you have proof? I'm afraid it's not enough to convince people with just your empty words, right? Li Wangyu looked at the source of the voice, but it was the old guy Wang Ying, the Grand Changqing. The people of the Wang clan of Taiwan were really haunting him. Li Wangyu silently complained in his heart. He didn't know if he ate the rice of the Wang clan in his previous life, so he was so hated. Wang Gong, what kind of proof do you want? Hehe, do you think that master needs to announce to the world that he accepted me as a disciple? Or does he need to inform the Wang clan of Taiyuan? Wang Ying was unmoved. He stroked his beard unhurriedly and said with a smile, Li Ziyo, what are you talking about? I, the Wang clan of Taiyuan, don't have such a big face. However, it's not easy to convince everyone that you are the Tao ancestor's disciple with just your one-sided words, right? It was impossible for the Taoist to ask the Tao ancestor to prove Li Wangyu's identity. In other words, Li Wangyu also couldn't ask the Tao ancestor to testify for him. Wang Ying had calculated this point, so he insisted that Li Wangyu take out proof. Facing Wang Ying, this old fellow's questioning, Li Wangyu also had a way to deal with it. It's easy for Wang Gong to want proof. Although master didn't give me any token as proof, he taught me a lot of knowledge that the world doesn't know. I wonder if Wang Gong can use this knowledge to testify for me? What knowledge that the world doesn't know, who can prove it? Wang Ying snorted in disdain. Li Wangyu's smile became more relaxed. Could it be that Wang Gong doesn't know what I taught in the academy a few days ago? Or does Wang Gong already know this knowledge? When the officials heard this, they whispered to each other again. Li Wangyu's words made sense. No one had ever thought that sunlight had 7 colors, and no one knew that the cause of rainbows was so simple. The officials in the hall were all knowledgeable people. They were sure that these things had never been recorded in the books of their predecessors. To be able to understand such knowledge, one must be extraordinary. To say that it was taught by the Tao ancestor was indeed credible. Wang Ying was speechless by these words, but he still refused to let it go. He argued, that doesn't mean anything. Perhaps you just discovered it by accident. It can't prove that the Tao ancestor taught it to you. Li Wangyu nodded. Wang Gong's words make sense. Then I'll talk about some knowledge that the world doesn't know, and use it to prove my innocence, okay? Chapter 942. Li Wangyu's words caused the officials in the main hall to applaud in unison. If Li Wangyu was really the disciple of the Tao ancestor in the mortal world, they could also hear more of the secrets of the immortals, which was naturally a good thing. The old man Wang Ying's face was somewhat ugly, but he could only silently nod his head in agreement. As for the few Taoist and Buddhist monks, they were all silent at this moment. Even a few of them looked at Li Wangyu with a somewhat strange look in their eyes. Obviously, today's scene was beyond their expectations. No one would have thought that complaining to Pai Lupi would actually evolve into such a situation. As for whether Li Wangyu was the disciple of the Tao ancestor in the mortal world, everyone had their own guesses. Now that Grand Minister Wang Ying jumped out to challenge Li Wangyu, these old foxes naturally remained silent and watched the changes. Only Pai Lupi had a conflicted expression. He already believed 70 to 80% of Li Wangyu's words. At this moment, when he heard his nephew say that he wanted to continue to tell everyone about the knowledge that the Tao ancestor had imparted to the world, Pai Lupi was dissatisfied. The stingy Pai Lupi had already subconsciously regarded this knowledge as the wealth of the Li clan. The Tao ancestor was his ancestor and Li Wangyu was his nephew. This knowledge that the world did not know naturally belonged to the royal family of the Li clan. How could it be easily known to outsiders? For a moment, Pai Lupi wanted to stop this matter and not allow Li Wangyu to continue. But immediately, Pai Lupi took back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Since Li Wangyu had opened a course called Encyclopedia in the academy, the content of the teaching could be said to be the knowledge imparted by the Tao ancestor. If this matter was ordered by the Tao ancestor, even if he was the emperor, he could not stop it. Therefore, it would be better to ask Li Wangyu about this matter in private. Pai Lupi didn't say anything against it, and all the officials in the hall had an expectant look on their faces, which made Li Wangyu let out a light cough, pretending to be deep in thought as he paced back and forth. He was also thinking about what kind of knowledge he could use to shock this group of country bumpkins and make them believe his words. After thinking for a while, Li Wangyu had an idea. "I'm afraid you don't know what's in the air, right? Why don't I talk to you about air today?" Li Wangyu's words stunned everyone again. Air. The few Taoists suddenly became agitated. Li Gong, are you talking about air? I'm afraid this matter shouldn't be announced to the public, right? This is the secret of our Tao sect. Previously, these old Taoists were still calling him Li Wangyu from Hu County. Now, they all changed the way they addressed him and respectfully addressed him as Li Gong. They couldn't be blamed for being so agitated, but they misunderstood Li Wangyu's meaning. The air that Li Wangyu was talking about was different from the air that they thought it was. Since ancient times, Wuxia's understanding of air was very vague and contradictory. The word air was derived from Taoism, and was also written as air. However, Taoism's air referred to people's vital qi, pure qi and breath, not the air that people talked about in later generations. Laozi, Lizi, Zhuangzi, Guanzi, Zhuangzi, Guanzi, Xuanzi, Huainanzi, and Inner Canon of the Yellow Emperor were all Taoist works or works related to Taoism. They described qi as innate vital qi. Tao dispersed into qi and qi gathered into Taishang Laojun. Qi was a kind of mysterious metaphysical energy, which was the understanding of qi in Taoism's philosophy. As for air, it couldn't be seen or touched, so it was difficult for the ancients to describe it. Therefore, among the 5 elements in Wuxia, there were only metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The most important qi didn't exist. The ancients only knew that people needed to breathe in air, and there was wind in the air that couldn't be touched. That was all. These old Taoists thought that Li Wangyu was going to talk about Taoism's qi. As for whether qi existed, Li Wangyu didn't know. Perhaps it was like internal energy in the novels of later generations. It was difficult to prove. At least, the science of later generations hadn't explored the true mystery of heaven and earth's vital qi. Li Wangyu was stunned by the words of the few Taoists. He immediately realized that they had misunderstood him. Haha, everyone, the air I'm talking about is a little different from the qi of Taoism. What I'm going to talk about is the air that we breathe all the time. The Taoists looked at each other. They didn't understand what Li Wangyu meant, so they could only listen to him. Your Majesty, everyone, the air I'm talking about refers to the air that can't be seen or touched but is everywhere. We can't leave it for even a moment. The word qi refers to the qi of smell. Everyone in the hall, including Pai Lupi, quieted down and listened attentively to Li Wangyu's words. Even that old fellow Wang Ying, although he didn't like Li Wangyu, listened attentively. Everyone might not know this, but the air around us seems empty, but it's actually not. Air is mainly made up of oxygen and nitrogen, and oxygen is the source of life for us. Li Wangyu poured out all the knowledge he could remember about air. He picked out the content that everyone could understand as if he was giving a scientific lecture. This knowledge that they had never heard of before left everyone dumbfounded. Many of the officials couldn't help but reach out and grab at the air a few times, as if they wanted to see if they could grab oxygen from the air. Unlike Li Wangyu's explanation of the composition of sunlight, air was a mysterious existence to everyone. At least they could see and feel the warmth of sunlight, but air was really incomprehensible to the Tang people. After Li Wangyu finished his scientific lecture on air, everyone was silent. They lowered their heads and pondered, digesting the knowledge. The few Taoist faction high monks and Buddhist faction high monks were in deep thought. Whether it was Taoism or Buddhism, there were methods on how to meditate and regulate one's breath, and the key point was breathing. However, they never knew that there were so many substances in the air. Then what was it that they meditated and breathed? Wang Ying, the Grand Minister, chuckled and said, "Li Zio, who can prove what you said? Since air can't be seen or touched, how do we know that what you said is right? That it's the knowledge imparted by the Taoist ancestor, and not something that you made up yourself?" Before Li Wangyu could reply to Wang Ying's words, the few Taoist Gaozhen frowned and retorted, "Lord Wang, be careful with your words. Although we don't really understand what Li Gong said, we know very well that Li Gong definitely didn't make it up." Wang Ying, the Grand Minister, was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. He felt that he was kind enough to help these Taoist Gaozhen and question Li Wangyu. How could these Taoist Gaozhen be so ungrateful? But before he could refute, Li Wangyu said with a smile, "Lord Wang, you don't understand. Even if air can't be seen or touched, I have a way to prove what I said just now." Chapter 943. Li Wangyu did not have the ability to separate oxygen and nitrogen from the air. But it was not difficult to prove that the air was not empty. The combustion test could prove the existence of oxygen. The famous physics experiment, the Magdeburg hemispherical experiment, was enough to prove that the air was not empty, and clearly proved the existence of atmospheric pressure. It is not difficult to prove what I said just now. Your Majesty, Master once told me that all of us are under the pressure of the air at all times. Well, it's roughly equivalent to. Li Wangyu silently calculated in his heart and gave an answer. It's roughly equivalent to the weight of 200 stones. A standard atmospheric pressure was equivalent to 10 tons per cubic meter. 1 ton was 1,000 kilograms. 2,000 kilograms was roughly equivalent to 20 stones in the Tang dynasty. Anyone who studied physics in junior high school would understand that because the atmospheric pressure in the human body was balanced with the atmospheric pressure outside, the human body would not be squashed by the atmospheric pressure, and the human body could not feel the existence of atmospheric pressure. Atmospheric pressure was common knowledge in the later generations, but the Tang people did not understand it. Li Wangyu's words were pure nonsense in the ears of everyone. Wang Ying immediately jumped out as if he had caught Li Wangyu's weakness. Haha, this old man thought that Li Ziyu would say something amazing, but I didn't expect that you would speak so carelessly and talk nonsense. If each of us was pressed with 200 stones of air, wouldn't we have been crushed to death long ago? As he spoke, he even jumped twice in the hall without caring about his old arms and legs. Li Ziyu, do you think that this old man is also an immortal? Can I still run and jump with 200 stones of air on my back? Wang Ying's words immediately caused a burst of laughter in the Taiji palace. Everyone did not know whether what Li Wangyu said was true or false, so they did not dare to refute. But if he said that each of them was pressed with 200 stones of air on their back, this was too ridiculous and none of the officials would believe it. A few officials from the aristocratic families immediately laughed and echoed, Duke Li, could it be that you have cultivated an illusion with the Dao ancestor? How can you say such a ridiculous thing? Hehe, so it turns out that I'm so powerful. I can carry a weight of 200 stones and still walk as if I'm flying. Diske looks like I'm about to become an immortal. That's right. It turns out that we're already ranked among the immortals. If Eunuch Li hadn't told us, we wouldn't have known. Ah. Seeing their teacher being ridiculed like this, Ma Zhou and the others were naturally displeased. Even though Li Wangyu's words were difficult to understand even in their eyes. However, out of their blind trust in their teacher, they did not doubt the truth of Li Wangyu's words at all. But they didn't know how to refute on behalf of their teacher. Li Wangyu hadn't taught them about atmospheric pressure before, so Ma Zhou, Yan Libin, and the others didn't understand it. In fact, the ancients had some understanding of atmospheric pressure. For example, the tea set made using the siphon principle, and the cupping used in traditional Chinese medicine to treat cupping were all made use of the effect of atmospheric pressure. As early as the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, the thirsty crow used for irrigation appeared. It used the siphon principle to irrigate. However, it was limited to this. The ancients didn't have any in-depth theoretical research on atmospheric pressure. In the face of Wang Ying and the others' unscrupulous ridicule, Li Wangyu wasn't the least bit annoyed. He just looked at this group of people as if he was looking at fools. Pai Lupi sat on the throne and frowned. He also couldn't understand Li Wangyu's words. However, he trusted Li Wangyu and knew that his nephew wouldn't speak without thinking. He dared to say such words because he naturally had something to rely on. Ziyu, tell me. Since we are carrying 200 kilograms of air on our backs at all times, why can't we sense it? Pai Lupi opened his mouth and those officials who were still ridiculing Li Wangyu could only shut their mouths. Everyone turned to look at Li Wangyu and waited for his explanation. Li Wangyu smiled and shrugged. Your Majesty, this matter is complicated, but it can't be explained in 1 or 2 sentences. However, I have a way to let your Majesty and the officials see the existence of air pressure. Master calls it atmospheric pressure. Li Wangyu suddenly realized that the excuse that the Dao ancestor was his master was really good. In the future he could push anything to the Dao ancestor. The earth is round. The earth revolves around the sun. The moon is a desolate sphere. There is no moon palace, no jade rabbit, no Chang'e, no Wu Gang, and no osmanthus tree. Who doesn't accept it? Go and reason with the Dao ancestor. These were all taught to me by the Dao ancestor. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu felt secretly happy. He was even prepared to work hard and prove that the Dao ancestor was his master. Oh, what can you do? Ziyu, quickly show me. Pai Lupi was also very curious at this moment. However, Li Wangyu shook his head. Your Majesty, I need to prepare for this. How about after 10 days I ask your majesty and the officials to move to the academy, and then I will show it to your majesty. I can also teach the students of the academy and let them see with their own eyes what atmospheric pressure is. To prove the existence of atmospheric pressure, the most beautiful and shocking thing was the historical Magdeburg hemispheric experiment. Li Wangyu planned to use 10 days to cast the hollow copper ball for the experiment and the vacuum pump for air extraction. Okay. Pai Lupi nodded and agreed without hesitation. Then it's settled. After 10 days I will lead the officials to the academy to witness what atmospheric pressure is. Let me also broaden my horizons and see the wonderful knowledge passed down by the Tao ancestor. The few Gaozhen and eminent monks immediately bowed. Your Majesty, please allow us to go to the Royal Academy of the Tang dynasty 10 days later to see the miracle. Pai Lupi naturally nodded and agreed. At this point Wang Ying and the others naturally could not say anything more. They could only sneer in their hearts. In their view, showing it to everyone in the academy 10 days later was just Li Wangyu's delaying tactic. They absolutely did not believe that there was a 200-stone weight on them. After the court session ended, Li Wangyu led Yen Liben and other disciples to make bronze balls and other utensils. What happened in the court that day was spread to every corner of Chang, and at the speed of light under the influence of some people with ulterior motives. This naturally made Chang unlively again. Whether it was Li Wangyu's claim that he was the core disciple of the Tao ancestor or Li Wangyu's words that there was a 200-stone weight on everyone's body, it made the people in the city talk about it endlessly. From the officials, nobles, scholars and Confucian scholars to the peddlers and servants, all of them gathered together to discuss these two matters. As for Li Wangyu's claim that he was the core disciple of the Tao ancestor in the mortal world, there were some who believed it and some who did not, but there was no conclusion. But almost no one believed that there was a 200-stone weight on everyone's body at any time. After all, atmospheric pressure was beyond the knowledge of the Tangs. It was normal that it was difficult to understand. Before the Magdeburg hemispheric experiment in 1654, few people believed in the existence of atmospheric pressure. The Italian physicist Torricelli was also ridiculed because of this. It was like this 1,000 years later, not to mention the Tang dynasty. As for what Li Wangyu would do in the Royal Academy of the Tang dynasty 10 days later, all the people in Chang and were looking forward to it. Chapter 944. Li Wangyu, Yen Liben and the other disciples were holed up in the general staff prison, experimenting with making hollow copper balls and vacuum pumps when Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingde came knocking. Zio, tell me, how are you going to prove the existence of that atmospheric pressure to His Majesty and the other officials? Are we really going to be pressured by 200 stones of air? Li Wangyu was very surprised. These two old hoodlums who ate, drank, gambled, and cheated, when did they become so interested in science? Did the sun rise from the west? Uncle Qing, Uncle Yuqi, what do you mean by this? Li Wangyu asked in confusion. Qing Yaojin's huge palm landed on Li Wangyu's shoulder again. Bastard, isn't it to help you vent your anger? Brother Jingde and I are arguing with Ho Junji and the other bastards. In any case, hurry up and tell us clearly. Was what you said in the imperial court true? This concerns whether or not Brother Jingde and I will lose face. Li Wangyu secretly curled his lips. What face does Qing Yaojin, this old hoodlum, have to speak of? Before saying such words, could he at least return the things that he had snatched from Marquis Lu's mansion before talking about it? Of course, Li Wangyu only dared to ridicule in his heart. Otherwise he would definitely be mercilessly suppressed by Qing Yaojin, this old hoodlum's iron fist. Uncle Qing, Uncle Yuqi, when have you ever seen your nephew spout nonsense? Regarding the atmospheric pressure, it is not fake. This is the knowledge that my teacher, Dao Zhu, personally imparted to me. How can it be fake? Qing Yaojin's eyes flashed. Zio, are you really Dao Zhu's direct disciple? That's right, this is naturally true. When Li Wangyu lied, his face did not turn red and his heart did not beat fast. He was very calm. Qing Yaojin clapped his hands and laughed. That's good. Since Zio is Dao Zhu's disciple, why don't you show me some immortal techniques? Do you know how to turn stone into gold or ride on the clouds? When Li Wangyu heard this, he could not help but have black lines on his forehead. F***ck, did they really think he was a god? If he was really an immortal, why would he waste his time talking to Wang Ying? About that, Master didn't teach me any immortal techniques. This is also Master's way of tempering me. Only when I understand the knowledge of the mortal world in the future will Master teach me Taoist immortal techniques. Tisk, that's a pity. Zio, you actually didn't learn anything useful from the Tao ancestor. Qing Yaojin shook his head with a look of regret. He looked at Li Wangyu as if he was looking at a fool. Li Wangyu could not help but feel his temples throbbing. If it wasn't for the fact that he really couldn't beat this old hooligan, he would have fought with him long ago. He was disinclined to continue entangling with Qing Yaojin on this topic, so he hurriedly changed the topic and asked, "Uncle Qing, Uncle Yuqi, and Duke Lu, what exactly happened?" "It's nothing. I merely made a bet with that tactless fellow." Qing Yaojin continued to slap Li Wangyu's shoulders. "Zio, when the time comes, if you dare to screw up the chain for me, I'll come after you." Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes. This old hooligan actually made a bet with someone else, and the one who made the bet with him was that idiot Ho Junji. He could not help but sigh. This old hooligan's luck was really good. Needless to say, he would definitely win this time. "Uncle Qing, what did you bet with Duke Lu?" "Haha, it's nothing. It's just a small bet of 10,000 Tujue horses. More importantly, I can't afford to lose face, so I have to ask you clearly." Li Wangyu almost choked to death on his own saliva. He resisted the urge to give the old hooligan the middle finger. *CK. This old gambler actually dared to say that it was a small bet for fun when he made such a huge bet. The price of the Tujue horses in Chang, and was not that high, but it was at least 10 strings of cash. 10,000 Tujue horses was equivalent to a bet of 100,000 strings of cash. This was called a small bet for fun? However, Li Wangyu's thoughts changed. Qing Yaojin, this old fogey, actually had quite a bit of wealth. After following him for 2 years, he had reaped quite a lot of benefits. Just the few bets with the aristocratic families and the partnership with them to cheat the aristocratic families of their gold had already made Duke Lu's residence extremely rich. Not to mention, the several Duke residences had partnered with the Li family to open up a mine in Hu County. As a big shot whose family owned a mine, 100,000 strings of cash was indeed a small sum. Li Wangyu looked enviously at Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda. These two old hooligans, why were their characters so bad but their luck in gambling so good? He also hoped that someone would come and make a bet with him. Why didn't he have a chance to have someone give him money for free? Ever since Li Wangyu had led a group of Duke Lu bigwigs to win several 100,000 taels of gold from the gambling houses of the aristocratic families, no one in Chang, and had brought up the matter of making a bet with him for a very long time. Even when Li Wangyu proposed a bet, the other party would immediately act like they had been bitten in the tail and immediately refuse. This made Li Wangyu feel that his life had lost a great deal of happiness, and he was extremely unhappy. Thus, when he saw that Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda were about to win money again, how could he be happy? Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda had absolute trust in Li Wangyu. In truth, they didn't even understand what atmospheric pressure was, or why they couldn't feel the 200 stones of air pressing down on them. But since these words had come from Li Wangyu, they couldn't be wrong. After learning that they were about to make a large sum of money, Qing Yaojin became even more smug and began to shamelessly boast about himself. Through Qing Yaojin's words, Li Wangyu learned the reason for their bet with Ho Junji and the others. In the last few days, Li Wangyu's words had caused Chang and to become very noisy. When people met, they couldn't avoid talking about this topic. Yesterday, when Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and Ho Junji were watching a play in the Tang Dynasty Theater, they had naturally brought up this matter. There was no need to mention Ho Junji's dissatisfaction with Li Wangyu. Although he was Pai Lupi's trusted aide, when it came to dissing Li Wangyu, he firmly stood on the side of the aristocratic clans. Thus, as they chatted, Ho Junji's words were filled with ridicule and disdain for Li Wangyu. Because Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda were close to Li Wangyu, they weren't willing to listen to these words, and the several bigwigs began to argue. Everyone said they were right and everyone said they were right. As they argued, they naturally brought up the bet. Thus, in a few days, whether Li Wangyu could prove the existence of air pressure in the Tang Dynasty's Royal Academy became a bet. Although the bet had been set, the old hooligan wasn't very confident. This was also the reason why Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda had anxiously come to find Li Wangyu to inquire about the details. After understanding the whole story, Li Wangyu couldn't help but smile. Congratulations, Uncle Cheng and Uncle Yuqi. The two of you are going to make a fortune this time. This little nephew dares to guarantee that Duke Lu will definitely lose this time. Waha, with these words of yours, this old man can be at ease. Otherwise, if this old man loses, I might have to bring my entire family to live in your residence. Qing Yaojin's words made Li Wangyu break out in a cold sweat. When he thought of the frightening scene of Qing Yaojin bringing his entire family to his residence, he couldn't help but shiver. The hell, this old hooligan is really unreasonable. After chatting for a while, the two old hooligans took their leave in satisfaction. Li Wangyu secretly wiped the sweat off his forehead. Just as he was about to return to work, Niuwu came to report that the silk pants had come. Chapter 945. When Du Ruhui passed away due to illness, the two brothers Du He and Du Go blamed Li Wangyu because of their grief. However, Du He and Du Go were not ignorant people. After the pain of losing their father slowly dissipated, they also knew that the two brothers had wronged Li Wangyu. Under the urging of a group of debauches, the Du brothers went to Dingzhou village to drink and chat merrily with Li Wangyu. After getting drunk, the little bit of awkwardness from before was eliminated and the group of brothers reconciled. Li Wangyu was grounded in Dingzhou village by Pai Lupi and could not go to Chang'an. This group of debauches went to Dingzhou village every few days. They called it visiting brothers, but Li Wangyu felt that this group of scoundrels were here to eat up the rich. They ate his food, drank his water, and even took liberties with the servants in his residence. Shameless and vulgar. Li Wangyu did not find it strange that these debauches came to find him again. In Taiji Palace he had boasted so much in front of all the officials. It would be strange if this group of debauches did not come to find him. Sure enough, the first thing Qing Chimo said when they met was, "Ziyu, tell your brothers, how are you going to prove the existence of that atmospheric pressure to His Majesty and all the officials? Are we really going to be pressured by 200 share of air at any time?" Li Wangyu was speechless. Sure enough, they were all from the Qing family. The first thing they said when they met was exactly the same. "Brothers, could it be that you've also made a bet with someone?" Qing Chimo was stunned. "Ziyu, how did you know?" Li Wangyu directly raised his middle finger at the group of debauches. "Before you came, Uncle Cheng and Uncle Yuchi had just left. Their words were exactly the same as yours." Qing Chimo, Qing Chuliang, and Qing Chubi looked at each other and then at the Yuchi twins. They could not help but laugh. "Ziyu, this is called a tiger father will not have a dog son. When brothers fight, father and son go to war." Li Wangyu's eyes almost rolled to the sky. What kind of nonsense was this? This uncultured pig. He was too lazy to pay attention to Qing Chimo and turned to look at Fang Yai and the others. "Tell me, who did you bet with this time? What did you bet on?" The debauches laughed heartily. Of course it's still that group of nobles. Other than them, where else would there be idiots who would rush to give us and our brothers money? Yesterday her brothers ran into those bastards at Peace Square. They actually dared to insult Zio verbally. My brothers argued with them and after a while they decided to make a bet. Wang Ziqiao from the Wang clan of Taiyuan, Chui Daogu from the Chui clan of Qinghe, Chui Hong from the Chui clan of Bowling, and Lu Xiang from the Lu clan of Fanyang. As Li Wangyu's title of nobility gradually rose, they no longer dared to make a fuss in front of Li Wangyu. Last year, Pai Lupi used the case of missing gold as an excuse to drive out the heads of the 5 noble families from the imperial court. After that, the sons of the noble families lay low for a long time. However, the influence of the noble families in the imperial court was still enormous. Naturally, these sons of the noble families would not become obedient children because of this. Li Wangyu had long heard from the debauches that in Chang'an City, he still had a lot of friction with these sons of the noble families. "What did you bet on?" We didn't bet on anything. You also know that our brothers are poor and can't take out much copper coins. Moreover, gambling is too vulgar, so we didn't bet on anything." Qing Chimo laughed. Li Wangyu nodded, understanding that these debauches were also embarrassed about their lack of money. Although he, Li Wangyu, had made a fortune, and along the way even the dukes close to him had all made a lot of money. However, other than the two brothers, Du He and Du Go, the other families and manors were still not in the position of these debauches to make decisions. Therefore they were still relying on the pocket money that their families gave them every month to live. Of course, although it was called pocket money, if it was placed in the homes of ordinary people, it would be a huge sum of money. However, for the debauches the expenses were also large. Therefore this group of debauches were actually poor ghosts, unable to take out a few hundred strings of copper coins in their pockets. "Then what did you bet on with Wang Ziqiao and the others?" Li Wangyu asked curiously. Just a few dozen beautiful maidservants." Fang Ai rushed to answer. "Speaking of which, compared to the little nurses in Union Medical Hospital, they are a lot less beautiful. It's better than nothing." When Li Wangyu heard this, his nose almost became crooked from anger. Damn, this group of bastards is really annoying and infuriating. Li Wangyu suddenly felt very stifled. He had led a group of disciples and worked tirelessly here to test the vacuum pump, but Qing Yaojin, this old hooligan, and these debauches were actually enjoying the fruits of others' labor. There were those who won horses, those who won beautiful maidservants. Damn, for a moment, Li Wangyu wanted to kick back and stop. It would be best if these bastards all lost. Of course this kind of thing was just a thought. "Ziyu, you can't lose, your brother's happiness is all on your shoulders." Qing Chimo's old face was thick, but he didn't forget to remind him again and again. After angrily driving away all the debauches who had come to inquire about the news, Li Wangyu looked up to the sky and sighed. When heaven is about to give a great responsibility to a great man, it must first make his will suffer, and his muscles and bones toil. I really have a hard life. On the side, Niu Wu's face twitched a couple of times. In his heart he was crazily complaining about his Lang Jun. With such a lazy temperament, how could he have the nerve to say such things? Li Wangyu sighed and turned his head to continue to study the vacuum pump with Yan Liben and the others. The hemispherical experiment at Magdeburg Castle was not difficult. 2 copper hemispherical hollow hemispheres were filled with water and joined together. In the middle, there was a layer of leather soaked with oil to make the 2 hemispheres completely close together. One of the hemispheres had a connecting pipe to connect to the vacuum pump, and there was a valve that could be closed. Using the vacuum pump, after all the water in the hemispheres had been sucked out, the 2 hemispheres would be squeezed tightly together by the surrounding atmosphere. When Su Changqing, the white bone fairy, was traveling in Germany, he had visited the Deutsches Museum in Munich to see the 2 hemispheres that Keurig had used for the experiment. 2 copper hemispheres with a diameter of 50 centimeters were not difficult at all. Li Wangyu had already ordered the craftsmen to make them. But the most difficult thing to repeat the experiment at Magdeburg Castle was the manufacturing of the vacuum pump. The mayor of Magdeburg, Otto von Guericke, was also a German physicist. He invented the piston vacuum pump, which made the experiment at Magdeburg Castle possible. Li Wangyu wanted to repeat this historical experiment in the Tang dynasty, but he hit a nail on the head on how to manufacture the piston vacuum pump. Li Wangyu knew the principle of the piston vacuum pump. It relied on the piston in the cylinder of the vacuum pump to reciprocate to suck in and exhaust gas. But knowing the theory was one thing, and actually manufacturing this thing was another thing. In any case, the vacuum pump was a modern industrial product. It was not easy to replicate it in the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu, Yan Liben, and the others studied it for 2 or 3 days, but they had no clue. This naturally made Li Wangyu very depressed. He did not understand. In the novels he read in the future, it was very easy for those pigs to make the Magdeburg hemispherical experiment. Why was it so difficult for him to copy and cheat? There is one more chapter. I will upload it in 2 hours. By the way, I want to complain about WPS, they actually turned off the voice reading function. Old Long is used to reading every chapter by voice to check for typos. Without this function, it is really troublesome. There are probably a lot of typos in the recent chapters. Please bear with it. Chapter 946. 10 days later, the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty, located on the other side of the Gan River in Dingzhou village, was bustling with activity. The academy in Noda was full of nobles in luxurious clothes. Hearing that Li Wangyu was going to show His Majesty and the officials what atmospheric pressure was, the relatives of the officials were all itching to see it. Who didn't want to see such a lively scene? Unable to resist the pleading of the women in the mansion, Fang Xianling and other marquises took the lead and asked Pai Lupi to allow the officials to bring their relatives to the academy today to watch the grand event. Pai Lupi naturally nodded and agreed. He also brought Empress Zhang's son, concubine Yang, and other concubines with him. Fortunately, when Li Wangyu designed the academy, there was no shortage of land or copper coins, so the academy was extremely spacious. Otherwise, it might not be able to accommodate so many people. Zio, why are you so haggard today? Are you prepared for that experiment of yours? I'm looking forward to it. Li Wangyu stared at his panda eyes, which were bloodshot, and said with a tired and bitter smile, Uncle, fortunately I didn't disappoint you. Yesterday, I led Libin and the others and finally produced the equipment needed for today's experiment. He really tried his best this time. Originally, in Taiji Palace he said that he had 10 days and thought that there was plenty of time. Who knew that when he really tried to make the reciprocating piston vacuum pump, he would know how difficult it was. Fortunately, Li Wangyu had some understanding of the principle, and Yan Libin was a rare engineering talent in the Tang dynasty. With the help of a group of skilled and experienced old craftsmen, they made the vacuum pump on time. Even so, Li Wangyu, Yan Libin, and others stayed up for several nights and were very tired. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only sigh silently in his heart. Sure enough, one shouldn't be pretentious or one would be struck by lightning. In order to fool everyone that day, he casually told a big lie, but he didn't expect that it was not easy to cover up this lie. Fortunately, hard work always paid off. After today's experiment, let's see who would dare to question his identity as the Tao ancestor's disciple. Pai Lupi was very satisfied. He gestured to Li Wangyu to make preparations so that he could start his experiment at any time. Li Wangyu had only taken a few steps when he was surrounded by the silk pants again. Zio, why do you look so haggard? TSK, look at the dark circles under your eyes. You probably haven't had a good rest for a few days, right? Zio, don't hurt yourself. It's not worth it. Could it be that you're doing this because of the bet between us and Wang Ziqiao and those bastards? When the silk pants saw Li Wangyu's appearance, they all started to care about him, which made Li Wangyu very happy. Although he was unhappy in his heart, Qing Yaojin was already a silk pants, and he could make a fortune from betting with others. But in truth he also knew that he owed Qing Yaojin Yuqi Jingda, and those silk pants a favor. After all, regarding atmospheric pressure, Li Wangyu and Su Changqing understood it, but whether it was Qing Yaojin or the other rich kids, they definitely did not understand it. Li Wangyu could guess that those silk pants might not believe him when he said that each of them had a pressure of 200 stones on them. But the fact that they had dared to bet with Hou Junji and Wang Ziqiao on the basis of their trust in him naturally made Li Wangyu feel a little choked up. Brothers, be at ease. Your little brother is fine. It's good that you're fine. Waha, today your big brothers will wait to see how Zio will prove this atmospheric pressure and give those people who doubt you a few slaps. Let them know why the flowers are so red. Needless to say, these last words had been learned from Li Wangyu by the silk pants. Li Wangyu firmly nodded. Just as he was about to say some heartwarming words, Cheng Chumo continued. It's a pity that Zio's Marquis Yanling won't allow it. Otherwise we would have shared some of those beautiful maids with you. What a pity, Zio, you don't have this fortune. Ha, brother Chumo's words are reasonable. Zio is good at everything but he's henpecked. Speaking of which, Zio, you don't have a noble title anymore, but your Lady Su is Marquis Yanling. Does Zio still have any status in the residence? I heard that the Ministry of Works is preparing to tear down the Heng Gate in your residence. Is this true? The excited Li Wangyu's face instantly darkened. He couldn't even be bothered to say anything to those silk pants and turned to leave. This bunch of bastards. I knew that I couldn't be nice to them. But that feeling just now was all an illusion. Li Wangyu angrily left, leaving the silk pants behind him in bursts of laughter. When most of the people had arrived, Li Wangyu asked for instructions from Pai Lupi and led the crowd to a spacious lawn in the academy. The crowd was bustling with activity and it was extremely noisy. Li Wangyu was very satisfied with this. After today, the Magdeburg hemispherical experiment in history could be removed. It would be replaced by the Royal Academy's hemispherical experiment. Li Wangyu shamelessly fantasized in his heart for a while before walking to the center of the lawn and started to speak to the crowd. Your Majesty, everyone, today I would like to show all of you what atmospheric pressure is. This is also the knowledge that my master, the Tao ancestor, imparted to me. Just like what I said 10 days ago in the Taiji Palace, every one of us at any time and place carries the weight of 200 stones of air on our backs. But why can't we feel it? It's very simple, because there are all kinds of pressures in our bodies. For example, blood has blood pressure and there is air in the stomach and lungs. This makes the pressure inside the human body equal to the atmospheric pressure outside. Therefore, we can't feel the existence of atmospheric pressure. But just because we can't feel it doesn't mean that atmospheric pressure doesn't exist. Today I will prove this point to all of you. As Li Wangyu spoke, he motioned for Ma Zhou and Yan Libin to come forward and present the two hollow copper hemispherical balls. Everyone, these two hollow hemispherical balls, when put together, form a complete copper ball. As Li Wangyu spoke, he motioned for Ma Zhou and Yan Libin to put the hemispherical balls together. These two hemispherical balls don't have any mechanisms in between. Therefore, when they are put together, there is no need to use force and they can be easily separated. Li Wangyu motioned for Ma Zhou and Yan Libin to separate the copper balls again. Pai Lupi, the officials, and Empress Jiangsun were all confused by Li Wangyu's actions. Li Wangyu didn't explain. He only had Ma Zhou and Yan Libin bring the two hemispherical balls to Pai Lupi and the officials so that they could inspect them, indicating that there were no mechanisms in them. After carefully inspecting the two hemispherical balls several times, Wang Ying and Hou Junji were finally convinced that Li Wangyu was speaking the truth. These two hemispherical balls were just hollow copper hemispherical balls. There were no mechanisms in them. Zio, what do you mean by this? Don't keep us in suspense. Hurry up and get that air pressure out. Qing Yaojin impatiently shouted. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes. He was too lazy to pay attention to this uncultured old hooligan. He began to command Ma Zhou and Yan Libin to fill the copper ball with water and then connect it to the piston vacuum pump for pumping water. He also summoned Niu Wu and the other officials from his residence and began to pull on the pistons, slowly extracting the water from the copper balls. As the water was slowly extracted, The pistons became more and more difficult to pull. In the end, when 3 or 4 muscular men were no longer able to pull on the pistons, Li Wangyu finally had Ma Zhou close the valve on the copper balls. Everyone, now is the time to witness a miracle. Every chapter has been ridiculed for being water. Fine, I'll lay my cards on the table. In truth, I'm a water god. I don't produce water, I'm just nature's porter. Everyone, please pay the water bill. Chapter 947. Li Wangyu's busyness, however, left everyone puzzled. No one knew what he was trying to do. It wasn't until Li Wangyu bent down to pick up the copper coin and casually tossed it to the ground that everyone was shocked to discover that the 2 hemispheres hadn't split apart. It was as if they were a complete copper ball. No matter how Li Wangyu kicked and rolled, the copper ball did not crack. Ziyu, what kind of magic trick are you playing? Why did the 2 hemispheres merge into one? Qing Yaojin asked loudly. Li Wangyu was waiting for someone to ask. He nodded at Qing Yaojin with satisfaction and explained, Your Majesty, everyone, after all the water in the copper ball was extracted, there is no water or air in the copper ball. My master called it vacuum, which is also the void, a space with nothing. Before he could finish his words and explain in detail, he saw a few figures stumbling over. Master Li, is what you said true? Is there a vacuum in the copper ball? Amitabha, the vacuum that Master Li is talking about, is it the vacuum in the Buddhist sutras? It was the Taoist and Buddhist monks who were agitated by Li Wangyu's words. The word vacuum in the future referred to when the air pressure in the container was lower than atmospheric pressure, and the part that was lower than atmospheric pressure was called vacuum. However, there was a word vacuum in Wuxia since ancient times. It referred to nothingness, which was the nothingness of Taoism. The emptiness of Buddhism was also borrowed from this concept. Buddhism liked to talk about emptiness while Taoism liked to talk about nothingness. In fact, the original meaning of both was very similar. At this moment, when the Taoist and Buddhist monks heard that Li Wangyu had created a vacuum in the copper ball in front of them, how could they not be agitated? Li Wangyu was also slightly surprised, but he did not bother to correct them. Regardless of whether it was Buddhism or Taoism, excluding the philosophical and spiritual aspects, the vacuum in their sutras referred to nothing. After receiving Li Wangyu's confirmation, the Taoist and Buddhist monks became even more agitated. Eunuch Li, can you create a larger vacuum for us? Is it possible for me to enter and experience cultivation? Amitabha. Benefactor Li, my Buddhist sect also has the same idea. I hope that Benefactor Li can fulfill our wish. If Benefactor Li is willing to lend our Buddhist sect a hand, Buddhist sect will do everything we can to repay Benefactor's kindness. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded when he heard the words of the few high monks. To cultivate in a vacuum environment? This was crazy. In later years, there were movies that depicted people suddenly entering a vacuum environment. Due to the pressure, they would expand and then explode. This was actually incorrect. Entering a vacuum state, the blood in the human body would rapidly boil, and the surface of the body would expand. 10 seconds later, the oxygen absorbed by the lungs would be transported to the brain through the circulatory system. The person would then lose consciousness and go into shock, followed by death due to hypoxia. This was something that almost everyone knew in the future. No one would be stupid enough to run into a vacuum environment. However, the Tangs naturally did not understand this. When these Taoist monks heard the word vacuum, they were so excited that they forgot about everything else. After being stunned, Li Wangyu could only smile bitterly and explain the consequences of entering a vacuum environment to the Taoist monks. When Gao Zhen and the eminent monks heard what he said, their expressions changed. They were skeptical, but they could only give up the idea of suicide for the time being. Li Wangyu then continued to explain to Pai Lupi and the others, why do the 2 hemispheres merge into one? The reason is very simple. After the air in the copper ball is sucked away, the pressure from the outside world is like a pair of invisible hands, pressing down on the copper ball tightly. Therefore, without enough power, it is impossible to separate it. After he finished speaking, Pai Lupi and the other officials could not wait to surround the copper ball and observe it closely. Damn it, the 2 hemispheres really did merge into one. If this old man hadn't carefully inspected the 2 hemispheres, I really would have thought that there was some sort of mechanism. Qing Yaojin tugged at the copper ball a few times, but there was no sign of it separating. Tai Changqing, Wang Ying, Ho Junji, and the others also began to examine the copper ball. The fact that the 2 hemispheres had formed a complete copper ball was already beyond everyone's expectations. There was no mechanism, no glue, and so on. How did the 2 copper hemispheres fit together so tightly? Could it really have been caused by the atmospheric pressure that Li Wangyu spoke of? Ho Junji's face couldn't help but darken. Wang Ziqiao and the other officials also had nasty looks on their faces. A dark cloud flashed through their minds. It didn't matter if they lost some money, but to them losing face was more important. Now that the truth was before them, they began to somewhat believe Li Wangyu's claims about atmospheric pressure. Wang Ying continued to stiffen his neck as he stubbornly protested, even if these two copper balls are being held together by some sort of atmospheric pressure, that doesn't mean that we have to endure 200 dan of air at all times, right? Li Wangyu looked at Wang Ying like he was an idiot. Whether or not it's really 200 dan of air, Lord Wang will know once you try. You can try and see if you can separate the copper balls. This old man naturally doesn't have that much strength. Cheng Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the other generals immediately stepped forward, each of them grabbing one end of the copper ball and pulling it apart. But no matter how courageous they were, they could not move the copper ball in the slightest. The officials began to step forward to try and pull the copper ball apart. Even Pai Lupi excitedly went forward to try. Li Wangyu smiled but didn't say anything. Even Ma Zhou Yenlibin and the others had smiles in their eyes. The hemispherical experiment was naturally not the first time today. After successfully building the piston vacuum pump, Li Wangyu and a group of disciples had personally experimented with it. Otherwise, he would not have dared to conduct this experiment in front of everyone. If there was a problem, it would be a big joke. Ma Zhou Yenlibin and the other disciples had already learned about atmospheric pressure from Li Wangyu. They had also personally conducted hemispherical experiments, so they naturally knew how much force was needed to pull apart the copper ball that had its air sucked away. After everyone had tried, Li Wangyu ordered Niu Wu to bring over the horses that had been prepared. "Zio, what do you mean by this?" Pai Lupi asked in confusion. "Your Majesty, there is atmospheric pressure and it's very powerful. It's not something that can be moved by human strength. Therefore, in order to let your Majesty and the other officials feel more directly how great the pressure is, I ordered people to prepare horses. I'm going to use the horses to pull this copper ball and test how great the atmospheric pressure is." Pai Lupi roughly understood Li Wangyu's meaning and nodded with interest. "Good, then Zio, quickly begin." While waiting for the drivers to prepare the horses and secure the ropes to the copper ball, Li Wangyu's eyes turned and he smiled as he moved closer to Pai Lupi. He whispered, "Uncle, do you think this horse can pull this copper ball apart? Why don't we make a bet?" Chapter 948. When Pai Lupi heard this, he was slightly stunned. Then, as quick as lightning, he reached out his hand and hit Li Wangyu's head. Ouch! Li Wangyu didn't expect that Pai Lupi would hit him. Caught off guard, his head exploded and he howled miserably. "What bet? You're so young and you don't learn good things. You want to bet with people all day long. Where is your decency?" Pai Lupi glanced at Li Wangyu and reprimanded him unceremoniously. Li Wangyu was speechless, but he couldn't say anything. When he was about to retreat, he heard Pai Lupi turn his head and say to Fang Xianling, "Master Fang, do you think the horse can pull this copper ball? Why don't you and I make a bet?" Pai Lupi's words suddenly struck Li Wangyu like lightning. "Fuck, Pai Lupi, where's your integrity? You just reprimanded me so grandly, and now you want to make a bet with Fang Xianling? Do you have any shame?" He completely forgot that he wanted to make a bet with Pai Lupi, but he didn't have any good intentions. He clearly wanted to take advantage of Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi wasn't a fool. How could he let him do as he wished? The two ends of the copper ball were quickly fixed to the horse. Under everyone's gaze, the driver whipped the horse and urged the horse to start exerting force. On both sides of the copper ball, there was a strong horse. Under the driver's control, the horse immediately exerted force forward. The rope was quickly stretched straight and the copper ball was pulled into the air. But no matter how hard the two horses exerted force, and even the grass under the horse's hooves was trampled into the air, the copper ball didn't move. This scene caused everyone's jaws to drop. Previously, Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others couldn't pull the copper ball open, which was already a bit surprising. But they didn't expect that even the two horses couldn't pull it open. Even if Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda were famous generals, courageous and powerful, how could they compete with horses in terms of strength? Later generations often said the word horsepower. Of course, the horsepower in the future referred to the power of the horse, not the strength of the horse. However, Li Wangyu had also seen a video of someone competing with a horse in a tug-of-war. 18 strong adult men were competing with a Belgian horse, but they were unable to fight back at all and were easily dragged away by the Belgian horse. Although the horse Li Wangyu found was not as strong as the Belgian horse, its strength was at least equivalent to 6 or 7 adult men. Ho Junji and the others grimaced even more when they saw that the two horses were unable to move the copper ball. The onlookers discussed animatedly, feeling that the scene in front of them was unbelievable. Li Wangyu satisfyingly called the coachman to stop. He then snapped his finger, signaling Niu Wu to bring 2 more horses over. 4 horses were naturally unable to move the copper ball, but the eyes of Pai Lupi and the others were about to pop out of their sockets. When the number of horses increased to 8 and there was still no reaction, they even began to suspect that Li Wangyu had switched out the copper ball with the one that had given up hope. Under the urging of the coachman, the horses pulling the copper ball began to gasp for breath, their bodies drenched in sweat. By the time Li Wangyu had the horses and coachman stop to drink water and rest, everyone was already numb to the situation. Zio, tell us the truth. Did you really not tamper with the copper ball? Pai Lupi also began to suspect that the copper ball had been switched out. He called Li Wangyu to his side and softly asked. Li Wangyu chuckled and replied, "Uncle, calm down. This copper ball will definitely be separated. I said before that the atmospheric pressure is very great, but it also has its limits. As long as we continue to increase the number of horses, we will be able to pull it apart. This is the knowledge of atmospheric pressure that Master imparted to me." Pai Lupi sighed in amazement. Wonderful, it's really wonderful. It's worthy of being the knowledge imparted by Ancestor. Zio, what other knowledge did Ancestor impart to you? Is there anything that is beneficial to the Tang dynasty? Li Wangyu was speechless. Pai Lupi was actually so utilitarian. Uncle, these knowledge are all beneficial to the Tang dynasty. Why do you think that the knowledge imparted to you by Master is useless? Pai Lupi hurriedly explained in a low voice, "No, that's not what I mean. What I mean is, did Master impart to you knowledge that can immediately be used by the Tang dynasty like the 4-wheeled carriage, water wheel, horseshoe, and steel crossbow?" Li Wangyu smiled and said, "Uncle, in fact, even if I don't say it, you should be able to guess that the 4-wheeled carriage and water wheel were all imparted to me by Master." Pai Lupi heard this and suddenly clapped his hands. "Sure enough, when I heard you admit that Ancestor is your master a few days ago, I vaguely guessed this matter. Haha, for the old Ancestor to take you as a disciple is your good fortune, Zio, our good fortune, and the good fortune of my great Tang." Before the hemispherical experiment was completed, Pai Lupi was already convinced that Li Wangyu was Ancestor's direct disciple. "Uncle, you flatter me." Li Wangyu was secretly happy that he could fool Pai Lupi. He quickly controlled his expression to avoid laughing out loud. After the driver and the horses rested, the experiment continued again. The number of horses continued to increase. 10, 12, 14, until it increased to 16 horses. Just like the Magdeburg hemispherical experiment in history, the copper ball finally made a loud noise and was pulled apart by the horse's huge traction force. Pai Lupi and the other officials did not wait for Li Wangyu to speak. They immediately gathered around, picked up the 2 hollow hemispherical balls and carefully looked at them. Damn it, it's really the 2 hemispherical balls from before. They're exactly the same. I even replaced Ancestor Zio's hemispherical balls with solid ones. Qing Yaojin held up a hemispherical ball and shouted. Some people tried to combine the 2 hemispherical balls again, but they easily separated them again. Without the existence of atmospheric pressure, the hemispherical balls would naturally not be pressed together. Li Wangyu was very satisfied with the results of the experiment. He held up the hemispherical ball and said to the crowd, "Your Majesty, everyone, this is the best proof of the existence of atmospheric pressure. When the air in the copper ball is sucked away, the air outside will tightly press it down. If we didn't have atmospheric pressure in our bodies, we would have already been crushed to death by the air." In the face of this ironclad truth, no one doubted Li Wangyu's words anymore. There were even quite a few people who fearfully reached out to touch the air above their heads as if worried that one day, they would be crushed to death by the air descending from the heavens. Pai Lupi, on the other hand, was very interested. Under Li Wangyu's guidance, he repeated the hemispherical experiment. No one had any more doubts about this result. Qing Yaojin and the other profligate scions gave lewd smiles at this result. They had won 10,000 horses and several dozen beautiful maids for no reason, so they were naturally happy. As for Ho Junji and the others, their faces were ashen as they silently turned to leave. Just as Li Wangyu was about to say something, a few figures flashed out from the crowd and knelt down in front of him without saying a word. Disciple pays respects to Grandmaster. Chapter 949. Li Wangyu was so scared that his whole body trembled and he almost lifted his foot to kick them. Fortunately, he reacted in time. These people who were kneeling in front of him were none other than the Taoist Gao Zhen. "Gao Zhen, what do you mean by this?" "Honorable Grandmaster, we disciples were blind before and offended Grandmaster. Please punish us, Grandmaster. We only want to cultivate with you. Please take pity on us and help us to pursue the heavens' way." Li Wangyu finally understood what had happened. It turned out that these Taoist Gaozhen also believed his nonsense, and confirmed that he was the personal disciple of the Taoist ancestor in the world. If not, who could know these secrets that the world did not know? In the eyes of these Gaozhen and eminent monks, except for the gods and Buddhas in the sky, who could know the secret that everyone was carrying 200 stones of air? Fortunately, those eminent monks were all Buddhist disciples. Otherwise, they might have to kneel in front of Li Wangyu at this moment. After figuring out the purpose of these white-bearded Gaozhen, Li Wangyu did not know whether to laugh or cry. His so-called identity as the disciple of the Taoist ancestor was just a boast. He did not expect that he was so powerful that these famous Gaozhen in Chang and city wanted to cultivate with him. Cultivate your ass? Even though Li Wangyu and Su Changqing had inexplicably traveled to the Tang dynasty, they had never believed in any gods or Buddhas. He would rather believe in a space-time wormhole than believe in any gods or Buddhas in the sky. Moreover, he did not know how to cultivate. What could he teach these Gaozhen? Li Wangyu sighed silently in his heart. Sure enough, a lie needed more lies to cover it up. Gaozhen, don't mention the Grandmaster again. Although I am the personal disciple of the Taoist ancestor in the world, the knowledge that the master taught me is not the same as yours. Well, I am not the successor of the Taoist ancestor. Do you understand? A few Gaozhen disciples looked at each other and replied with a firm expression. Grandmaster, the Tao ancestor is your master. No matter what knowledge you learned from the Tao ancestor, you are still the disciple's grandmaster. There is no doubt about that. That's right. Since Grandmaster's master is the Tao ancestor, he is the grandmaster of our Tao sect. In our Tao sect, if anyone doesn't respect the grandmaster, that would be equivalent to deceiving the grandmaster and destroying the grandmaster. Everyone has the right to punish him. In fact, these few Taoist masters might not completely believe Li Wangyu's excuse. These old fellows had long since become shrewd with age, so how could they bow their heads and bow just because of Li Wangyu's lies? In terms of seniority, these few Taoist masters were about the same as Sun Simiao. However, unlike Sun Simiao who lived in seclusion in the mountains for a long time, these Gaozhen masters had been active in Chang, and for a long time and had considerable influence in Taoism. As Taoism was conferred as the national religion by the royal family of Li Tang, and Li Yuan and Pai Lupi had recognized the Tao ancestor as their ancestor, the relationship between these Taoist masters and the royal family was very subtle. Since the Tao sect had joined forces with the Buddhist sect to impeach Li Wangyu, it was obvious that it would be impossible to restrict Li Wangyu's development in the future. In the eyes of the Gaozhen masters, the knowledge displayed by this child was extraordinary. Whether this knowledge was imparted by the Tao ancestor or learned by Li Wangyu from other places, it showed how terrifying Li Wangyu was. Therefore, this group of old foxes immediately changed their standpoint. Li Wangyu could only be a friend and not an enemy. Even if they lowered their seniority and regarded Li Wangyu as their grandmaster, it was nothing. In any case, Li Wangyu was the emperor's teacher. Since they couldn't restrict him, his future status would be respected, needless to say. For the Tao sect to be able to confirm Li Wangyu's identity as the Tao ancestor's successor, it would bring a strong protective talisman and backing to the Tao sect. It could be imagined that the Buddhist sect's days would become more and more difficult in the future. Therefore, the few Gaozhen masters could be Li Wangyu's great-grandfather regardless of their age. They directly pushed down the Golden Mountain and toppled the Jade Pillar, and very happily bowed down. The few Buddhist monks also understood this point at this moment. Their faces were also quite ugly, but there was nothing they could do. They could only bow their heads and silently recite the name of Buddha. Li Wangyu was also very helpless towards the persistence of the Taoist masters. He couldn't explain it and could only tacitly accept the title of Tao sect grandmaster. However, grandmaster, didn't you learn Tao from the Tao ancestor? That vacuum environment, is it really impossible for people to enter it to cultivate? The few Gaozhen masters still didn't give up and continued to ask. Li Wangyu was speechless and could only silently shake his head. Pai Lupi was happy to see the Tao sect's Gaozhen acknowledge his nephew's identity and treat him as their grandmaster. He, the emperor of all ages, naturally understood his nephew's personality. Pai Lupi completely trusted and was not worried about Li Wangyu. He was not at all afraid that this fellow would become too powerful in the future, unable to control him and even usurp his son's position. With Li Wangyu's languid personality, if he really took the throne and worried about the affairs of the world every day, it would probably be worse than killing him. Therefore, it was a good thing that Li Wangyu could obtain the support of the Tao sect. In the future, when his eldest son ascended the throne, the world would become more peaceful. Although Li Er had a lot of faults such as killing his brother and forcing his father to flee after the Black Tortoise Gate incident, he was also very lecherous, obstinate and self-opinionated even when he was old, and he was fond of grandiose achievements, but overall, Li Er was a rare good emperor who cared about the people of the world. This was also the reason why Li Wangyu was willing to offer his skills and be exploited by Pai Lupi. After the Royal Academy's hemispherical experiment was completed, the teachers and students of the academy as well as the officials and their relatives, all felt that it was an eye-opener. Everyone discussed animatedly and dispersed after bowing to Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi, Empress Zhangsun, Concubine Yang, Fang Xianling, Qing Yaojin, and the other big shots were naturally invited back to the manor by Li Wangyu. The big shots had come all the way from Chang'an to the academy. As the host, he naturally had to be a good host and entertain the big shots. Li Wangyu's manor had all kinds of facilities and many new things. The big shots, including Pai Lupi, were happy to have a day of leisure and gave themselves a holiday. Empress Zhangsun, Concubine Yang, Fang Xianling, and the other big shots womenfolk were naturally received by Su Changqing. Li Wangyu invited Pai Lupi and the others to sit in the living room and serve tea. While everyone was chatting, the old housekeeper Li Heng hurried in and reported, "Lang Jun, Gao Shilian Duke Gao is here to visit." Li Wangyu was slightly stunned. Gao Shilian had returned to Chang'an? How come he didn't know about this? Wasn't Gao Shilian still the chief clerk of the governor's mansion in Izhou? Logically speaking, Gao Shilian should have been called back to Chang'an by Pai Lupi after the 5th year of Xingguan. Li Wangyu turned to look at Pai Lupi in confusion. "Uncle, you called Duke Gao back to Chang'an in advance?" "Yes, Duke Gao has done a good job in governing Izhou. This time he has also eliminated the rebellion of the officials. In addition, after Kemming's death, the position of the right servant has been vacant. After discussing with Xianling, I ordered Duke Gao to return to Chang'an. But I didn't know that he had already arrived in Chang'an and came to your manor first." Li Wangyu nodded and excused himself from Pai Lupi and the other big shots. He got up and went out with Li Heng to welcome Gao Shilian. Chapter 950. Gao Shilian had just returned to Chang'an from Shu today. The journey of thousands of miles had exhausted the old man quite a bit. In order to avoid unnecessary etiquette, Gao Shilian did not even send people back to Chang'an to report. Otherwise, if they knew that he was coming back today, Li Wangyu's experiment would have been delayed. After all, whether it was Empress Zhangsun or Zhangsun Wuji, or even Pai Lupi, they would all personally welcome Gao Shilian. As for Gao Shilian's students, colleagues and friends all over Chang'an, they would not neglect Gao Shilian because of Li Wangyu's experiment. Gao Shilian planned to return to Chang'an and quietly rest for 2 days and then meet Pai Lupi. But once he entered Chang'an, Gao Shilian felt that his eyes could not keep up. In the first year of Zhenguan, Gao Shilian was demoted by Pai Lupi to take up a post in Izhou because he had withheld Wang Gui's secret memorial. Of course, outsiders did not know what was going on. Wang Gui and Gao Shilian had always been on good terms. Withholding Wang Gui's secret memorial did not benefit Gao Shilian at all. Gao Shilian was demoted to the governor of an province, and then replaced Dou Gui, the governor of Izhou, to take over Izhou as the governor of Izhou. The meaning behind this was worth pondering. In Li Wangyu's view, rather than demoted, Gao Shilian was helping Pai Lupi to deal with the trouble. But no matter what, Gao Shilian had not returned for 4 years since he left Chang'an in the first year of Zhenguan. Chang'an had changed a lot in these 2 years because of Li Wangyu's appearance. Whether it was the public carriages running on the streets or the toilets in the streets and alleys, Gao Shilian was very curious. The old man even personally went to the toilets to experience them. As for the other new things, the old man was even more dazzled and unable to take them all in. In fact, he had heard of many of these things in the imperial court gazettes. However, seeing once was better than hearing 100 times. How could the contents of the court bulletin be as impactful as witnessing it with one's own eyes? When Gao Shilian learned that Li Wangyu was going to do some kind of experiment at the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty today, and that Pai Lupi and all the officials had gone to the academy to watch, the old man was also interested. Ignoring the fatigue from the journey, he immediately led his servants and rode to Dingzhou village in Huxian County. After Gao Shilian urged his horse onto the famous Prodigal Road, he was once again stunned. How could he have thought that there was actually someone who used mirage mud to pave a road? The production of mirage mud was still not high. At least, mirage mud hadn't appeared in the Yi province yet. Therefore, Gao Shilian had only heard of its existence, but had never seen it with his own eyes. The cement road from Dingzhou village to Huxian, which Li Wangyu had spent a lot of money to build, shocked the old man quite a bit. The road was as smooth as a stone slab. In the eyes of the Tang people, it was a wonder of the world. Gao Shurian jumped off his horse and squatted down to study the cement road for a long time. Many passers-by covered their mouths and snickered. Their eyes were full of pride as if they were looking at a country bumpkin. After all, people like Gao Shurian who came to Chang and for the first time and saw the cement road for the first time had the same reaction. The people of Wuxia County were already used to it, but they couldn't help but reveal a trace of pride. After all, this was the only Mirage mud road in the world. However, as Qing Yaojin and other big shots opened mines in Wuxia County, the production of lime increased, and the price of the Mirage mud produced by the Ministry of Works gradually fell. Pai Lupi had now begun to discuss with Fang Xianling and the others to replace the main streets in Chang, and with Mirage mud roads. However, this project cost a lot. Even though the price of cement had fallen a lot, the budget given by the Ministry of Works was still an astronomical figure in the eyes of Pai Lupi and the big shots in the imperial court. Therefore, the paving of roads in Chang, and was still in the planning stage. It was unknown how long it would take to start. Because of this delay, when Gao Shurian arrived at the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty, he was still a step late. The hemispherical experiment of the academy had ended, and the officials had left. Gao Shurian didn't get angry that he didn't come. Instead, he looked around the Noda Academy in high spirits. After knowing that Pai Lupi and the others had been invited to the mansion by Li Wangyu, Gao Shurian didn't refuse and took the initiative to visit Lai Hot. Li Wangyu invited Gao Shurian into the living room and greeted Pai Lupi. After greeting each other, they sat down again. It was the first time Gao Shurian came to Li Wangyu's mansion, and he was curious about everything. After all, Li Wangyu's mansion was very different from the traditional mansions of the Tang dynasty. Just the sofa he was sitting on made the old man very uncomfortable. The Tangs were used to sitting on their knees, and this soft and elastic sofa was very uncomfortable for Gao Shurian. But the old man had to admit that sitting on the sofa was very comfortable. Zio, when I came back to Chang'an today, I realized that I underestimated you in Izhou. If I knew that you were so capable, I would have let you stay in Izhou for a few more days to help me. Haha, Mr. Gao, you flatter me. Pai Lupi smiled and said, Uncle, you haven't been in Chang'an for a long time. I'm afraid you don't know how capable Zio is, but he's even more capable of causing trouble. I have a headache because of him. In private, Pai Lupi also called Gao Shurian uncle, like his wife, Empress Jiangsun. His words made Qing Yaojin, Fang Xianling, Jiangsun Wuji and the others laugh. Li Wangyu could only touch his nose awkwardly and complain in his heart. But the world was big and Pai Lupi was the most important. He could only endure his ridicule. When Empress Jiangsun heard that her uncle had come to visit, she led a group of noble women and Su Changqing to rush over. When she saw Gao Shurian, she burst into tears. Jiangsun Wuji and Empress Jiangsun were both brought up by their uncle, Gao Shurian. Naturally, their relationship with Gao Shurian was deep. Even though Empress Jiangsun was a mother of 4, she was still like a little girl in front of Gao Shurian. After Gao Shurian comforted her for a while, Empress Jiangsun stopped crying, but she still glared at her husband angrily. Naturally, she blamed him for sending her uncle to Izhou, a place so far away that she could not see him for 4 whole years. Pai Lupi was a little scared by his wife's resentful eyes, and he quickly changed the topic. Uncle, you haven't tried the food in Zio's house, right? I'm afraid you don't know that now everyone in Chang'an knows that the food in Zio's house is the best in Chang'an. Even my palace is not as good as it. Today we'll eat a big meal and treat it as a welcome dinner for Uncle. Fang Xianling and the others also nodded in agreement. Qing Yaojin, this old guy, shamelessly shouted, Zio, is there any cow in your house that accidentally fell to its death today? You must let Gao Shurian taste the roast beef with potatoes. Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling and the others heard this and their faces darkened. Damn, this shameless old hooligan, they couldn't wait to drive him out. How could you have the nerve to say that you want to eat beef so openly? Pai Lupi put on a straight face and pretended not to hear it. He turned his head and talked with Gao Shurian. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes and reached out to summon the old housekeeper, Li Heng, to see if there was any cow in the house that accidentally fell to its death. Today, everyone returned to their seats and continued their conversation. However, Gao Shurian's words caused Li Er to fly into a rage. He almost ordered his men to capture Li Wangyu and give him 30 beatings. Chapter 951. If Li Wangyu was beaten up by Pai Lupi, he would not be wronged at all. Who asked him to have such a bad memory at such a young age? Back in Izhou, Li Wangyu had a flash of inspiration and came up with the explosive pack in order to solve the siege. Later, in order to conquer Zhang Fei's camp, which was easy to defend but hard to attack, he came up with the heartless cannon. These two things were naturally extraordinary weapons for the Tang dynasty. Even though Gao Shilian was not a general, he understood the stakes involved. Therefore, not only did Gao Shilian issue a gag order to all the soldiers in Izhou who knew about it. Even in the memorials to the imperial court about the suppression of the rebellion, the explosive pack and the flying thunder cannon were not mentioned at all. The old man naturally did not want to hide it from Pai Lupi and the other officials in the imperial court. He just felt that this was not a trivial matter and could not be easily announced to the public. Therefore, Gao Shilian only ordered Li Wangyu to report this matter in detail to His Majesty after returning to Chang, and let His Majesty and the other officials in the imperial court make appropriate arrangements for the use of these two divine weapons. However, when Li Wangyu arrived at Lizhou because of Du Ruhui's sudden death, he was in a hurry to return to Chang and for the funeral. He actually completely threw this matter to the back of his mind and completely forgot about it. He didn't even mention it to Li Er. As a result, when Gao Shilian returned to Chang and today, they drank tea and chatted. After a few sentences, they talked about the rebellion of the Izhou officials a few months ago. When Li Er, Qing Yaojin and the others heard from Gao Shilian about the sky-shaking thunder and the flying thunder cannon, the two divine weapons, their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. ZOUB****. Why didn't you mention this important matter to me? If uncle did not mention it, how long did you plan to deceive me? Pai Lupi slapped the sofa's armrest and stared at Li Wangyu angrily. Qing Yaojin directly bounced up from the sofa. Like capturing an enemy general on the battlefield, he skillfully stretched out his hand and directly grabbed Li Wangyu and put him under his armpit. Son of a bitch, you bastard brat. You're really a troublemaker. Today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. This familiar formula made Li Wangyu panic. Oh my god. He had really forgotten about this matter completely. At this time it was too late to say anything. It was better to quickly admit defeat and beg for mercy to avoid physical pain. Uncle Cheng. Let's talk nicely. I was wrong. Everything is my fault. This nephew deserves to die. Uncle Cheng quickly put this nephew down. This nephew will immediately hand over the Sky Tremor Bomb and Flying Thunder Cannon formulas to uncle. Li Wangyu miserably begged for mercy. Only then did Qing Yaojin, this old hooligan, put him down. He did not dare to be negligent and quickly explained the ins and outs of the explosives and Flying Thunder Cannon in a few words. The more Pai Lupi listened, the more excited he became. He suddenly stood up. You bastard brat, you actually used such a powerful military weapon to make firecrackers and fireworks? Why didn't you tell me about this before? Of course, Li Wangyu could not tell Pai Lupi that he was not willing to make such a deadly weapon like gunpowder. Whether it was firecrackers or fireworks, when Pai Lupi asked him the reason, Li Wangyu only said that it was a new type of medicine. Pai Lupi and the officials never thought that behind the seemingly beautiful fireworks, there was actually a deadly weapon hidden. If he had not been forced into a corner in Jianghu County, he would not have made the explosives. However, now that it had been exposed, he could no longer hide the gunpowder. Zio, do you still have any Sky Tremor grenades in your residence? Quickly show them to me and my beloved officials. Pai Lupi could not wait to see the power of the gunpowder with his own eyes. Li Wangyu was speechless. Who the hell would store such a dangerous thing in their own home? Were they crazy? Just as he was about to shake his head, he suddenly remembered that there seemed to be some unused gunpowder stored in the small room that Niu Wu and the others used to make gunpowder in the manor. In order to keep it a secret and for safety, Li Wangyu ordered people to build a small stone room in a remote corner of the manor. It was specifically used to make gunpowder, firecrackers and fireworks. Gasimin's mad dog of Een Death Abyss was also kept in that small room. Because they did not know when they would use the firecrackers and fireworks, Niu Wu and the others did have some leftover gunpowder. Uncle, there is indeed some gunpowder in my residence. I will immediately order people to prepare it. Since Pai Lupi wanted to see it, then he would let him see it. Li Wangyu instructed Niu Wu to prepare silk. Together with the Zhang brothers, they made the remaining gunpowder into bags of gunpowder according to the method they used to make the bags of gunpowder in Jianghu County. Then they found a remote place in the manor and dug out a few clay cannon barrels so that they could show the Flying Thunder Cannon to Pai Lupi and the others later. Fortunately, Li Wangyu's manor occupied a large area of several hundred mu of land. It was not a problem to find a remote area that could be used as a shooting range. Because the gunpowder was ready-made, Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers did not spend much effort to make several bags of gunpowder. After Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the other military leaders personally witnessed the earth-shattering effects of the gunpowder, they were once again shocked to the extreme. They were all flabbergasted and speechless. Qing Yaojin looked at the large crater created by the gunpowder and reached out to touch his head. Son of a bitch, this sky tremor grenade is really amazing. This kind of earth-shattering divine power, even if refined steel encountered it, it would also be crushed into fine powder, not to mention this person's body of flesh and blood. This thing, its divine power is really unpredictable. Sky tremor grenade. It really lives up to its name. After a long time, Pai Lupi let out a long breath and turned to look at Li Wangyu. Zio, this sky tremor grenade was also imparted to you by the Dao Zu, right? Li Wangyu was slightly stunned and quickly nodded. Yes, uncle is right. It was master who imparted it to me. Uncle, please don't blame me for not reporting to you before. It is really because master said that I am not allowed to use this sky tremor grenade unless it is a last resort. This thing is too powerful, I am afraid it will harm the harmony of heaven. He realized that it was really good to pull out a Dao Zu as a master. Everything could be pushed to the Dao Zu. If anyone didn't believe it, they could go and confront the Dao Zu. After witnessing the power of gunpowder, whether it was Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, Fang Xianling or other big shots, there was no doubt that Li Wangyu was the personal disciple of the Dao Zu. Where in the world could such an immortal method be found except for the Dao Zu? After listening to Li Wangyu's explanation, Pai Lupi nodded approvingly. I understand your painstaking efforts, Zio. Don't worry, I will not use this thing at will. Li Wangyu shook his head. Uncle, you are wrong. Master just forbids me to use it at will. But if the iron cavalry of the Tang dynasty uses this sky tremor grenade, it will be fine. He was not a pedantic person. There was no difference between killing people with gunpowder and with swords, let alone which way was crueler. If gunpowder could reduce the casualties of the iron cavalry of the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu would be more than happy to see it. Pai Lupi nodded to show that he understood. But then he heard Li Wangyu's words, which stunned Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin and the others. But in my opinion, Uncle should keep the sky tremor grenade and flying thunder cannon a secret for the time being. Don't use it in a short time. Chapter 952. Pai Lupi asked in confusion. Zio, what do you mean? Can you explain? Li Wangyu didn't answer but asked, Uncle, the Tang dynasty's greatest threat, the Turks, have already submitted. This is Uncle's great contribution. However, which country does Uncle think will threaten the Tang dynasty? His words made Pai Lupi and the other elders frown. After a while, Pai Lupi said, In my opinion, Goguryeo in the north will be the greatest threat to the Tang dynasty. Qing Yaojin, Fang Xianling and the others nodded. The Sui dynasty's 3 expeditions to Goguryeo failed and they returned in defeat. The heads of countless Han soldiers were piled up by the Goguryans. Even after the founding of the Great Tang, the relationship between Goguryeo and the Great Tang seemed to be rather amicable on the surface. But in truth, the Great Tang sovereign and his subjects were constantly contemplating whether to launch another northern expedition to destroy Goguryeo. In history, Pai Lupi personally led an expedition to Goguryeo in the 19th year of Jingguan. After Tang Taizong ascended the throne after the Xuanwu Gate incident, other than personally leading Gao Shilian, Fang Xianling, and the others to the Wei River to negotiate with Sheli Khan and sign the Wei River Alliance, the expedition to Goguryeo was the only time he personally led an expedition after ascending the throne. From this, one could see how important Goguryeo was to him. Liaodong was originally China's land, but the Sui dynasty's 4th generation couldn't obtain it. Today, I'm going to the east to avenge China's descendants and wash away the shame of my father. This was what Tang Taizong said before he personally led the expedition. Li Wangyu smiled and shook his head. Uncle, in my opinion, Goguryeo is just a disease. The Sui dynasty's 3 expeditions to Goguryeo failed not because Goguryeo was strong, but because the Sui dynasty had made too many mistakes. Furthermore, it wasn't easy to obtain food and fodder, and the weather in Liaodong was cold. Zio, you're looking down on Goguryeo? Pai Lupi was slightly displeased. Li Wangyu hurriedly explained, Uncle, it's not that I'm looking down on them, but the Tang dynasty is different from the Sui dynasty. What's the difference? Did Uncle and everyone forget about the 4-wheeled carriages? Just the 4-wheeled carriages alone can guarantee that the Tang dynasty's cavalry won't have to worry about food. As for the cold weather, that's not a problem. I have my ways of dealing with it. With a smile, he turned to Li Er, Qing Yaojin and the others and said, Uncle, everyone, as long as our great Tang doesn't have to worry about rations or the bitter cold. As for the sturdy city of Goguryeo? Li Wangyu chuckled as he pointed to the craters created by the explosives. I don't think that the walls of the Goguryans would be able to withstand the sky tremor grenades. If that was the case, how could Goguryeo possibly stop the Great Tang cavalry? I don't believe that Goguryeo has the qualifications to be a threat to the Tang dynasty. After he finished speaking, Li Er, Qing Yaojin and the others were stunned. Li Wangyo's words were something that none of them had considered before. But thinking about it, it did make sense. Why Zio's words make sense. With the help of the Heaven Tremor grenades, Goguryeo is nothing but a chicken. Your Majesty, if you want to suppress Goguryeo, I, Qing Yaojin, am willing to do so. I'll cut off the head of that dog's, hit Goguryeo King for your Majesty to use as a chamber pot. Pai Lupi didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Qing Yaojin's words. Scram to the side. What do I need that trash for? He turned to Li Wangyu and asked, Zio, is what you said true? Do you really have a way to protect the soldiers from the cold? One of the main reasons for the defeat of Goguryeo in the Sui dynasty was the cold weather of Liaodong. In the first expedition, Yang Guang's army was claimed to be 2 million, but in reality 3 million men were sent to Liaodong. However, due to the terrible weather and the unsustainable supply of rations, as well as Yang Guang's careless command, the Sui army suffered a crushing defeat. They lost 300,000 men and had to retreat. If Li Wangyu could really solve the problem of keeping the army warm, coupled with sufficient rations and gunpowder, it would be strange if they couldn't destroy Goguryeo. Compared to the Tang army in history, the current Tang dynasty was much more powerful because of Li Wangyo's appearance. For example, the small horseshoes increased the number of warhorses of the Tang army by at least 30%. The weapons workshop in the Valley of Jadeite Palace was constantly producing all kinds of refined steel armor and weapons. Coded messages made it easier for the Tang spies to transmit information. The appearance of penicillin and paramedics reduced the casualties of the Tang army. The ghillie suits and binoculars allowed the Tang army scouts to monitor the enemy's movements without worry. The steel crossbows made of refined steel could hunt down enemy generals. All in all, the Tang army of this era was incomparably powerful. Pai Lupi and the others naturally didn't know about these things, but Li Wangyu, this military fanatic, could. Therefore, he didn't think that Goguryeo could become a stumbling block for the cavalry of the Tang dynasty. Uncle, how can this nephew joke about such things? Li Wangyu shrugged casually. Keeping out the cold wasn't difficult. As long as they took down Gaochang, they could plant a large amount of cotton. Cotton-padded clothes were as good at keeping out the cold as animal fur. More importantly, they were cheap and could be used in large quantities. The Tang dynasty just didn't know the benefits of cotton. Otherwise, how could Gaochang and the other countries of the western regions be destroyed by the Tang army after 14 years of Jingguan? Good. If that's the case, when I reclaim Liaodong, Ziyu, you will be the main contributor. Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, and the others clapped their hands and laughed. No one doubted Li Wangyo's words. For Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the other dukes, if they still couldn't take down Goguryeo, they should really find a piece of tofu and smash their heads against it. After laughing, Pai Lupi asked again happily, since Ziyu doesn't think that Goguryeo is a threat to our Tang dynasty, then tell me, who is the external threat you speak of? Shuiyantua? Western Turks or Tuyuhun? Li Wangyu didn't answer directly. Instead, he coughed lightly and said, Uncle, I've prepared something and was about to present it to you. Why don't you take a look at it first? I'll explain it to you in detail later, okay? Sure. Pai Lupi naturally agreed. He was also curious. Everyone returned to Lai Hot Castle. Li Wangyu asked Pai Lupi and the others to wait in the living room while he rushed to the study to retrieve an item. After bringing the item to the living room, Li Wangyu signaled for all the servants and maids to leave. Even Pai Lupi's eunuchs were chased out by Mi Tua after consulting with Pai Lupi. When everyone saw how serious Li Wangyu was, they knew that he was serious. Thus, they were even more curious about the item in his hand. Needless to say, this item must have been passed down by Dao Zhu. Otherwise, Li Wangyu wouldn't be so nervous. After all the unrelated people had left, Li Wangyu slowly unfolded the item in his hand. However, this caused everyone in the living room, including Li Er, to gasp in surprise in unison. Chapter 953. When Li Wangyu saw the navigation map in Su Changqing's mobile phone in Jiolong County, he secretly scolded himself for being stupid. In order to get a title for his beautiful boss, he had made it so complicated. In fact, as long as he copied the map in his phone, he would be able to dazzle Pai Lupi. What was so difficult about changing a title? Since ancient times, China's maps had always been drawn in a unique way. However, it had to be said that from a practical point of view, the map of Wuxia wasn't very detailed. Back in the Western Jin dynasty, the famous minister Pei Xiu had proposed the 6 directions of map making, which explained the relationship between the scale of the map, the position, and the distance of the map. However, the ancient map of Wuxia lacked map projection and latitude measurement due to the method of surveying and drawing. This resulted in the map being inaccurate. In fact, it wasn't just China that was like this. The Western world was also like this. Even during the Wanli era, the Western missionary Ricci had drawn up the Kuan Yuan 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 One Yuan Yuan Yu. This was normal. After all, in an era without satellite remote sensing, it was too difficult to rely on manpower to measure the world at that time. As for the navigation map in Su Changqing's mobile phone, although it was only a civilian map in the modern era, in terms of precision and accuracy, it was an incredible divine map in the Tang dynasty. After returning to Chang, Li Wangyu took some time to draw a new map of Wuxia and its surrounding areas. Because this map was prepared to be presented to Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu made it quite large in order to shock everyone. Li Wangyu spent a lot of time transplanting the complete map of Asia onto a piece of white silk cloth that was more than 10 feet long and 5 feet wide. The reason why he did not draw a world map was because he was too lazy to explain so much to Pai Lupi. Otherwise, Pai Lupi and the others would inevitably become curious babies and keep asking him all kinds of questions such as how far was North and South America, Europe and Africa on the other side of the ocean, how to get there, and so on. As a lazy person, it was most important to not make trouble for himself. After drawing a huge map of Asia, Li Wangyu considerately asked Yen Libin to help draw mountains, rivers, cities and other topography on it, according to the habits of the Tang people, so that this huge map would be more visually impactful. After seeing this map, Yen Libin immediately knelt down. He no longer had any doubts that Li Wangyu was the disciple of Tao Zu. This kind of map could only be drawn by immortals looking down from the sky. How could other people draw it? After Yen Libin's drawing, the map of Asia became more three-dimensional and intuitive. When it slowly unfolded in front of the officials of the Tang dynasty, Pai Lupi and the others were suddenly shocked and froze on the spot. In the eyes of the officials of the Tang dynasty, this huge map unfolded in front of them was simply a miracle. Yen Libin had learned sketching from Li Wangyu, and he had also learned the focal perspective technique from Li Wangyu. Thus, the mountains and cities he drew were extremely three-dimensional. According to Li Wangyu's instructions, he drew colorful mountains, rivers, and cities with a very three-dimensional effect according to the direction of the mountains on the map. In the eyes of the people, this map was like looking down from the ninth heaven. This is my country? This is my Tang dynasty? Pai Lupi murmured. Fang Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, Gao Shilian, Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others also looked at the huge map in front of them in a daze. Pai Lupi walked quickly to the huge map and pointed at a magnificent city in the middle of the map. He was very excited. Chang, and this is Chang'an. Zio, did I say anything wrong? Li Wangyu bowed slightly. Uncle is wise. Yes, that is Chang'an. When he drew this map, he deliberately adjusted the position and drew Chang, and at the center of the map. Needless to say, this was to flatter Pai Lupi. Obviously, Li Wangyu's efforts were not in vain. Pai Lupi was very satisfied with this, and his fingers kept moving around on the map. This is Luoyang, this is Jianghu. This is Taiyuan Prefecture, and further up is Goguryeo. Zio, is this the terrain of Goguryeo? Yes, it is. Zio, what is the meaning of the scale marked on this map? Fang Xianling asked curiously. Master Fang, this scale refers to the ratio of the length of this line to the actual length. The scale of this map is 1 to 100,000. In other words, you can use a ruler to measure the distance between two places on the map, and multiply it by 100,000 to get the actual distance between the two places. Li Wangyu's map was quite large, so the scale was also very large. A centimeter of distance on the map was equivalent to 100,000 centimeters in reality, which was 1,000 meters. Li Wangyu's explanation made everyone more and more shocked. Zio, do you mean that this map is exactly the same as the world? You can calculate the distance between two places from the map? How is this possible? Gao Shilian immediately shook his head. Gao Shilian was not the only one who did not believe this. None of the emperor and ministers of the Tang dynasty believed this. After all, the maps of Wuxia since ancient times were not so accurate. Li Wangyu's map was really shocking to everyone, as if there were thousands of miles of mountains and rivers in front of them. But to say that just by measuring with a ruler on the map, the distance between two places could be determined was a bit of a fantasy. If Master Gao doesn't believe me, why don't we make a bet? Li Wangyu smiled slyly. Gao Shilian had not been in Chang'an for a long time, so he did not know that Li Wangyu was now known as the god of gamblers in Chang'an. Even an old hoodlum like Qing Yaojin would not dare to accept the bet when he heard Li Wangyu say something like, "Make a bet." Who asked this guy to never lose a bet? No matter how unbelievable the bet was, no matter how optimistic it was, the final winner would always be Li Wangyu. Therefore, whether it was Pai Lupi or Qing Yaojin, they would definitely not make any bets with him now. Gao Shuyan was about to nod when he saw Pai Lupi glaring at Li Wangyu. "Zio, are you even going to play with my uncle? Hurry up and tell me clearly. Is your map really so accurate? How is this possible?" Li Wangyu saw that his evil plan did not succeed, so he could only smile and continue to explain. "Uncle, all of you, this map is really accurate. Although I dare not say that it is exactly the same as the actual terrain, it is still very accurate. As long as you know how to use the scale, you will be able to easily measure the distance between different places." Although Qing Yaojin did not dare to bet with Li Wangyu, he still did not believe his words. "Bastard, I really don't believe it. Zio, use this map to calculate the distance between Chang'an and Taiyuan Prefecture for this old man. Let me see if your calculation is correct." Li Wangyu smiled as he took out a ruler and measured on the map. "Uncle Qing, the distance between Chang'an and Taiyuan Prefecture is 1,000 li in a straight line. The actual distance is about 1,400 li. Is my calculation correct?" When Li Wangyu was drawing the map, he naturally did not know the actual direction of the official roads of the Tang dynasty. However, for thousands of years, the official roads and the main provincial roads of later generations were mostly the same. The roads in the map he drew were drawn according to the provincial roads and national roads of later generations. As for the highways, there was naturally no need to consider them. As long as the official roads of the Tang dynasty were not too different from the provincial roads and national roads of later generations, the distance was basically 80 to 90%. Sure enough, after he said this number, Qing Yaojin, Pai Lupi and the others were really a little dumbfounded. There is a reason why the recent updates are not good. A few days ago, after the royalties were sent out, I was shocked to find that last month's royalties were directly cut in half. Sigh, the winter of online literature is indeed true. Although Lao Long doesn't rely on royalties to live, this insignificant amount of royalties really doesn't make one feel proud. But this book shouldn't be incomplete or incomplete. Lao Long will continue to write seriously, just a little slower. Everyone, please don't blame me for this. Finally, I wish everyone good health during the Dragon Boat Festival. Chapter 954. Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, and the others naturally knew the distance from Chang'an and to Taiyuan Prefecture, but they didn't expect Li Wangyu to be able to accurately estimate the distance just by measuring it with a ruler. Although Li Wangyu had made a simple measurement based on the provincial and national roads of the future, and it might not be very accurate, the distance that the great Tang sovereign and his subjects knew was only a vague number. It was around 1,400 li. After all, even the Tang dynasty couldn't measure the exact length of the official roads in detail. Damn it, such an accurate map, it's like looking down on the earth from the 9 heavens. Zio, was this map passed down by the Tao ancestor? I don't think anyone other than the gods and Buddhas in the heavens can draw such a map. Qing Yaojin's words made Pai Lupi and the others nod in agreement. Li Wangyu inwardly laughed, but he nodded without hesitation. The old hoodlum's words weren't wrong. This map was drawn from the remote sensing satellites of later generations. Saying that gods looked down on the earth from the 9 heavens wasn't a lie. After learning that this map was passed down by the Tao ancestor, everyone gasped in amazement. Pai Lupi's eyes almost glowed as he looked at the map. After gasping in amazement, everyone became even more interested in this huge map. Pai Lupi and the others ordered someone to bring a ruler, and they imitated Li Wangyu's method, personally measuring the dimensions on the map. Zio, is this map really correct? This old man measured that the distance from Chang'an and to Pyongyang, the capital of Goguryeo, is actually more than 4,000 li? Gao Shuyan's face was full of disbelief. He only knew that the distance to attack Goguryeo was very far, but he didn't expect it to be this far. Even if this map was passed down by the Tao ancestor, this number was enough to shock Gao Shuyan and the others. When they thought about how the Tang army had to maintain the supply of food for the 4,000 li journey, the officials of the Tang dynasty felt their scalps go numb. After all, in an era where there were no planes, trains, or cars, just traveling 4,000 kilometers was an extremely long journey. Not to mention, there was also the need to maintain the rations of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Just the thought of people eating and horses eating was terrifying. Pai Lupi stared at the map in the direction of Pyongyang in silence. After a long while he looked away and looked at Li Wangyu. Zio, since you said that Goguryeo is nothing to fear, then in your opinion, what is the greatest threat to the Tang dynasty? Fang Xianling, Qing Yaojin, and the others all looked at Li Wangyu waiting for his answer. Li Wangyu walked up to the map and coughed softly. Uncle gentlemen, you may not be aware of this, but there is only one opponent in the vicinity of the Tang dynasty that we need to be extra vigilant against, and that is, with Chang, and as the starting point, his finger kept moving westward until it reached the western part of Izhou. Then he pointed twice at the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Tubo. That is the real threat to the Tang dynasty. On the map, Li Wangyu asked Yan Liben to draw the towering terrain of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau very conspicuously. The Yellow Plateau and the Sichuan Basin on the side formed a sharp contrast. Tubo? Where is that? Pai Lupi asked curiously. Fang Xianling, Qing Yaojin, and the others were also puzzled. They did not understand what Li Wangyu meant. Obviously they did not even know what Tubo was. Tubo was the first regime in the Qinghai Tibet Plateau that was clearly recorded in history, and Songtsen Gampo was the founder of Tubo. In history, the Tang dynasty did not know the existence of Tubo until the 9th year of Jingguan, when Li Jing led the army to attack Tuyuhan. Now that it was the 4th year of Jingguan, it was normal that the emperor and officials of the Tang dynasty did not know the existence of Tubo. Li Wangyu explained, Uncle gentlemen, look. West of Izhou is the highest plateau in the world. Yes, master called it the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Qinghai Tibet Plateau? Zio, what is a plateau? Can you explain it to me in detail? Li Wangyu pointed at the map. Uncle, the so-called plateau refers to this vast area. It is far higher than other places like the stage in the theater of the Tang dynasty. He walked to the side of the table, picked up a teacup, and placed it on top of the table. Uncle gentlemen, if the land under our feet is this table, then the Qinghai Tibet Plateau would be like this teacup, far higher than the land under our feet. Such an intuitive explanation made Pai Lupi and the others nod their heads. They were all amazed by nature's uncanny workmanship. Li Wangyu continued to explain, the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, according to master, has an average height of about 3,000 to 5,000 meters. If it is calculated by Huayan's Mount Hua, it is about 1.5 to 2 Mount Hua. His words immediately caused the emperor and officials of the Tang dynasty to exclaim. Zio, is there really such a high place in the world? Damn it, I have climbed Mount Hua and I already felt that it was too high to reach. If it is 2 Mount Hua, isn't it almost to the sky? How is that possible? If it is so high, is it still in the mortal world? Obviously in everyone's eyes this height was almost to the sky. This was also normal. According to Chinese legends, the Queen Mother lived on Mount Kunlun. And Mount Kunlun was at the edge of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Therefore, in the eyes of the ancient people, it was not surprising that it was the place where immortals lived. Li Wangyu smiled. Master told me that he called the Qinghai Tibet Plateau the roof of the world, the highest place in the world. According to master, the tallest mountain is as tall as 4 Huashan mountains, stacked on top of each other. He was not exaggerating. Mount Everest was more than 8,800 meters high. 4 Mount Hua stacked together was about the same height. But these words were like a fairy tale in everyone's ears. It was unbelievable and it caused another round of exclamations. Fortunately, everyone was now convinced that Dao Zhu was really Li Wangyu's master. Therefore, although these words were hard to accept, no one doubted its authenticity. Zio, do you mean that the dynasty you called Tubo is on this plateau? Pai Lupi asked. Yes, that's right. Then what's so special about Tubo that it can become a thorn in the side of the Tang dynasty? Pai Lupi asked, puzzled. The reason why Li Wangyu introduced Tubo to the Tang dynasty so seriously was because in history, the only opponent that the great Tang dynasty could not deal with was Tubo. Even someone as strong as Pai Lupi could only marry a princess to maintain a temporary peace. In history, even the Chang and of the Tang dynasty was captured by Tubo twice. During the reign of Emperor Gaozong, Tubo captured the Tang dynasty's 18 prefectures in the western region, forcing the Tang dynasty to give up the 4 towns of Anxi. In the 3rd year of the Tang dynasty's reign, the famous general Shui Ringgui suffered a defeat in the Battle of Dafei River. The Tang army was ambushed by Tubo and suffered heavy casualties. During the Inlushan rebellion, Tubo occupied Chang, and for half a month. Although they were later chased out of Chang, and by Guizi, most of the southwest border of the Tang dynasty was occupied by Tubo. It could be said that Tubo was almost invincible against the Tang dynasty because of the geographical advantage of the plateau. The Tang dynasty could not do anything about it. Li Wangyu naturally did not want such a thing to happen again. Therefore he used today's opportunity to introduce Tubo to Pai Lupi and the others. Uncle, Everyone, in my view, Tibet is a threat to Great Tang like a ferocious tiger by its side. Tubo is like a sharp blade on the back of the Tang dynasty. It can stab the Tang dynasty at any time. Pai Lupi frowned slightly when he heard this. Before he could reply, Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda beside him shouted. How dare you? Do you think that the Tang dynasty is a pushover? What bullshit, Tufan. Could it be that they are stronger than the Turks? Zio, I don't believe your words. Don't worry, your majesty. If Tubo dares to offend the heavens, I will crush its balls. Li Wangyu smiled bitterly and shook his head. Uncle Qing, Uncle Yuqi, if Tubo is so easy to deal with, I wouldn't say that it's a thorn in the side of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 955. Qing Yaojin said with disdain, how hard can it be to deal with Tubo? Can they be stronger than the Turks? Zio, don't lie to me. Uncle Qing, in terms of fighting strength, Tubo is naturally weaker than the Turks, much less the cavalry of the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu replied. Strictly speaking, Tubo's fighting strength was weaker than the Tang army. In history, the first war between Tubo and the Tang dynasty was in the autumn of the 12th year of Jingguan. After Tubo annexed Tuyuhun, the Battle of Songzhou broke out in Songzhou. The main force of the Tang army, Ho Junji, had yet to make a move. As the vanguard of the Tang army, Nyo Jinda had already defeated the Tubo army. Songtsen Gampo was afraid of the Tang army and led the Tubo army to retreat from Tuyuhun, Dongxiang, Belanqiang and other places. After the war between the Tang dynasty and Tubo, the main problem for Tubo was that once they lost, they would immediately retreat to the plateau. The Tang army had attacked the Qinghai Tibet plateau 3 times, but they all failed due to altitude sickness and weather. As a result, Tubo could attack the Tang dynasty, and if they lost, they could only retreat to the plateau. On the other hand, the Tang dynasty couldn't attack Tubo. In history, there was only 1,000 days of being a thief, but not 1,000 days of guarding against a thief. Thus, it was normal for the Tang dynasty to suffer losses from Tubo. Pai Lupi and the others naturally didn't understand this situation. Qing Yaojin asked in confusion, since that bullshit Tubo can't defeat the cavalry of the Tang dynasty, then why are you so worried? You said that Tubo is a threat to the Tang dynasty, are you playing with us? Li Wangyu was speechless. He could only point at the plateau on the map and explain, Uncle Qing, did you forget? I said before that the Qinghai Tibet plateau where Tubo is located has a height of 3,000 meters. Yes, so what? Qing Yaojin still didn't understand. Uncle Qing, do you know about miasma? The miasma that Li Wangyu mentioned was actually altitude sickness. As early as the Han dynasty, China had already realized the existence of altitude sickness and called it miasma or miasma. Due to the humid and hot environment of the southern jungles, the poisonous gases produced by the decay of plants and animals were also known as miasma. Although the names were the same, in the mouth of the medical school, the diseases corresponding to the miasma in different regions were different. Qing Yaojin and the others were slightly taken aback. Zio, do you mean that there is miasma on the plateau? Li Wangyu nodded affirmatively. To be precise, it should be called altitude sickness. This is also the knowledge that Master taught me. Pai Lupi asked, Zio, tell me in detail. What does altitude sickness mean? Uncle, you've seen the Academy's hemispherical experiment that I did today. You should be able to understand what I said before. The air is not empty. Pai Lupi nodded, that's right. We now understand this point. I still remember that you said in the Taiji Palace that the air is mainly composed of oxygen and nitrogen, and oxygen is the source of our life. Li Wangyu admired Pai Lupi's good memory. Previously, he had explained it in front of the officials. He was not in a hurry to answer Pai Lupi's question. Instead, he ordered the old butler Li Heng to bring a crystal cup. In the Hangzhou Museum of the later generations, there was an exhibit that many tourists thought that the museum had made a mistake and had used a modern glass cup as an exhibit. In fact, the cup that looked exactly like a modern glass cup was a crystal cup from the Warring States period. Since the Warring States period could artificially make crystal cups, the Tang dynasty could naturally do the same. The crystal cup in Li Wangyu's residence was made according to the shape of the glass cup in the later generations. He took out a match, lit a candle and placed it on the table. Then he turned the transparent crystal cup upside down. Uncle, everyone, the oxygen in the air is the source of our life. This candle also needs oxygen to burn. If the oxygen in the cup is used up, the candle will go out by itself. Following Li Wangyu's words, the candle flame in the crystal cup flickered a few times and then went out by itself. This was a very simple combustion experiment, but Pai Lupi and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. Qing Yaojin couldn't wait to pick up the crystal cup, relight the candle and turn the crystal cup upside down again. Dozens of seconds later, the candle quietly went out again. Damn it, there's actually such a thing. Qing Yaojin subconsciously opened his mouth and took a few deep breaths, afraid that he would die from lack of oxygen. He turned his head and looked at Li Wangyu. Zio, this oxygen is really magical. But what does this have to do with the altitude sickness you mentioned just now? Li Wangyu said with a smile. Uncle Qing, I'm afraid you don't know that the distribution of oxygen in the air is also different. The higher the altitude, the thinner the oxygen. When we reach an extremely high altitude, we can't even breathe with our mortal bodies and we can lose our lives in a moment. The biggest problem of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, other than its high altitude, is that the oxygen is very thin. If ordinary people enter the plateau, they will suffer from headaches, fatigue, palpitations, shortness of breath, and other symptoms due to the thin oxygen. In serious cases, they might even lose their lives. He smiled and looked at Qing Yaojin. If Uncle Qing goes to the plateau, I'm afraid you will be short of breath and weak. You won't be able to use even 20% of your strength. How can you fight against the Tubo people in such a situation? Pai Lupi and the others couldn't help but look at each other when they heard such a strange story. Fang Xianling couldn't help but frown and ask, Zio, aren't those Tubo people afraid of altitude sickness? Li Wangyu nodded. Master Fang, the Tubo people have lived on the plateau since childhood and are already used to it. Although they will also be affected by altitude sickness, the effect is much smaller. Therefore, if Tubo and the Tang dynasty go to war, even if they lose, they can just retreat to the plateau. We can't do anything to them at all. In this way, Tubo is already in an invincible position. Pai Lupi's face was also very gloomy. Zio, if it's really as you said, then Tubo is really a big problem for me. Fang Xianling, Gao Shilian, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the other big shots also nodded. Just thinking about such a potential enemy made them feel very uncomfortable. Relying on their geographical advantage, only Tubo could attack the Tang dynasty, but the Tang dynasty couldn't attack Tubo's hinterland. In this way, wouldn't the Tubo army come and go as they please? Even if they couldn't win, they could retreat to the plateau to recuperate and lick their wounds. The Tang dynasty was passively attacked, so they could only invest a lot of manpower and resources to defend the border. Looking at the map, Pai Lupi and the others felt their hearts tighten. Next to Tubo was Izhou, where the Tang dynasty was rich. Once Tubo attacked the Tang dynasty, the first to suffer would be Izhou. After all, Gao Shilian had been the governor of Izhou for many years, so he was naturally anxious when he saw such a situation. Your Majesty, if it's really as Zio said, we must guard against Tubo. That's right, how can we allow others to sleep beside our bed? If we don't get rid of Tubo, wouldn't our Tang dynasty be like a fishbone stuck in our throat? Your Majesty, this is no small matter. The few big shots couldn't help but feel a little anxious, so they all advised Pai Lupi. However, Qing Yaojin suddenly raised his head and laughed loudly, which attracted everyone's attention. They didn't understand why this old hoodlum went crazy again. Chapter 956. Qing Yaojin's laughter surprised Pai Lupi and the rest. Why, Your Majesty, everyone, why are you all racking your brains? Since Zio knows so much about Tibet, are you afraid that he doesn't have a way to deal with altitude sickness? Zio, don't keep us in suspense. Quickly tell us. Qing Yaojin's words stunned Pai Lupi and the rest. They then nodded in agreement. Since Li Wangyu's teacher was a Tao ancestor, there was nothing to worry about. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Li Wangyu smiled and touched his nose. Uncle, everyone, actually there is no special medicine for altitude sickness. If the army wants to fight on the plateau, there is only one way, and that is to adapt. Although roseroot could prevent altitude sickness, for an army of hundreds of thousands, it was impossible to supply so much medicine. As such, the only solution was to build a training base on the plateau and let the Tang army slowly adapt to altitude sickness. Pai Lupi asked, Zio, tell us in detail how to adapt? Uncle, because of the geography of the plateau, the oxygen content in the air is low. This is something that even teacher can't change. Therefore, if the army wants to fight on the plateau, they can only slowly adapt to the climate. Normally speaking, after 3 months of adaptation, the army would be able to get used to the altitude sickness. Although they will still have shortness of breath and heart palpitations during intense exercise, compared to the Tibetans, the difference won't be too big. Pai Lupi frowned again. Zio, I understand your method, but where can the Tang dynasty find a plateau for the soldiers to adapt to? Li Wangyu smiled and pointed at the map. Uncle, Tuyuhun is the best place to train the soldiers. Tuyuhun is located at the edge of the Tibetan plateau, and many areas are already part of the plateau. In the future, when Uncle sends the army to attack Tuyuhun and take it into your territory, you can train the soldiers here. In the future, it will be easy for you to kill your way into the Tibetan plateau from Tuyuhun. In history, after Tuyuhun was defeated by the Tang dynasty, it was taken advantage of by Tibet, which allowed Tibet to annex Tuyuhun. Li Wangyu was well aware of history, so he naturally wouldn't make such a mistake. Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the other leaders immediately gathered in front of the map and carefully studied the terrain of Tuyuhun. They had already begun to think about how to annex this land. Li Wangyu continued, "Uncle gentlemen, attacking the plateau there are still two difficulties. One is the temperature and the other is the difficulty in supplying the army." "Zio, tell me in detail." "Uncle, everyone, have you heard of the saying, 'It's lonely at the top'?" Pai Lupi and the others looked at each other and shook their heads. Li Wangyu's question was of course nonsense. This question came from Su Dongpa's Shuaidiao Getu. Li Wangyu hadn't had the time to copy this poem, so Pai Lupi and the others naturally hadn't heard of it. "Uncle, all of you, have you ascended to a high place and looked into the distance? Do you feel cold at the top of the mountain?" "That's right, that's true." Everyone still didn't understand what Li Wangyu was trying to say. "Actually, the higher the altitude, the colder it will be. Master said that if the altitude is 1,000 meters, it will be a lot colder." Li Wangyu said until here, but he didn't know how to explain. For every 1,000 meters above sea level, the temperature will drop by 6 degrees. The Qinghai Tibet Plateau was 3,000 to 5,000 meters above sea level, and the temperature was 10 to 20 degrees lower than Chang'an. However, since ancient times, China didn't have the concept of temperature. They only used cold, cold, cool, warm, hot, and hot to express the difference in temperature. He wanted to introduce the temperature to everyone, but without a thermometer, it was too difficult to explain the temperature. And to make a thermometer, he needed glass. After thinking for a while, Li Wangyu still couldn't think of a way to express the temperature. He could only scratch his head and continue, "Let's put it this way. If it's summer in Chang'an, it will be like early spring on the plateau. If it's winter, the plateau will be abnormally cold, no different from the winter in Liaodong." "There's such a thing? If that's the case, then it will be troublesome." Pai Lupi and the others heard this and frowned again. They had been on the battlefield for a long time, so they naturally knew how troublesome it was for an army to fight in winter. Especially in the beginning of the Tang dynasty, where methods to resist the cold were relatively lacking. "Uncle, everyone, it's not difficult to solve the problem of resisting the cold. Just fill the clothes with cotton and make cotton-padded jackets." When Pai Lupi and the others heard this, they were once again dumbfounded. Gao Shurian couldn't help but shake his head. "Zio, are you muddled? Jackets are so expensive, how can the army afford them?" Pai Lupi and the others also nodded, feeling that Li Wangyu's words were truly ignorant and didn't know the cost of daily necessities. Everyone's reaction was naturally within Li Wangyu's expectations. In history, although cotton had appeared long ago, it wasn't popularized in China until the Ming dynasty. Even until the late Tang dynasty, cotton was still a rare flower in the gardens of many rich families in the north. Naturally, there was cotton in the beginning of the Tang dynasty, and it was even used as a tribute to the imperial court. However, because it was rare, it wasn't easy to weave, and the price of cotton was quite expensive. For example, when Su Changqing first met Empress Zhang in a clothing store and recommended cotton clothes, the price wasn't something that ordinary people could afford. If the Tang dynasty wore cotton-padded jackets, it would be much cooler than wearing mink. As such, Pai Lupi and the others felt that Li Wangyu's words were unreliable. Li Wangyu laughed and walked in front of the map again. He pointed in the direction of the western region and said, "Uncle, although the Tang dynasty doesn't produce cotton, the western region is very suitable for cotton planting. As long as we take Gaochang, Chiotsi, and the other countries into our pockets, we can promote cotton planting. After a few years, cotton won't be a rare thing anymore and can be used to supply the needs of the army. As long as the Tang army is equipped with enough cotton-padded jackets, whether Uncle wants to attack Liaodong or Tufan, the cold winter won't be a problem. This is why I dared to say that I can solve the problem of resisting the cold in winter." The more Li Wangyu spoke, the more excited he became. It felt like he was playing a strategy game in the future. "Uncle, the strategy that I've set for the Tang dynasty is to take down the western region first. After taking down the countries in the western region, we'll use several years to manage the western region and plant cotton in large quantities. After that, we'll attack Tuyuhun and train the troops here to prepare for the attack. As for Goguryeo, there's even less to fear. As long as Uncle is willing, once we can equip the army with cotton-padded jackets, we can attack Liaodong at any time to avenge our China disciples. In addition, Uncle can send out spies to infiltrate Goguryeo, Tufan, and the other places. Understand the climate, geography, and cities of Tufan and the other places in detail. This will pave the way for the army to attack in the future. As for the problem of the army's supplies, I've also learned some methods to make military rations that can be eaten by the army. These rations can be preserved for a long time and are delicious. It's the most suitable to be used to satisfy hunger. Li Wangyu was so excited that he poured out everything that he knew and thought in his heart like pouring beans out of a bucket. When this long speech landed in the ears of Pai Lupi and the others, it was deafening. It was like a series of explosions in their ears, making them feel dizzy. After a long while, Pai Lupi suddenly clapped his hands and laughed. Good, good. Zio really has the ability to govern the country. This strategy is very much in line with my intentions. I'm really lucky to have Zio's help. Xianling write an imperial edict. I'll give Li Wangyu the title of Duke of Fufeng. Chapter 957. Pai Lupi's words stunned everyone. Commandery Prince? Li Wangyu's face was filled with astonishment. Lier, this stingy guy, was so generous? He was going to make him a prince? Could he be a bachelor in the future? Fang Xianling, Gao Shilian, and others looked at each other and were surprised. Fang Xianling and the others did not doubt it. With Li Wangyu's ability and achievements, it was not surprising that he was conferred the title of Duke. But the point was that only members of the imperial family could be granted the title of Prince and Commandery Prince. After Li Wangyu was removed from the genealogy by the Li clan in Huxian, even the Zongjing Temple removed the names of Li Wangyu and his father, Li Zhou, from the genealogy of the imperial family. Of course, in the Middle and Late Tang dynasty, not only members of the imperial family could be granted the title of Commandery Prince, but also ministers and Jidushi could be granted the title of Commandery Prince. In the late Tang dynasty and the Five Dynasties, there were many commandery princes with different surnames. But now it was the beginning of the Tang dynasty. It was somewhat against the rules for non-members of the imperial family to be granted the title of Commandery Prince. As for Li Wangyu, there was a reason why Pai Lupi had not ordered the Zongjing Temple to register him as a member of the imperial family. The main reason was that Li Er was still thinking about marrying his eldest daughter, Chengel, to someone of a lower status. Therefore, even if Li Wangyu called him uncle, Pai Lupi did not order the Zongjing Temple to restore Li Wangyu's status as a member of the imperial family. Fang Xianling was stunned and asked with a little hesitation, Your Majesty, should we inform the Zongjing Temple to restore Zio and eunuch Li's status as members of the imperial family before granting the title? Pai Lupi was a little confused and did not seem to understand why Fang Xianling said so. Why should I restore Zio's status as a member of the imperial family when I grant him the title of Founding Commandery Prince? Founding Commandery Prince? Everyone, including Li Wangyu, was dumbfounded. They looked at Pai Lupi speechlessly, trying to figure out what he was talking about. Fang Xianling was also at a loss. She could only take a deep breath and confirm with Pai Lupi, Your Majesty, did you just say that Zio was conferred the title of Duke of Fufeng? Pai Lupi was stunned when he heard this. He looked at the strange expressions of Li Wangyu and the others and suddenly clapped his hands. Haha, it was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. I want to confer Zio the title of Prefectural Duke of Fufeng, not Prefectural King. His words made Fang Xianling and the others slightly relieved, but Li Wangyu was so angry that he almost rolled his eyes. *CK, he was happy for nothing. He was just teasing him. Pai Lupi, aren't you embarrassed? Don't you know what it means to be a gentleman? How could it be called a slip of the tongue when he was directly promoted from Commandery Prince to Commandery Duke? Slip of the tongue, my ass. Fortunately, Li Wangyu didn't really care about the title of Duke. Otherwise, he would have been angered to death by Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi was so happy that he blurted out the wrong thing and mistook a prefectural duke for a prefectural king. Now that he realized it, even if Pai Lupi was thick-skinned, he couldn't help but blush. He quickly coughed and tried to make up for it. Zio has worked hard and made great contributions. He will be conferred the title of Prefectural Duke of Fufeng and 2,000 households. The title of Prefectural Duke of the Tang Dynasty and 2,000 households was just an empty title. Normally, the number of Prefectural Duke titles didn't exceed 800 households. Because of the slip of the tongue, Pai Lupi wanted to make it up to Li Wangyu, so he decided to convert all the empty titles into real ones. Li Wangyu's Prefectural Duke title, Fufeng, was from the Fufeng Prefecture of the Han Dynasty and the Three Kingdoms period. The title of Prefectural Duke naturally had to be given in the name of the prefecture. It couldn't be given in the name of the county like before. As such, Li Wangyu couldn't continue using the Hu County title that he had used since the founding of the country. The titles of duke and prefectural duke in the Tang dynasty all used the names of the prefectures before the Tang dynasty. Fufeng Prefecture was actually a part of the capital during the Han dynasty, and Hu County was under its jurisdiction. Needless to say, Pai Lupi wanted to give Hu County to Li Wangyu as his land. Hu County was a middle county, and 2,000 households was pretty much all the people under it. Pai Lupi gave Li Wangyu 2,000 households. In other words, Hu County was now Li Wangyu's land. Yang Quan, the former county magistrate of Hu County, had been promoted. He replaced Chang and County Magistrate Cui Zhua and was given the title of Chang and County Magistrate by Pai Lupi. The county magistrate who took over his position had an easier time. He didn't have to do the most tedious work of collecting taxes. The taxes and labor of the people of Hu County would all belong to Li Wangyu. Of course, Li Wangyu didn't care about the taxes and labor of the people of Hu County. At the very least, after Dingzhou village became his land, he hadn't collected a single cent of taxes. For Li Wangyu, it was naturally a good thing that Pai Lupi gave him his title again. Not only did he get his title back, but he was also promoted, going from county magistrate to prefecture duke. At least he didn't have to feel like he had lost face. After all, his beautiful boss was a female marquis. If he was just a commoner, it wouldn't be nice. On the other hand, when the officials from the Ministry of Works found out about this, they would probably curse him in their hearts. The officials from the Ministry of Works would have to trouble them one more time to replace the county magistrate's gate with the prefecture duke's gate. Fang Xianling and the others all congratulated Li Wangyu. When Su Changqing found out about this, she was quite indifferent. She was the same as Li Wangyu, she didn't care about her title as much. When the old butler Li Heng and the others found out that their Longjuan's title was back and that he was promoted to prefecture duke, they were so happy that their mouths almost reached their ears. Your Majesty, everyone, what a coincidence today. A Jian ox accidentally fell to its death in the manor. The old slave has already ordered people to report it to the county magistrate of Hu County. Is there any dish that your Majesty and everyone would like to eat? The old slave can go and prepare dinner. Li Wangyu's mouth couldn't help but twitch as he listened. This Li Heng was simply drawing legs on a snake. Who didn't know how the bull died? Did he even need to mention it? Wasn't he just burying his head in the sand? Everyone, including Pai Lupi, felt a bit uncomfortable with Li Heng's words. After all, not everyone was as thick-skinned as Qing Yaojin. Cough, since that's the case, then everyone will have a sumptuous meal with me at Zio Manor. Li Heng, go and make the arrangements. Pai Lupi coughed lightly and sent Li Heng away. On the other hand, Qing Yaojin didn't care about Virus and instructed the old butler Li Heng, Li Heng, don't forget the dish of stewed beef with potato. Also, marinate a dozen caddies of beef and cut it to go with the wine. Yes, the old slave understands. Li Heng smiled and bowed to Qing Yaojin before going to prepare the meal. Li Wangyu was also speechless at Qing Yaojin's shamelessness, but he was already used to it. Even Pai Lupi and the others pretended not to hear Qing Yaojin's words. Empress Zhang's son and the others were naturally received by Su Changqing, so there was no need for Li Wangyu to worry about it. After the meal was prepared, Li Wangyu invited Pai Lupi and the others to the dining hall to eat. Due to Li Wangyu's ingenious strategy today, Pai Lupi and the others were all in a good mood. During the meal there were many toasts and the atmosphere was very lively. After 3 rounds of wine, Pai Lupi suddenly recalled that Li Wangyu had advised him not to use gunpowder for the time being after everyone had seen the power of the sky tremor grenades. Thus he couldn't help but ask, Zio, why did you advise us not to use the sky tremor grenades for the time being? Only then did Li Wangyu recall that he was too engrossed in the conversation and forgot to explain this matter. Thus, he hurriedly said, Uncle, everyone, the reason why I brought up this matter is for Goguryeo and Tufan. Chapter 958. Li Wangyu hoped that Pai Lupi would keep the explosives a secret. The reason was simple. He hoped that when they attacked Tibet and Goguryeo in the future, the explosives could be used as a secret weapon to shock the enemy. Be it Goguryeo or Tibet, they had no chance of winning in a field battle against the Tang army. In history, be it the Sui dynasty's 3 invasions of Goguryeo or Pai Lupi's personal invasion of Goguryeo in the 19th year of Jingguan, they were all given a headache by the various cities of Goguryeo. Tibet on the highlands was in the same situation. Due to geographical reasons, it was even harder to take down. In history, a small stone castle city had caused the Tang dynasty to suffer heavy casualties. However, if they relied on the explosives and the flying lightning cannons, they could blow up the city walls in an instant. Furthermore, Li Wangyu was sure that when faced with the explosives, no matter how fierce or fearless the Goguryeo or Tibet soldiers were, they might not be much stronger than ordinary people. With that, the Tang army would be able to take down Goguryeo and Tibet with the smallest price. Wouldn't that be perfect? Furthermore, in history, the Tang dynasty had wars with Tuyuhun East and West Turks, Gaochang, Kucha, Dongxiang, Hueha, Goguryeo, Tibet, Beech, Silla, Khitan, Greater and Lesser Balar, Nanzhao, and the like. However, in Li Wangyo's eyes, only Tibet and Goguryeo were worthy of the Tang dynasty using explosives. Hence, he decided to keep the explosives a secret for now. When they attacked Tibet and Goguryeo, they would strike like lightning. The reason that Li Wangyu gave was something that Pai Lupi and the rest agreed with. Gao Shilian, in particular, had personally witnessed the power of explosives against the enemy. Zhang Feng, who could hold back 10,000 men, was instantly taken down by the Tang dynasty's troops because of a dozen sky tremors grenades. Naturally, such a godly weapon could not be used easily. The strategy that Li Wangyu gave was something that Pai Lupi and the rest agreed with. As everyone toasted each other, they decided to first take down the western regions and Tuyuhun before attacking Tubo and Goguryeo. If everything went smoothly, Li Wangyu estimated that in 10 to 15 years, this world would have an unprecedentedly powerful empire. Its territory was so vast that probably only the Mongol Empire could compare to it. After talking about official business, Pai Lupi was so happy that he drank to his heart's content. In the end, he got drunk. Served by Empress Zhang's son, concubine Yang, and the others, he returned to Chang, and with a group of dukes who were also drunk. The conspiracy between Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi was naturally not known to outsiders. However, a hemispherical experiment of the academy set off a storm in Chang'an. There were thousands of people who witnessed the hemispherical experiment, including many officials and famous scholars. Through their mouths, the contents of the hemispherical experiment naturally spread to every corner of Chang and city at the speed of light. Although the people did not understand the significance of the hemispherical experiment, they understood that the air was not empty and the pressure was quite great. Whether they understood the atmospheric pressure or not had nothing to do with the lives of the people. Even if they knew about it, they would still live their lives as usual and would not be affected at all. However, this did not stop the burning desire of the millions of people in Chang and city from gossiping. If there was a Weibo in the Tang dynasty, the recent trending list of the Tang dynasty would probably be like this. 1. The Taoist ancestor's personal disciple appears too. The hemispherical experiment of the Royal Academy of the Tang dynasty. 3. The atmospheric pressure really exists. 4. His Majesty conferred the title of Prefectural Duke of Fufeng. 5. A citizen of Chang, and committed suicide out of fear of being killed by atmospheric pressure. 6. Li Ziyo, Prefectural Duke of Fufeng. In short, Li Wangyu was now a phenomenal figure who dominated the list with absolute popularity. Naturally, these disturbances had no effect on Li Wangyu, who was hiding in Dingzhou village and living a leisurely life. The only small trouble was that several Taoist masters, for various purposes, had knelt down in front of Li Wangyu in public and called him Grandmaster. However, they had fooled the king of medicine, Sun Simiao. Sun Simiao's heart toward Taoism was quite firm. Otherwise, he would not have flatly refused when Pai Lupi wanted to confer him the title of nobility. Knowing that his neighbor was the core disciple of the Taoist master in the mortal world, the old Taoist immediately came to him and respectfully greeted Li Wangyu, calling him Grandmaster. This naturally caused Li Wangyu's face to turn red from embarrassment. After much persuasion and Su Changqing's persuasion, the old Taoist finally stopped. But even so, at least dozens of Taoist temples in Chang'an city, big and small, really worshipped Li Wangyu as their Grandmaster. In the future they would cause him a lot of trouble. Let's not talk about this for now. Another small trouble was Cheng Chumo and his group of playboys. This group of gossipy men, taking the opportunity to congratulate Li Wangyu on his promotion to the Duke of the founding county, all came to Dingzhou village and pestered Li Wangyu, insisting that Li Wangyu teach them some knowledge that others did not understand. Li Wangyu naturally knew that this group of bastards were so diligent, of course not because they loved learning. He was sure that this group of bastards wanted to learn something from him, so that when they went to the Ping Kong Square or the Hu People's wine shop to drink with prostitutes, they could brag and show off to those young ladies. Speaking of which, when he taught the playboys to mix vinegar and soda to produce carbon dioxide, it was an experiment that could show off. But even the most unreliable Cheng Chumo knew that this matter could not be taken as a joke. Otherwise, if this spread out, it was hard to guarantee that the people of the Zhan religion would not associate it with the holy fire of the Zhan temple altar that extinguished itself for no reason. Although everyone was sure that even if Zhan religion's Sabeo Milaman knew that they were the ones who did it, he would not say anything. After all, now in the Zhan temple of Liquan Square in Chang'an City, the purest holy fire of the sun was enshrined, so the Zhan religion did not suffer any losses. But this was related to the Zhan religion. If they could avoid this kind of trouble, why should they gamble? If any priest of the Zhan religion insisted on arguing with them, although they were not afraid, it would be very troublesome. Therefore, the playboys never told others about the glorious achievement that made them so proud. Even Fang Xianling and the others did not know about it. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes at the playboys' pestering.